It's day 2 of the 2026 12 Hours of Mugello, live from Tuscany after 5.5 hours on Saturday afternoon and into the evening. We threw the checkered flag at just after 20 to 6 yesterday evening and not far before sunset. And today, I can assure you, the sun has risen again, although there's plenty of cloud cover in readiness for this restart. So therefore, temperatures are going to be a little bit cooler. That might favour the tyre wear across one or two of these stints. But a fabulous race in front of us for this mixture of GT3s, both GT3 Pro-Am and Am driver lineups, together with a cracking scrap in the 992 Porsche division. So if there were mere seconds between cars at flagfall yesterday, they have disappeared overnight, and cars will therefore start meters apart. However, if there were laps between cars, then those lap differences will be retained going into the remaining 6.5 hours that we have today. Johnny Palmer and Joe Bradley to take you through matters, together with Sarah Esser in the pit lane and soon to be on the grid as well. So it's the 12 Hours of Mugello that kickstarts this 5-race campaign for the European segment of the Creventic 24H Series season. In a month's time, we'll be in Belgium for the 12 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps, 12 Hours of Paul Ricard the weekend before the 24 Hours of Le Mans, so to the south of France, not far from Marseille, for a 12-hour race there at Le Castellet. A brand new visit on the calendar for 2026 is the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit at the start of July, and then the traditional September slot for the 24 Hours of Barcelona at Circuit Barcelona-Catalunya. Excellent calendar assembled again by Creventic. There will be a flyaway race towards the end of the year as well in December. At the moment, that is planned to be Qatar, although, as many of you will know, there's plenty going on in that part of the world right now. Hopefully, by the time we get to December, we can go to Qatar, but we will have to wait and see. Nearly 9 degrees Celsius, humidity is pretty low. It is still chilly, Joe, but hopefully we'll warm up. And as we were suggesting yesterday during our coverage, the chances of a shower are not necessarily out of the realms of possibility later on this afternoon.
Not at all, Johnny. You could never, ever call 8 degrees of ambient temperature warm. It is a very, very cold and chilly day. And just seeing how cold and chilly it is, I think, is Sarah down there on the grid? Let's head down to Sarah. Just tell us, Sarah, how cold is it really out there?
It's bitterly, bitterly cold. I was just talking to Chris about whether the tyres are keeping them warm or they're keeping the tyres warm. Great start yesterday. Nothing to win yesterday, but everything to lose. You're looking into clear track. How important was that coming into the second part of the race?
Always nice. Always nice. My driver is loving this.
Yes, I know. Looking fresh. It is pretty cold down here. It's breezy. What do you think of the change of conditions today in terms of the running of the car?
I don't think it will be very different with yesterday, in fact. Will be approximately the same.
And we had a quick chat yesterday around you having 2 drivers. I mean, it cuts down the decision time, because when you need to change a driver, you've only got 1 decision. But how does that play into the longer stint of the race, 6.5 hours today?
Maybe a little bit more than yesterday, but we will manage this.
Well, thank you so much. It looks like everyone's heading in. Good luck for today. Let's see if we can grab a word with any of the other drivers. Let's see who is starting in the Era Motorsport. Is it Jake Hill? He loves a good little chat with us. I'm catching... No, it's not. Is it Jake? I can't see. Who's in here? It is Jake. How are you? Sorry to catch you right off the start. I mean, we've heard you've been put in the car because you love a little scrap. Well, not a scrap at the beginning, but working your way through cars through turn 1. How are you looking forward to today?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm, super excited. We're in a great position. Obviously, Ryan and Ollie, my teammates, did an amazing effort at the end of the race yesterday to put us back on the lead lap and obviously put us, P4 overall currently. So got a great chance to obviously try and make a couple of positions up here off the start and just get our head down, really. But, long race to go for sure. 6.5 hours left. So just keep it clean and try and work our way forward.
Well, it's familiar ground for you, British Touring Car Champion. Only 2 rows of traffic to get through. Good luck, Jake. Enjoy the race today. Shall we see who else we've got down here that we can bother just before heading out on the start? Do we have Elliot? Oh, engines are on. I think I'm going to have to pass back to you. But yeah, it is Elliot Earhart in there. Let me get off the grid. Engines are roaring. We are getting ready for the second part of the 12 Hours of Mugello 2026.
Well done, Sarah. Always a good sign when the engines fire up around you, Johnny, that you maybe shouldn't be on the grid at that point. And Sarah making good work there and getting some really interesting insight. We've got Jake Hill, 2024 British Touring Car Champion, starting on the second row. But what a job from the HRT team to finish that. I mean, we're still half an hour away from half distance here, so let's not get too excited. We've still got 6.5 hours of racing, but a great job. 2-driver lineup in the HRT, and I knew that would give a different dynamic to how they strategized over that first segment of the 5.5 hour race.
Just caught a very quick sight of the Asbest Racing Cupra TCR car, still minus its front right headlight, and you might be wondering, well, why have they not repaired that overnight? You're not allowed to. The cars are locked down into parc fermé conditions from flagfall all the way through till now. There's nothing to stop you repairing that as soon as we go racing again. But the point of this split race is it's kind of treated as one, i.e. we're not taking the race time from yesterday and then aggregating it with the race time from today. All that yesterday's 5.5 hours did was create an order, create a grid for the restart today. And we were for a little period of time thinking there might only be 4 GT3 cars on the lead lap, but because of a reasonably late pit stop from Herbert Motorsport, who were leading at the time with their 91 Porsche, Ralph Bone came in, got some fuel on board, dropped back to third, and that meant that all of a sudden the lead lap was dictated by the HRT car, and there were 6 cars within the HRT, within a lap of the HRT car, and they are the 21 Audi, the 44 Lamborghini of ARC Bratislava, that Herbert Motorsport Porsche that I've just mentioned, number 91, Jake Hill's Ferrari that was brilliantly driven by Ryan Dalziel late on yesterday evening to pass 2 Audis before the checkered flag. He got in front of both the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi, number 69, and the Elliot Earhart car to finish 4th on the road, as Jake remarked, by the end of play on Saturday. There is a chance here, Joe, that we're going to have 2 formation laps, by the way, rather than 1 yesterday, because it is so chilly today.
Yeah, we're going to give the cars, or the drivers, I should say, a good chance of getting some heat into those tyres. We want the cars to be nicely balanced. 2 rolling laps, 2 formation laps, not quite enough to get the tyres up to where we need them, but it's certainly going to help speed that process up. And as you see, we've got cars that are weaving around, we've got cars that are going really deep into the corners, getting heat into the tyres, into the wheels via the brake discs, and driving the cars hard, but it gives the drivers a chance to be more or less cautious because they've got a more balanced car underneath them. They're not going to be on those tyres that are freezing cold. Slick tyres, when they're freezing cold, are basically like driving on ice bricks. No grip whatsoever, but by the time they get round for the start, I'm being told only 1 formation lap, Johnny. So 1 formation lap, getting straight on with this. The cars are going to be on relatively cold tyres. We saw earlier on in our support races giving the drivers and the competitors 2 formation laps, so these drivers really have to get on with it and really have to get some energy into those tyres to give themselves a balanced car for this first and early stage of this restart.
6 hours and 30 minutes on the race clock then, and in a moment or two, with the lights now out on the top of the safety car, are they? I'm just trying to work out whether the light borer has been extinguished. But there's certainly, the grid is shaping up from its body language for a race start here. And remember, Porsche, Ferrari and 2 more Audis, they have all completed 161 laps already. That was in 5.5 hours of running yesterday, Saturday afternoon and evening here at Mugello. And for day 2 of the 2026 Mugello 12 Hours, we are go again. And a straight fight. As here comes Jake Hill from 4th position on the road. He's going to lead for the first time into San Donato, outbraking a couple of, bear in mind, GT3 AM cars. And I can tell you that it's Gerhard Trarasser, the Austrian racer in in the bright yellow ARC Bratislava Lamborghini, who knew, I think, that there was a far quicker driver in behind him. He wasn't going to really pressurise and cause a potential incident at the start of another 6.5-hour race. Far better to concede that place nice and early and allow Jake Hill through to do his thing, in the hope that the Ferrari will come back to them once some of the AM drivers get at the wheel of the number 81 car. But there is no knocking Jake Hill's ability to, I was going to say to be wide awake, but it is midday, let's say, you know, because he's been awake all morning, let's be admitted of. It's not like some of those prototype drivers that were racing at 8:40 this morning.
Yeah, Jake Hill more familiar with a bit of argy-bargy at the start of the motor racing experience as he's had as the 2024 British Touring Car Champion, of course. He's being followed around at the moment by the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini. The Jake Hill trying to break away and break a bit of a gap to try and gain a margin. The Lamborghini going with him. Rolf van Eycken was third across the line in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. But it's Elia Earhart who's gotten through and is lying third at the moment in the Sonderlock Audi. Then we've got the HRT Audi, the blue and yellow car, showing there in fourth as they're already round to complete the first lap of the afternoon, Johnny, and it's going to be a Ferrari that leads at Mugello. How great does that sound?
And not for the first time, with this for so long being the home of the Ferrari Challenge Mondiale Finale, where a lot of the domestic championships meet for one big hurrah at the end of the season. It's not always held here, but has been in the past. A phenomenally famous motorcycle track as well, but lends itself very nicely to car racing too. And yeah, there's something just right about a Ferrari and this latest iteration of the GT3 car, which is the 296, ahead for a British driver and an American team in Era Motorsport. So he's just starting to establish a decent lead now over Gerhard Trarassa for ARC Bratislava. There's going to be an early pit stop for the Vortex. Now also bear in mind that none of these cars, well, not every single car is going to be on maximum fuel allocation, because it depends with how much fuel you finished yesterday's race. That's another thing you cannot alter overnight, is the amount of fuel in any of these cars. As we head to Sara, watching a Vortex pit stop.
Changing the rear wing as they had a bit of contact yesterday towards the end of the race. Decisions on doing it today in the first lap, well, in the first few laps rather than overnight?
Yes, because if we stop yesterday, we have 10 laps penalization. Okay, it's not good for us. We prefer to change at the first lap.
Definitely a much quicker change to do it now on a pit stop rather than losing 10 laps. Well, car will be all set, ready to go out after this.
Yeah, I don't understand all, but we change now because we lost just one lap, and we change tires and new tires and new air wing. It's okay. So we start now in a few seconds.
Perfect. Thank you. Back to you. I believe there's some racing going on.
There certainly is. There's an understatement of the weekend, because it is really nip and tuck between the second, the third, the fourth place cars. But this is Peter Gulings, who started from pole position, who's marginally ahead of Rolf van Eycken. Now, one of the things you are allowed to do from part one of the race into part two is change the driver in your car. So Ralph Bone completed the action in the number 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. That's the second car on the road in this shot, the black with the gold piping. But they've plugged Swiss racer Rolf van Eycken into the car, and one or two other drivers will have changed overnight. Well, notably, now the race leader, the Ferrari, switching hands from Ryan Dalziel to Jake Hill. Ryan is the gold in that car, or the pro, as he's listed on the entry list for the 24H Series. Jake Hill, despite winning the BTCC a couple of seasons ago, is still only, I say only, a silver. He's a very, very rapid silver, but because of his rating, he can be sort of sneaked into that driver lineup as a semi-pro. Not bad to have a BTCC champion as, strictly speaking, one of your middle-order drivers in that lineup.
The Herbert car there just trying all it can. It's not really the place to try and pass, is the Urbiatas. as we've got one of our 992 class runners off into fueling with quite extensive damage on the number 928. Now that is a car that is down in 17th overall, running 4th in the 992 AM category. He's got damage on that right rear corner. Whether he's been hit or he has hit something remains to be seen. Sarah Esser is in the pits and will be positioning herself for the number 928 and give a better look at just the extent of that damage on the and the team is HRT Performance. Sarah, that's where the 992 Igor Sorokin at the wheel of that car. What I was about to say, Johnny, if you're watching at home and you've got the live timing up, as things beginning to get very, very messy indeed behind that HRT Audi. The timing's reset itself. We're on 164 laps. The stint times for the drivers are wiped clean. So every driver in the field is on, what is it now, 5, nearly 6 minutes of stint time. So that's nothing that we have to concern ourselves with.
Yeah, so there's a new driver limit, which actually began, I think, from Malaysia last December. Traditionally, the driver limit for any stint in isolation used to be 2 hours, but it's actually now 2.5 hours that you can be at the wheel of a car in one slug. That wouldn't be a continuous stint. You can't do 2.5 hours on a single tank of fuel. You would have to be calling into the pits at least twice. What remains to be seen, though, and I should have checked this with 1 or 2 people, you have this sliding scale rule of any 6 hours within the race, and you can't drive for more than 4 of any 6. And I assume that actually staggers the 2 parts of the race. So, i.e., now we're into well, we're not quite into hour 7 of the race. This is the continuation of hour 6, if you like. We did 5.5 last night. 1 more half an hour will take us to the half distance marker. But does the sliding scale of 6 hours move overnight and then into the new race? I would assume it will have to do. So that is something that a lot of the teams will have to be mindful of. Still not quite sure about 928 and whether that rear bumper damage was a scar from last night's action, or did it just happen at the restart for Igor Sorokin? That, again, was certainly not worth repairing overnight and taking a 10-lap penalty, but they've got a puncture on that car. Yeah. So that is damage done today.
Yeah, Sarah's down there. Sarah, what have you found out about that number 928?
Just with James, can you tell us a little bit more about that damage? Was that from last night or just happened at the start of the race?
So it looks like, because the temperatures cooled down so much last night, Igor maybe not did the best on tyre prep and didn't get enough pressure in the tyre. As he's gone round, started, probably taken a bit of too much curb somewhere, and it's pulled the tyre off the rim and obviously caused quite a lot of damage. It's really unfortunate because we were in a really good place going into the first part of this race today. So it's just one of those things. It's super tricky, and you have to be so careful as a driver bringing the temperatures back up in the tyres. If you don't quite do it enough, the tyre pressure sits really low, and it makes the sidewall of the tyre super soft. So it looks like it's what happened, but we take on the chin, we keep going forward.
Well, there was only 1 formation lap today. How's best to get the heat in the tyres on that lap?
Just work the brakes and work the car as hard as possible is super key. People don't realise how hard it is actually to generate temperature when you've already got a base temperature really, really low. And obviously, because it is slightly colder today than it was yesterday, you have to work even harder as a driver to generate the tyre temperature. And being there was only 1 green flag lap, it's puts the pressure on the driver to be able to do that. And it's luck of the draw as well. Sometimes you clip a curb in a certain wrong way and it hurts the tyre, and looks like that's what has happened with us.
Well, thank you so much for stopping to have a chat, James. Still a long race ahead of us, around 6 minutes 10 if I look on the board. Well, 6 minutes 20 looking on the board behind us. Thank you so much, James. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
We've finally
that,
got
I think, is James Kellett, by the way.
Yes.
James Kellett, who's not driving this weekend, but is a mean one-make racer, and he's actually done quite a bit of GT World Challenge racing in recent years as well. I know him from a good few years ago in the BTCC paddock, but recognise his voice straight away. I don't know his official role this weekend, but clearly part of the team management at HRT Performance, number 928.
Yeah, very experienced team as well, and a great bit of insight as to just how tricky it is taking this for granted. Peter Gulnex has done a cracking job of delaying as many cars as he can, but gotten through now, and ahead of him has gone both Rolf and Eichen in the number 91 The Hofer car has got past Goulinex. However, being a lap down, that's not showing. It's ahead of the blue HRT, as has Dennis Marshall. He's gone through as well. Dennis Marshall in 7th overall, trying to get in touch with the leader, who at the moment is Jake Hill, of course, and he's already pulled out a gap of 4 seconds on the ARC Bratislava car. So these cars that we are on board with and monitoring their progress, they are off the lead lap. However, they are fighting amongst themselves for track position, albeit a lap down off the lead lap.
Just about getting confirmation that actually the 4-hour in any 6-hour rule is also reset overnight. And thank you to, yes, confirmation. And thank you to Rob Oda Lutikhaus, who we're missing this weekend, because after just about a decade of work, maybe more than that, with timeservice.nl, he took the decision at the end of the Dubai 24 Hours this year to step away to pastures new and other opportunities. But it's interesting to me that the very next race that he's not at, he's tuned to every single moment of it.
Of course he is. Hello, Rob.
You can take the timekeeper away from a racetrack, but you can't necessarily take the race fan away from the 24H series. And know that there's a race happening without witnessing all the action. So we're grateful to have your company.
On that subject, Johnny, if you are watching at home, if you're watching YouTube on your TV, on your house, on your massive telly, which is how I do it, you have got live timing and scoring at 24hseries.com, and within that, on the front page of the website from the series, you'll see a link, I should say, for live timing. That'll give you all of that information on there, and you'll be able to keep tabs on just where people are. And like I say, Dennis Marshall there, just getting ahead of Thorsten Kratz. Thorsten Kratz on 164 laps, Dennis Marshall on 165. So those two cars that would be watching, going about their racing, and racing pretty fair and very orderly, being very cautious in how they approach getting past one another. That's because it's not an on-track fight for position. Overall, yes, of course, we're all racing together, but there's quite a bit of distance between those cars.
Yeah, so we were remarking towards the latter portion of yesterday's race that we might have 4 cars on the lead lap. Then that changed to 6. And with that Ferrari pit stop, now, of course, the race leader is the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini, which had been passed at the earliest opportunity by Jake Hill. He was able to outgun Gerhard Terrassa, the Austrian, on the brakes into Son Donato. And whilst Jake Hill is in the fueling area, about to head in the direction of Sara, you are with Herbert Motorsport.
They've pulled the car into the garage. It is the 269 of Herbert. Can you tell us a little bit about what you think might be going on? You've got a piece of, a part in your hands.
Right now we're trying to replace the wheel speed sensor, but in the end we had some electronical problems now. The car goes out to try or to check if we solved the problem, and hopefully we did it now.
What's this cable that you've got in your hands?
It's just for wheel speed, because we lost ABS. So now we hope it was the issue, but let's see. We know in 5 minutes.
We'll know in about 5 minutes. Hold it up to the camera. All the viewers at home will be interested to know if that could be the small part causing the electrical failure here in the Herbert. Let's see. Maybe the hood's going down, so let's see.
Well, that's annoying, isn't it? When it is
such a tiny
$20 part like that.
Insignificant part, yeah.
Yeah, it is. It can. It just shows how complex running race cars are. You know, it's one of those things where you can have. Usually, Herbert have trouble-free runs, don't they? But then sometimes, you know, motor racing does that to you. And a team like Herbert are able to react and know exactly what part it might be that has failed, and are able to react to that adversity. But that's the challenge, isn't it? Challenge is. I have noticed, Johnny, that Audi of Sonderloch is getting very, very close to the RC Bratislava car. The Lamborghini there, the bright yellow car, is now our overall leader, with Jake Hill peeling off into the pits for fuel. He was obviously starting the restart section of this final 6.5 hours on a very low fuel tank, but he did get to lead the race after all.
Well, they chose to keep Ryan Diel out for as long as they could, I suppose, in order to ensure that the Ferrari finished on the lead lap, and it did even better than that because it gained 2 places in the closing, 3 laps. Now, though, to the left, to the right, back to the left again from Elia Earhart, who is clearly the quicker of these 2 cars, but he can't find a way by Gerhard Terrassa right now. The Austrian good on the brakes in the ARC Bratislava car. This is a GT3 AM car, the yellow Lamborghini, versus a GT3 Pro-Am car.
And that number 18 car, the Audi there, with Elia Earhart at the wheel, team manager has been asked to report a race control. I have no idea what that might be. However, what I did see on the banner was restart under investigation. So whether it's related at all to that, we have to wait and see. We'll keep an eye on our penalty screen as well. But the number 18 Audi there chasing down the Lamborghini there. Great sight there, any Lamborghini, especially here at Mugello, the home of Lamborghini, of course. You fly into Bologna Airport to get here, and there are Lamborghinis everywhere. They're on display in the windows, totally as a sales pitch, I suppose, and they're actually used as tour vehicles for the airport staff out there on the runways. It's a phenomenal sight to see.
Yeah, like a guidance vehicle for the plane. As soon as it's landed, it is guided to its stall to what do they call that now? When the passengers get it, there's an American term, deplane. So to deplane at the stall, it requires a Lamborghini kind of airport vehicle to guide that plane to the correct position once it's taxiing from the runway. I don't know of anywhere else in the world where you might get a sports car like that doing it. Mightily impressive at Bologna, and you sure know that it's the home of some very smart cars indeed as soon as you arrive. So here's the Lambo up against a certainly not very Italian Audi with its 5.2 V10. Same engine in the Lamborghini,
yeah, same
actually.
family, aren't they, VAG?
And Lambo took a few years to start to develop their own V10, but it's my understanding now that the 4 rings have been removed from the Raging Bull version. Still very Audi underneath the skin, no doubt. But it makes a very different sound as well compared to, for instance, the Mercedes, of which we have a number of, with their 6.2 or sometimes 6.3 when you read the specification V8 that sits in the nose of that car, but often a long way back and deep down in the chassis as well, immediately in front of the driving position. So although the Mercedes is a front engine car, they try and make it as front mid-engined as possible.
I hope you're enjoying our drone footage here, giving us a completely new perspective on following race cars around the track here. It's like a sim race, isn't it, where you have the out-of-car camera follow you around to check your lines. We can clearly see how these drivers are driving around this Mugello track here. Beautiful footage there from just above the rear wing of this Lamborghini, seeing how that early apex then drifts out to the middle, then a second apex clip. That's the Corinthians hairpin through the S's here, using a bit of curb on the left, bit of curb on the right, and then heading down towards the Buccine. This is the final turn. Let's see how he addresses this one. Early turn in, hits an early apex, drifts out to the middle, and then stays out, doesn't he? Whereas the Audi had a little bit of a tighter line there. All of the curb and a little bit more there from the Lamborghini and the Audi likewise. And then the panoramic shot that drone footage gives us. Top marks. Round of applause there for our drone pilot.
There was also a good view of the fueling area to the right. So if you'd imagined if either of these cars came into pit lane, the first thing they would have to do is decelerate to 40 kilometers per hour, which is quite a hard stop actually when you're coming out of Buccine corner at a reasonable lick. And then as you hit that white line at 40 Ks, you have a choice of either going straight on into the pit lane itself, or you can turn right into the fuel quadrant, which has its own speed limit, 20 kilometers per hour, to get fuel on board, and then you will continue with the rest of the stop.
Well, great investigative journalism from Sarah Esser down in the pit lane. We've established that Elia Earhart, the number 18, the team manager, has been asked to race control because it was to do, and it was in connection with that restart. Not respecting correct grid position at start is the official offence. What happens with that, whether they're given a penalty, we wait and see. That's been addressed now, but that's the offence that the manager, the team manager from the number 18, that's the Sonderloch junior team, is going to be addressing and is going to be answering to. I suppose the team manager's out, not under his control really. He's down to the driver. He's going to have to delegate that responsibility to the driver. But that is exactly who I've got my money on, the Sonderloch team. But I also said a dark horse was the HRT team, so I'm in the money so far. But however, we've got just over 6 hours to go, so anything can happen. But thanks, Sarah. Good investigative journalism there to fathom that one out. We'll keep an eye on the penalty screen.
Well, I don't think many people had expected that the first part of the race, and it's 5.5 hours these days, to be led and to have a car in second place, that they're both GT3 AM combinations. Remember, there's no difference in the specification of a GT3 car, whether it's in, well, actually Pro, that we don't have this weekend, Pro-Am or Am. They're all the same global GT3 technical regulations, but they're put into those subcategories dependent on your driver makeup. And the AM drivers across the piece should theoretically be slower than a Pro-Am driver combination, which in turn should be slower than a Pro combination. So to have the 21 HRT car, which has 2 AM drivers in it, and the Lamborghini, which is a GT3 AM entry, finishing first and second after a significant chunk of running, was a surprise. It certainly was a surprise to me. But I suppose you're not necessarily guaranteeing the GT3 Pro-Am driver lineups are going all out to win yesterday's section of the race. There's actually nothing on winning the first 5.5 hours. No points. All you get is a good grid starting position for the restart of the race. And we restarted, of course, with over half of the race still to be done. The Lapris commenced, though, by the way, because now for Gerhard Troasser, he just had to deal with the Cupra on the exit of Pelagio, and that might be why the Audi is back with him straight away in the hands of Elia Earhart.
Right, get your pens out, everybody. Start making notes here, because this is the list of cars that have been pinged for not respecting correct position in grid formation at that restart. We'll start with the number 928. Now, that's the Porsche that we saw peel off into the pits with a puncture. That's been given a 10-second penalty. Whether none of these have been served, by the way. So these are all to be served in the penalty box. Next on the list is the number 921. We've then got the 93, that's been pinged. The 18, we knew about, their team manager's been called to race control. The 81, that's a car that was up there. That's the Ferrari, isn't it?
It is.
That's Jake Hill's Ferrari. And the 91, that's the Herbert car. That one as well. So 928, 921, 93, 18, 81, 91. They've all been pinged for incorrect grid position at the restart, and a 10-second penalty has been issued.
Well, very shortly, if these 2 positions for the race lead don't change in the next few laps, we will be able to show you a replay of the restart, which happened at midday today. And then when we have a look at that, might be able to work out precisely what was wrong with some of those cars. Were they ahead of where they should have been in their grid positions, or were they not driving through the grid hatchings, which can be another issue? Remember, it's a rolling grid, as Earhart has a little think about a move up the inside at Scarpa. He was way over the curb there as well, but still not able to draw level with Troasser. So the 44 car then is in the lead of the race with 0.5 of a second back to Elia Earhart. But as I say, the instruction in the driver's briefing is that at the start of the race yesterday and the restart of the race today, you have to drive right through the grid hatchings, either on the left or the right hand of the circuit, depending on where you have qualified for this section of the race. 921, Michelin Motorsport, the Belgian squad, have a reasonably early stop. This was a couple of seconds ago, and a brand new set of Michelin tyres going on, looks like on all 4 corners of this car. And I'd say, Joe, that they don't look like scrub tyres, maybe slightly. I'm just trying to work out whether this is the time to put a qualifying set of tyres back onto the car.
They'll definitely look new, Johnny.
Yeah.
That's look like brand new Michelins going on that. Mulner, one of the main contenders in the 992 class, so that's a a significant pit stop for new tyres. They'll have taken on fuel as well, and that car back out.
So we had nearly 25 minutes of this restarted race. Elliot Earhart with plenty of opportunity to get by, but he can't make it work just yet. Is this the chance behind one of the Porsche Cup cars? Again, the gap's going to come down, but still no chance to get by. Now, it was an untidy start, Joe, and everyone started to go before they reached the line. I think the bigger issue, though, is that nobody's adhering to driving through the grid hatchings themselves. That the bomb burst has already happened, whereas you've got to be line astern in 2 separate columns before you get to the control line.
Until you get to the control line, then you can start jigging around. But at one point there, we had about 4 or 5 cars wide before we got to the line. So well done to the officials for sorting that one out. That'll have taken plenty of analysis to have a look and see who was where and where they should have been and where they weren't. So I think people are lucky there just to get about 6 or 7 cars, wasn't it, that had been pinged?
Yeah, and what was intriguing to me was that the 21 Audi and the 44 Lamborghini, the 2 cars on the front row, should have been pretty much level. And it did look like either the Lamborghini was hanging back or the 21 Audi was going a bit too early, but they certainly weren't on the same effective front row. It was almost as if the Lambo was on the row in behind, but that should not have been the case. Whether that was the trigger point for the confusion, hard to say. But as I say, it needs to be a very well-behaved restart, and in fact start yesterday as well. We didn't have anywhere near as many cars pinged for that infringement on Saturday afternoon. But just like a standing start, where you have to be married up with the grid hatchings, on a rolling start, it's got to be correct. Otherwise, there's the chance of a pretty significant accident. And all things considered, everybody did well to avoid one another, but it did mean that the order down at San Donato was jumbled around to a crazy level. And Jake Hill, despite his wonderful getaway, is going to be pinged for a 10-second penalty that he can soak up during the next scheduled pit stop. I suppose that's the one bright light about a penalty, generally speaking, in Creventic. If it's one that you maybe incur because of an out-of-place grid start, what you do is you'll do a standard pit stop, which might involve fuel and driver change and tyre change, and then stop for an extra 10 seconds in the penalty box.
Sarah's just reminded me that were you guys in a conversation with our race director at dinner last night? And
our deputy race director, yeah, Steve.
He mentioned that they were going to be really hot on the start procedure for this race start. So that certainly proved to be the case. And as a competitor, you want consistency in application of the rules and regulations. And if someone breaches those rules and regulations, you need to see, as a competitor that hasn't breached any rules or regulations, for that to be addressed.
Yep.
And that infringement to be punished. And we certainly have seen that with that 10-second penalty. Still early days for it to take any effect.
Jeroen Steenhuis is again the race director for the 24H series in 2026, and he has a big team around him, of course. But yes, the assistant race director is Steve Burns, who Sarah and I were chatting to over dinner last night. Steve's main responsibility in the support paddock is to be the main race director for the Radical Cup Europe. And he's had a busy in-tray for much of the weekend, actually, when it comes to radicals, with a variety of disqualifications, in-race penalties, post-race penalties. The life of a race director is never dull, I think it's fair to say.
Certainly not this type of racing. There are very, very complex rules concerning every single thing, from driving out on track to how we go about pit stopping, and then there's the balance of performance rules across the driver lineups, isn't there? That seemed to work pretty well. We're going to see that pan out, and it's not really I always think in our Creventic style racing, it's not until we get to the final, maybe 2 hours, 90 minutes of these long distance races, that we really see how things have come about with regards to how teams, especially the AM class teams, have cycled through their drivers and how strategically they've used their AM driver. Yeah,
there's something that's all of a sudden switched on in the final 2 hours. That's part of the reason why there's a regulation that says those qualifying tyres from Friday must be used in the race, but they have to be used before the 2 hours to go marker. So you're not having to use any scrubbed tyres in the final 120 minutes. That's when often the absolute pros will get on board. Elliot Earhart, he never did get ahead of Gerhard Terrassa despite trying every trick in the book. And now we've reached a point where the Santilot Racing crew are going to make their first pit stop on Sunday, and that will be for tyres. He will have already been for fuel. And look at the clock, Joe. We're now at half distance. 6 hours done in total, 5.5 yesterday, 30 minutes today. And that's a major hurdle, because in golf parlance, we're now into the back nine. And less time to go than we had at the start of, well, less time to go than we've had already.
Yeah, we're making our way out, and we're still some way off back timing that final pit stop. That's got a long way to go before we start thinking about that kind of tactic and strategy coming into play. Right now, it's all about getting the car going round and round and staying out of the pits, which the 114 Ligier is not about to do, as that car pulls off harmlessly. Alberto Antonucci at the wheel of the car. He's a little bit down on the other car in the TCE class, which is the Asbest Racing Seat Leon, and we saw that car having a drive shaft issue very late on in yesterday's segment of the race. It looks to me as though he's done a Control-Alt-Delete there and a reset in that car. Flashing lights, the number board flashing on and off, just showing that systems are switched down, systems are switched back on. There's a little bit of movement in the car, but the challenge for a team in the TCE class is the challenge of getting that car to last the 12 hours. And the little sports car, the Ligier GS2R, great little piece of kit, proper race car, power to weight ratio makes the car a pretty meaningful race car to drive.
Is this going to be a code 60, by the way?
It could well be if that car doesn't get moving.
Well, it will be, because we've got that message. So within 20 seconds, it'll be a code 60. If you get in now, you might get a very short blast. No, they're not going to. I was going to say, you might get a very short blast of green flag refueling, which is unlimited, well, up until your normal fuel allocation. But by the time they get to these smart pumps, it's going to be only the 15%.
Brilliant heads-up driving from a car I saw there. Was the Red Ant car, wasn't it? The Red Ant Mercedes getting into the pit lane, and that track position coming into play there, where it was in a position on the track before pit in. We saw the code 60 coming. The drivers have a readout in the car that tells them when the code 60 is coming. Heads-up driving, yes, only 15% of the fuel allocation being able to take it on, but he saved time in acquiring that fuel by not wasting time driving round to the pits at 60 kilometers an hour. So already into the pits, we've got a fire extinguisher being employed, or deployed, I should say, on the Ligier. So whether or not that's a brake catching fire on that left rear, a little bit of extinguishment being blown away in the wind, and the driver being told to get out. So we have got a recovery job. It doesn't mean the race is over for the Ligier. The Not Only Motorsport team will receive that car back via a recovery truck, but they will get an opportunity to get a chance of rectifying whatever it is that's brought that car to a halt. Let's head down to Sarah, who I think is in the Not Only Motorsport pit. Sarah, a lot of dejected faces there in the pit.
Just a few garages along, actually, down at Ajith Red Ant Racing. I was chatting to Ayrton Red Ant, who's told me to keep the camera far away from him due to commentators' curse yesterday, but I'm very close to Not Only Motorsport. I'm just joining our wonderful cameraman, Nico, who is showing you the team down here, who are looking very disappointed, and rightly so. But I'm waiting for the car to come back, and then I will have a chat with them and try and understand exactly what happened down there. So let me give you an update. But there's quite a few cars coming through at the moment. That was the 974 QMMF that just passed us there, powered by HRT. Well, I'll be back with you shortly when hopefully the 114 gets back here.
Yeah, I think it'll be some time, Sarah, before that car gets to you. The team will have no idea. They saw exactly what we saw, whether or not there was any communication between the driver via the pits-to-car radio. We'll leave them alone until they get the car back and able to analyse exactly what the problem is. And again, like I reiterate, the challenge is getting that car to the finish, getting that car to last the 12-hour race. You've only got 2 cars in the TCR class, so it's a race of 2 cars, but it's also a race against yourselves, isn't it, Johnny? It's the challenge of that.
Let me just remind you then of the relatively new refuelling rule under a Code 60, as the Maserati is now in from the GTX category. That's the gold and black number 767 car, and one of the TCE runners, the Asbest Racing Cupra. But according to the series bulletin for sporting regulations, which confused me a little bit in the earlier part of the weekend, only because things change within the qualifying format from the main sporting regulations to then the series bulletin, namely saying that you had to use a different set of tyres for each of the 3 individual qualifying sessions on Friday, and then use those 12 tyres total at some point in this weekend's race. Refueling during Code 60 is allowed, so you're not locked out of the pit lane. However, the following applies. In the case for the refueling operation, if it's completely during Code 60, i.e. Code 60 comes out and then you pit, then the Code 60 refueling amount is 15% of your maximum refueling amount, so significantly less. That'll only give you maybe 6 or 7 laps. But obviously a lot more laps when you're going around at Code 60 speed, 6 or 7 racing laps as soon as we go back to green. It is only allowed to refuel above the mentioned amount once per Code 60. And when a Code 60 lasts longer than 30 minutes, then you can come back in again. Was there a near miss in the fueling area there between the Huber Porsche and the Era Motorsport Ferrari?
Yeah, there was. No harm, no foul, though. They didn't. Heads up driving by Jake Hill in the Ferrari. He saw the Porsche. Bright orange as well. Can't really miss it. You can see that car from space, I'm pretty sure. We've gone green again, Johnny.
Yeah. Well,
so they will put those refueling regulations under Code 60 to bed for a little until the next one, and then we'll remind ourselves just what indeed these teams are allowed to do.
But it's worth making the point that if we do end up in a lengthy Code 60, that was never going to be one because it's just a car that needed to be recovered. But if there's some barrier damage, for instance, you can only pit once in every 30 minutes of a Code 60. So gone are the days where, well, it was a very Herbert way of doing it, whereby they would, the old rule used to be 50% of your normal fuel allocation, and they would come in on 1 lap, do the 50%, then in another 5 kilometres time they'd come back in again and do the other half of their allocation. You're not allowed to do that these days. And now, is that an unsafe release? No, because the Porsche's going to duck back into behind the Lamborghini, and it needs to serve a penalty anyway. So I think the 911 numbered Porsche will get away with that.
Yeah, I think that was one of our start penalties, wasn't it? The 911. No, it wasn't. The 911. Driving behaviour on track. That was from yesterday. That driving behaviour on track issued at 10:19 this morning. We weren't even started at 10:19, so that's something retrospectively looking back. Now that has been served for the 911 number car, and it's back out.
That was a bit awkward for the 911, though. The lollipop was lifted, and there was a Lamborghini in the fast lane, and now this is going to be a bit tight down at San Donato because the HRT Audi had to loop around the rejoining Porsche. The one thing that goes in the favour of the 911 Porsche is that the Lamborghini number 44 didn't actually have to check up. I didn't see any brake lights from Gerhard Twarasser's car. He had priority because he was in the fast lane and already alongside the Porsche. And actually the Porsche didn't want to get all the way into the fast lane, being mindful that it then needed to jink right again to get into the penalty box. But as I say, it was a tad awkward, that, and it might be looked at by the officials. So stand by your beds for any news on a further penalty for 911, which we sincerely hope he doesn't get. Torsten Kratz comes into pit lane in the 8th position, number 11 Hoffer Racing Mercedes.
That car is 4th in GT3 and Johnny, so it's only 1 spot away from a potential class podium. We've got a bit of an issue at the refueling for the number 11. I think we've got a chance to see exactly what that was. The car in refueling, the driver waving frantically, not really sure what the problem was. He's trying to communicate to his crew. Torsten waving his hands in the sort of gesticulate. I'm not sure what that means, Johnny. He's kind of trying to tell his crew that he wants their attention. Maybe he's then able to verbalise it. But he's not happy about something going on in refueling.
It was kind of left-right arm as if he was signalling a boundary in cricket, but I think he was saying no, stop, I need to talk to you, and he beckoned his mechanic round to the left-hand side where they were able to talk through the door. But that's been a longer pit stop than would ordinarily be the case. Alexander Prins takes over from Torsten Kratz, by the way, and he has rejoined as Prins right in front of the number of the Huber Racing Porsche, that bright orange and purple car, as we head for Sarah, far end of the pit lane. Sarah,
what happens here about how the cars serve their penalty. So right at the far end of the pit lane, as you say, this is where they serve their penalty box. Usually the teams will bring 1 team member down to ensure it is served. Oh, unlucky there. Sadly, we got that on camera. They send 1 team member down here to help them stop in the correct position, and then we can see on the screen behind us the cars that we're waiting to come in and serve their penalty. We have 2 of our fabulous team here, I don't know if they're going to give you a wave, who are checking on their screens to ensure they are served correctly. So this is where the penalties are served down in the penalty box at the far end of the pit lane.
It's not always positioned there. Well, it is at Mugello, but in other locations like at Dubai, the penalty box was under the podium, which was at pit in at the Dubai Autodrome. So you have to remember which track you're at every point, and you have to remember where the fueling area is in relation to the main pit lane, and that's why it's so crucial from a race engineer point of view to be almost constantly in the ear of your driver to say, don't forget fuel, and then we're doing a penalty on this stop as well. So lots of things for each of the drivers to remember.
And you can't take for granted that your driver's going to remember, for instance, here at Mugello, the fueling area is a pit in, and you've got to take that hairpin right, and it really is a tight hairpin. Some of these race cars have got a very narrow turning circle. So just a little polite reminder in his ear on the radio, don't forget fueling as he's coming in. When you say box, box, fuel first, fuel first, that's something of a protocol I would imagine that all of the teams are addressing, because it's easy for the driver who's remembering. He's just come off flat out racing on the track, and he's coming in and he's switching down and he's putting it into a different fuel mode for when he goes onto the pit lane speed limiter and all of that. And whether or not the driver remembers then to turn immediate right and not come into the pit lane as you would in other forms of racing without the fueling area, where the fueling is done in front of the pit garages. I've always loved Creventic racing for that fueling area, and that's because we can wear shorts and t-shirt in the pits and don't have to wear a horrible fire suit. However, with an ambient temperature of 8 degrees, a fire suit with a big woolly jumper over it would have been nice to have for Sarah to be able to wear. But she has got an all-in-one onesie on, so she looks like a little what's that kid's cartoon? It's underneath though. She's not going to discard her jacket and show us a pyjama onesie.
The kids' cartoon that involves a
Teletubbies, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, okay.
They're all in onesies, aren't they?
I thought that was just their bright purple and bright yellow skin.
In fur.
Or fur, yeah.
Fur.
The one thing that Sarah's missing in that respect is an antenna on her head, but that probably can be weaved into the uniform. That might be quite handy actually with a radio mic. Look at these 3 Porsches, all from the 992 class, and these are the main protagonists in the 992 battle. They finished yesterday's segment of the race on the same lap. They began therefore today's bit of well, say bit, 6.5 hours, meters apart, and a stellar fight for what is actually second and third in the category. No, it's first and second now. Yeah. Paul Meyer ahead of Rick Breukers, and surely it's going to get door handle to door handle during the rest of this stint in a moment.
We are very, very privileged to be able to watch this now. You've got possibly, arguably, the 2 best Porsche 992 Cup car drivers out there in these cars. Paul Meyer, absolute superstar in this car. Rick Breukers, another superstar. He's in the Red Camel's car, the one that we're in car with now, chasing down Paul Meyer. I can assure you, everybody, that these cars cannot be driven any faster than what we are witnessing. Rick Breukers, for instance, twice the GTD Daytona 24-hour winner. He's got 2 Rolexes to prove it. He's a Sebring 12 hours winner in the GTD class in the IMSA series, and he's a multiple champion and race winner at this Creventic style racing. And here we are. Just look at how close Paul Meyer was there through Arrabbiata 2. Just look how close he is to the edge of the curb, almost putting a wheel in the gravel, but not. And that's how optimized these cars are being. We are very, very lucky to see these 2 drivers come together, racing and stinting at the same time on the track. And this battle for the 992 lead is going to be an absolute cherry on a very, very rich ice.
I mean, don't forget Paul Meyer's history in some big single-seater cars. Do you remember Super League Formula, where the teams were named after some of the biggest European football clubs around, well, this part of the world and a little further afield? Actually, Paul used to drive for the Atletico Madrid Super League team in 2010. And he also has driven in Formula Masters as well for teams like AR Motorsport. He's a former Formula Renault champion going back to 2003. And then in more recent seasons, a regular in the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux Championship with Hans Weiss Motorsport. He's driven for Fach Autotech as well in the 24H series. He's been in the Nürburgring 24 hours for Max Cruiser Racing at Cup 2 level for these cars. So Paul's mightily experienced. Now actually, well, significant birthday for him last March. So that means we're actually only about a week away from his 41st birthday, Paul Meyer. Rick's a little younger than that, but to be honest, the timing screen doesn't pay any attention to ages of drivers, far more focused on the sort of lap times they can produce. And as I say, some high-powered single-seater cars are in the past for Paul Meyer, but he's become a Porsche Carrera Cup expert. These 2 Dutchmen then going hammer and tongs together, first and second. It is the battle for 10th, but that's 10th overall behind 9 GT3 cars. But this will determine who finishes on the top step of the podium, potentially in the 992 class. And remember that these are the only 2 non-AM driver lineups as well. The rest in 992 are of the AM variety, but have pros in amongst their driver combos as well. I do know that one driver that has mightily impressed in the 909 car this weekend is Fabian Dance, joining the Breukers family this weekend. Has Paul Meyer gone a little bit too wide into Bouchinet corner? No, he coped with that well and just about stays on the track, in inverted commas track, because the red, green and white curbing, that thin slither of curb at Mugello, is considered the track. You might be wondering why not more cars are being pinged for track limits. Well, that's because Jeroen Steenhuis says the curb, and there is this distinct bit of the curb there, you can see it on the exit, in fact, of San Donato. We will count that as the track this weekend. 5 hours and 42 minutes to go. And this is why, really, the grandstand finish yesterday between these 2 Porsches was so important, because it kept these 2 cars, the 921 of Mühlner and the 909 of Red Camel, on the same lap, Sarah Esser, and therefore for the first hour of the restarted race we're able to enjoy absolutely nose-to-tail racing between the blue and white of Mühlner and the black and orange of Red Camel. It's good, this.
It is good. What a way to start the day. I mean, unfortunately, some of the cars got some penalties on the start, but we're trying to, clean that up early part of the series. I mean, I've just jumped in the hot seat. Joe's been keeping it warm. It quite literally is the hot seat. Yes, it is much warmer in here.
As warm as the heated car seat in our Ford Cougar this weekend.
Oh, I have been making the most of that. I mean, any excuse to call shotgun, hey?
Yes. Well, I mean, it's a little chillier than Dubai conditions, so, you've taken some acclimatizing, I suppose, to Mugello in the spring. It's a pretty bad year as far as temperature is concerned. It's never normally this cold, and to have some support races at just, 4 degrees Celsius, I think it was this morning, was a bit of a shock for many of the teams as well, because tyres need a certain ambient temperature to be switched on, and one or two did struggle with the lack of heat today.
In particular, Igor Sorokin, I mean,
yeah,
they were in a very good position. HRT Performance, and it's looked like it's cost him.
Yeah, I never did get to the bottom of precisely why that bit of rear bodywork had been ripped away from the car, and they obviously had a puncture as well. When your car is straight and looking pretty healthy overnight, the last thing you want is then a prang on the first lap, which maybe wasn't even of his own making, in the wrong place at the wrong time. But they cope with it well.
It was sometime within the first 2 laps, I believe. Perhaps one of our cameramen managed to pick it up. We can take a look at the replay a little bit. We're hearing now there was a contact with the 73 car.
Well, for the 73, it wasn't in relation to 928 there. This is something totally different for your Drysoft. Oh, that was a big hit, actually, with the Viper Nizza Mercedes up the hill there at Scarperia. Drysoft's turned in. He didn't know the Mercedes was just going to be there. And it was a sort of do-or-die manoeuvre from the Viper Nizza Mercedes. Now, what I've got to try and work out is who's at the wheel of the Malaysian car. Shout if you spot it. Oh, there he is, Dominic Ang, who I think you caught up with Dom yesterday.
I did. I had a chat with him in the garage. They're very excited to be here. I mean, a team over. They've been competing in Malaysia and Sepang, and they're very excited to be here. But the first time over in Europe, probably getting used to these conditions, as we were also just talking about.
Well, if they hadn't sort of been aware that they were in a motor race, I certainly think both cars are now, because, I mean, they'll be feeling that for the rest of the stint. And the danger is that that might have done some internal damage to either the Porsche or the Mercedes, or both cars. That can very easily knock the steering out of alignment. And the last thing you want is the front right pitching in one direction and the front left not quite copying it. So it could bend a track arm or as a steering arm very easily indeed. They're built to be resilient, these metal parts, but not always designed for a big thump like that. We had a bit of a thump yesterday evening in the drive home when Joe hit a pothole that was totally in the out of the blue. I think I've still got a headache from that.
You've really stitched him up there.
Well, Joe's normally a good driver, but I wasn't impressed with that, frankly. Anyway, Rolf Eichen leads the way. Herbert Motorsports Porsche. He is, well, we've got to wait for Gerhard Trovatta in this car to complete this lap to find out the gap, but it's mighty, because Rolf is already into the second sector, and the Lamborghini's yet to complete his current third sector. So there's 1 sector clearance between first and second. And we go back again to Paul Meyer, fellow Dutchman to Rick Breukers. And Breukers is now hanging on to the coattails just about of Paul Meyer, but he might be struggling here through the traffic. That's, again, a thing about multi-class racing is that the traffic can go in potentially your favour and then doesn't go in the chasing car's favour. And it's very easy for a gap that was maybe 2 seconds at the start of a battle to be opened up to 10 or 15 seconds just because of where you're catching the back markers. So 992 up as high as, what, 10th place now, which is very impressive. That's an indication of some of the bad luck from some of those GT3 cars that are very much midfield. I mean, do you remember back to yesterday yesterday afternoon it was, because we started at 12:10. Mauro Engel, who you spoke to, who is, you know, a world-class sports car driver. He was driving the 28 Mercedes, still is today, and will be in it later on. But, you know, where is car 28 now? They're down in 14th place.
Really tumbled down. I mean, based on qualifying, we thought they were going to be right up there with, who was the other team? They've also been pinged with a Santalock Junior team. They were pinged with a penalty. They're doing pretty well. They're still up there with Elliot Earhart. But, I mean, it was sort of Get Speed and Santalock who were putting in the best times. We thought they were going to be able to show it through the race, but this is endurance.
Yeah.
Anything can happen. We've seen a lot happen so far. I mean, a lot picked up penalties. Have they all served their penalties so far? I think the 921 perhaps hasn't.
We'd need to switch to, can you see the grey blocks at the top of the screen? Click penalties, and then we can work out whether all have been served. One's been cancelled there, I noticed. The 73 car causing a collision at turn 6. That was potentially a 15-second penalty, but has now been cancelled for Jörg Dreishoff.
And as we speak, I think one car has just come down in the pit lane.
That is Jörg, in fact. It's the same car,
Cameraman
coincidentally.
is currently on lunch, so we won't be able to see which car it is unless you can peer out the window to see who's down there serving a penalty. But I think someone is currently in the penalty box right now. So let's see. We've got another one exceeding speed limit in the pit lane, just gone out to the 701 car.
Which is the Vortex.
Which is the Vortex. I mean, they've been having a very Vortex weekend, can we say that? But they
Yeah, you
just
probably can.
keep on going. I guess the other good side of that is a Vortex weekend is they just never give up.
Well, that's true.
They're
I mean,
still here.
They know how to come back from the brink of potential retirement, because we've seen, sadly, that car off the road a couple of times. But like you say, they don't give up because they have been given so many excuses not to give up. And great to have another car within the GTX category trying to take the fight to the Maserati GT2 car. We didn't have the MC20 at Dubai, but it's certainly a welcome addition to this year's event at Mugello. And Dynamic Motorsport, well, if you're a follower of the 24H series, Dynamic Motorsport are certainly not a new name in their years of running Porsche GT3 cars, but that's a very different piece of kit that they are trying to get their heads around. And there's potential to win the class this weekend. Rick Breukers still trying to find his way by a Mercedes now. Well, that's the Viper Nizza car that's got ahead. And this is what I mean about traffic. Rick's trying to stay as close as he can to the blue and white Porsche, but now this Viper Nizza Mercedes, which has to make its way through the slower Porsche. I say slower Porsches, they're still rapid, but in comparison to the GT3 cars. And Rick now has just got to be patient and wait for Dominic Ang to in turn get by Paul Meyer, and then that will give Rick a free line of sight to the car he's ultimately trying to catch again.
There's a lot of conversation in the YouTube chat about whether the 921 has served their penalty. I believe they've served the penalty for the track limit infringement, but not yet served the penalty for the false start. We had several cars issued with that in quick succession, which was the 91, the 81, the 18, 93, 91 and 928. But it looks like they have served it. They have. So 921 has now served all of their current penalties. Just to clear up what is going on in the chat for everyone that is joining us on the YouTube stream. If you have any questions for us, let us know. After lunch, I will be back down in the pit lane so I can ask any questions to the team that you may have as well. Looks like one of our members is having pizza. I mean, we've had pizza. We had the big pizza delivery yesterday from Creventic for all the teams.
You're playing the game, I reckon, assuming you're not in Italy, of I'm going to eat the food appropriate to whatever race I'm watching. So I remember watching I think a World Endurance Championship race. In fact, I think I was commentating on a World Endurance Championship race from Brazil. Therefore had to drink a caipirinha in the evening. I wasn't actually in Brazil at the time, but you've got to associate the drinks, the cocktails or the food with wherever you're witnessing the action from.
Absolutely. Well, we've got another question here about where is Max. I mean, we don't have to talk about which Max they're talking about. Could be Max Moritz.
I think
Should
it
we
is.
see where Max Moritz's team is right now? We still need to answer the question about the Clad or the Tartan, depending on where you are from around the world, is on the Herbert Motorsport car.
So that's the 269 car from Herbert, is that right?
That is correct. It is the 269 in the GT3.
So where's the, I mean, here's the artist's impression of the car. Where's the tartan? Down the flank of the car? Or just all over it? Right, okay. So from about the B pillar, about halfway down, all the way to the rear, because it's got 3 noticeable white stripes, which gives the impression that the car is going very, very fast, even when it's parked in the pit lane. But then the green along both of its sides is like a tartan effect.
It is, yeah, exactly like that. Later on, we were in the garage with it earlier. Do you remember?
Probably.
Where they were working out what the electrical fault was.
Yes.
And it ended up being the ABS sensor wasn't
with
working.
One of the Renault twins.
Yes.
And he said, oh yeah, it's this very, very small and cheap part which has prevented us from continuing. Yeah, okay. Well, what we didn't get was an actual view of the side of the car. I mean, you've stood next to it, and it's amazing when you stand next to a car, you go, oh, that's what the livery looks like, because at high speed and from distance, it's tough to pick out the little details like that. But I'm glad that you've seen these livery from up close and therefore can fill in a few of the blanks. But it still doesn't resolve precisely why it's got a bit of tartan on there. Trying to work out whether there's a Scottish connection. Here it is. So here's the 269 car. There's actually tartan effect over the nose of the car as well. So it's a cool colour scheme. And in amongst that battle is still Rick Breukers. We've had nearly an hour of today's portion of the race. That has disappeared very quickly indeed. But still quite a bit of cloud cover. Have you checked any weather apps today, by the way?
I haven't, but I've checked my own sense of the weather, and I can tell you it's pretty chilly. I think we're going to hold off the rain. This was a wet race last year, so quite different conditions today. But a lot of the drivers saying they noticed the difference between yesterday and today, and we have as well, to be honest.
But that's the big question on everybody's lips, is are we going to need any grooved, treaded tyres before the end of it? Because it might all be panning out in a predictable fashion, but if the heavens do happen to open, even just a little bit, that will add an element of jeopardy to the closing stages. It's kind of the last thing that everybody wants, having entered a 12-hour race, for it to all suddenly change in the final 60 minutes, but it's not unknown in the history of racing.
Just checking the weather app.
Okay, you're on that challenge. Excellent. A car peeling off to the right-hand side there might have been the Herbert 269. Let's just see whether that car is showing in pit lane. We have a car in the fueling area already, which is the 907 RPM racing car in its bright green colours for Philip Hamprecht. No, 269 looks like it's still staying out. Robert Renauer at the wheel. Vipanitsa Racing now with Rick Breukers right on its boot lid. And yeah, there is the 269 still on the racetrack rather than in pit lane. Paul Meyer, leading in the 992s, now has a little bit of a fly in the ointment because the treble 8 car, I want to say, just ahead of it, that's Louis Perrault. And if that is Perrault, he is really very fast. And Perrault is not on the same lap as the Mullner Motorsport car, but will pose Meyer a big problem in trying to get through, and Meyer at the same time is trying his level best to keep the Vipanitsa Mercedes behind as well, because the danger is if Paul Meyer allows Dom Ang through, oh, he's going to do that actually, he's got the track space to do it, but I was going to say if he gives too much space to that Mercedes, then Rick Breukers could very easily sneak past as well. But thankfully for Paul Meyer, that was not the case. It does though bring the red camel car much closer. We might have a drama here on track though, Sarah, because at the Biondetti chicane there are yellow flags. No overtaking therefore through this section, and has somebody lost it on the exit? Just trying to work out whether there's somebody in the gravel trap in this vicinity. I can't see anybody off the road, but there are certainly yellow flags at turn 14, which is the second of those very fast sweepers just before this, the final corner. And out of Bulcine and back across this long straight goes the fight. There is the problem. So it was Biondetti, and that's
best racing.
Yeah, that car 102.
Yep, 102 as best. They had quite a few cars out in Dubai. Just one car out here. I mean, we got to hear from, was it Peter who was telling us about the spec yesterday? I met a lot of people.
Felix, I think.
Felix, you're right, it was Felix.
We're going to go code 60 in 20 seconds, less than 20 seconds. So another opportunity perhaps to take some fuel. Although whereas in the old days, no question you would get in for effectively a free fuel fill, these days that loophole has been closed to a certain extent. It's Pia Olsen who's driving that car. I don't think she's made a mistake. I think potentially the car's just stopped on her, and she's tried to do as much of the safe thing as possible and get it certainly off the road, but far too dangerous to be continuing racing with her very close indeed to the side of the track, because all it needs is for someone to have a little tiny error of themselves and she could easily be collected. So second caution of the day, 60 kilometers per hour for everyone. Look at this queue. I mean, it's like the formation lap again. 2, 4, 6, 8 cars have all found one another.
It is a busy track out there, but it's good because it's a busy grid and we wanted to have lots of racing. Well, code 60 also means they can jump in for fuel. We do see a flurry. I was talking to Simon Hill earlier on, and he said, unfortunately, they timed their fuel stop just before the last code 60. Obviously, you never know when they're going to come out. Just a bit unlucky for them because they lost some time here. But other cars heading in, we've got the 73, which is the Proton Huber competition. We were just looking at there. They've come in for some fueling, but only 15% of their allocation can go in. But we've had 2 code 60s in fairly quick succession. It was about 20, 30 minutes ago. So 15% plus 15%. I mean,
yeah, it all adds up. And the key thing is that there's been some green flag running in between the 2 code 60s. Had it been a continuous one, you wouldn't have been able to pit again. You can only pit every 30 minutes when a code 60 is out. But then if one code 60 comes to an end and we go back to green, the next code 60 gives you another 15%. And 15% under green flag speeds is about 6 or 7 laps. And that might have been the interval, actually, between the 2 code 60s, about 6 or 7 laps. Well, it certainly would have helped you along the way to a certain degree. And it's worth having, bearing in mind, you know, whilst you're in the fueling area, all the other cars that decide to stay out, they can only go at 60 kilometres per hour. So it's a bit of free fuel, even though it's nothing like the full fuel allocation. I mean, for argument's sake, let's say your normal allocation is 100 litres. You would only get 50 litres under a code 60. Herbert Motorsport lead after how many laps in total when you add yesterday's amount in as well? 193. Pia Olsen's Cupra is now going to be lifted to a safer location. They won't necessarily put it right back on the track because there's no guarantee she'll get that car started. What they'll probably do is tow it further back down that little escape road so that she's protected by the concrete wall overlap, and then if Pia can get the Cupra refired, then she's free to rejoin the race and might actually just head straight for the pit lane so that Asbest Racing can assess precisely what's wrong. Now, this all depends on whether you've calibrated your speed limiter correctly, because there looks to be lots of different takes on a 60 km/h speed limit there. 1 or 2 cars were catching others, I noticed, coming out of Bucine corner. Rick Breukers is going to pit, but I don't think Paul Meyer came in the 921 car. No, he didn't. Right, so we reckon that Mullner Motorsport sort of fainted towards pit lane entry and then decided at the last minute not to do it. So was he trying to throw Red Camel a bit of a dummy here? I'm coming in, I'm coming in, I'm coming in. No, I'm not. And he, at the very last minute, turns left, by which point, was Rick Breukers committed to coming in? Or did they always want to take fuel in 909? But that's the sort of antics you see being played.
That's
fun to watch.
For me to take down to the pit lane after all the lunch breaks have cycled through. So I will go and find out from Mullner Motorsport. Paul Meyer, he was having a bit of a tour of Italy over this weekend. I mean, brought into the race fairly last minute on Monday, and he had a team presentation on, when was it, yesterday? No, it was Friday night,
wasn't it, I think?
So he was here for qualifying, ran away to Rome, which I guess isn't too far, but decent.
Well, I looked it up, 3 hours and 30-minute drive there, and the same back, so it's 7 hours of driving. I don't know whether he was doing all the driving or whether they shared it, but and then he's got to go out. I mean, this was a kind of evening function, wasn't it? So top hat and tails on, and I don't know whether he was doing a little public appearance or collecting. Was it some sort of ceremony that he was attending?
I'm not too sure. He just told me it was a team presentation. To be honest, I got down to the pit lane. He'd not long gone out the car. I mean, like 5 minutes, and he'd got changed into nice, fancy clothes.
Better clothes.
Not what you'd usually see around a pit lane. So I just was stunned. So I asked him where he was off to, and he said he was in a bit of a rush. We had a quick chat, and then off he went, made it back for the race, well, the start of the race yesterday.
An evening in the Eternal City. You can't knock that.
And a conversation, well, someone in the chat is asking about how far it is to city proper. I mean, city proper around here. Are we talking Florence, Bologna? Florence just under an hour, Bologna 1 hour?
Yeah. I mean, there's some biggish places nearby, but I mean this is equivalent to, in my mind, to like the M40 in the UK, as in Motorsport Valley, because you've got just up the road in one direction Imola, in Emilia-Romagna, and also in that province the home of Modena and Maranello, but obviously Bologna then is the home of Lamborghini. Maserati not that far away either. There's lots of different tracks in the vicinity. Misano's not that far, down in at Rimini as well. We're back to green, by the way, and the Herbert Motorsport car did pit as the race leader. Rolf Eichen is still shown as the race leader, but I think that might be a slight false position on the timing screen. What we'll need to allow them to do is complete the next lap to give us a true order. But Gerhard Terrassa in the ARC Bratislava car is being shown in second place. Pretty sure the 44 came in for some fuel as well. Too good an opportunity, frankly, not to dive into the pits, even if it is for 15% worth of fuel, because you'll generally find if those around you have taken fuel and you have not, that might come back to bite you much later on in the piece. And even at this very, very early stage, when you bear in mind that most of these GT3 cars do about an hour's worth on fuel, they might even, with 5 hours and 20 minutes to go, be thinking about the back timing to 6 o'clock or 6:30 tonight. Be thinking, right, how many more stints do we need to do? How many more driver changes are we going to do as well? But pretty much everybody came in. The only slight question mark is the Santilok Junior Team Audi. I'm not sure whether that car did actually make a stop in the previous Code 60. So that is currently being driven, car number 18, by Elia Earhart. Yes, Elia did come in. So Rolf Eichen's been in as the race leader, Gerhard Terrassa with a blast of fuel, Peter Gulinks did as well, but unsurprisingly there were very few driver changes. One driver change, though, saw Jake Hill get out of his Ferrari and Dwight Merriman get in. So Ferrari pitted during the Code 60, and they have chosen to do a driver change at the same time. I suppose there's an element of that being a free driver change, because the rest of your rivals are going so slowly. So that might pay off. The thing is about often going against the grain of everybody else. You know, if you're not in a great position, i.e. 6th at the moment, do something different from everybody else, and that might pay off later on in the race.
And that's what Morna Motorsport were telling us yesterday. Do you remember when I was down there with their team manager, I think it was, and he was telling us always like to try something a little bit opposite, because you just never know. And it worked for them yesterday, put them in a good position yesterday, and perhaps that's what they're going to do today. Well, let's run through who is currently leading the race. So we have Rolf Eichen, is that how you say it, Johnny? Eichen from Herbert Motorsport, and then just behind him is Gerhard. Oh my goodness, it's all the names today.
Gerhard. Now you can say
Gerhard
Terrassa, or I think probably the W is pronounced with a V, so it's more like Terrassa, but that's more difficult to say. Gerhard Terrassa.
Well, Gerhard
just call him Gerhard.
In the ARC Bratislava in the Lamborghini Huracan, and currently in third we have Peter Gulinks of the Haas RT. Quite an impressive team, that team. 2 drivers, as we have been talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, long 12 hours for them.
I mean, they're going to sleep pretty well tonight, I would have thought. I don't know how many hours in total they will have done, but you would like to think it was about a 50-50 split across 2 days. Certainly a 12-hour race in this format is not as punishing as doing it in one big slug. But nevertheless, each of the Gulinks will have done pretty much 6 hours each, you would have thought, in a kind of 24-hour period, well, slightly more than a 24-hour period, a 30-hour period, let's say.
Did we ever get to the bottom of the regulations around 2 drivers? I guess they do have to split the driving time equally. It is also an AM car. Worth noting, we've got 2 of our AM cars up there in the 2nd and 3rd. Still a long way to go, but impressive.
Yeah. But I mean, they were 1st and 2nd overnight. And that's sort of not how the regulations should make it work out, although it gives it a slight, I think as an AM driver lineup, you are given a little bit of a help to be on a more of an even keel compared to the Pro-Ams. This is a nice battle nose to tail. Well, we're paying close attention between the gap between Ayrton Redon in the Agit Redant racing car and the chasing 73. The Mercedes was obviously pretty close to a car in front as well, but I don't think they're on the same lap. No, because that's the E2P Aston, isn't it, that had all of the problems yesterday. So sadly for E2P Racing, their Aston Martin Vantage is quite a bit further down the order. Meanwhile, 5 hours and 15 minutes to go. And the Porsche of Jörg Dreishoff, no, is it still Jörg? No, it's Konstantin Dressler who's taken that car over for Proton competition. And Dressler is trying to at least stick with Ayrton Redant, ideally reel him in, but Ayrton Redant's now wriggled free of the laps down Aston Martin for E2P Racing. So that could have potentially caused more of a delay for the chasing Mercedes than it did. And the Merc, having got by, is now able to put the bright orange and purple Porsche, which Konstantin Dressler has only very recently taken over from Jörg Dreishoff. But Dressler wants to get by Joe Bradley ahead of this back-marking Aston Martin.
Yeah, the Porsche is chasing down that red and white Mercedes. Ayrton Redon knows full well who his on-track battle is with, and it's that orange and blue car. Bluey purple car, still trying to get by the E2P Racing Aston Martin, which is a GT3 spec car, so it's not an easy ask from the Porsche driver. Konstantin Dressler not trying to be delayed too long. Will make quick work of that, and then on goes the chase. So we've got a couple of seconds between these two cars. At least 2.8 seconds to be exact, and that is going to come back to them. So now we've got a straightforward race. They are battling for 7th and 8th overall, and they just off the Pro-Am podium, actually 4th and 5th in the Pro-Am class. More back markers for Ayrton Redon to negotiate by, and Konstantin Dressler chases on. 5 hours and 13 minutes remain, well, just under 14 before we get to the straightforward 5 hours to go. So still plenty of motor race, still teams and drivers going about their business, drivers trying to not be delayed too much by negotiating traffic, but it's at the point of the race, Sarah, where we've managed to get by half distance. We've seen a little bit of adversity there in the pit lane, haven't we? We've seen teams having to address issues, but dare I say it, not too much adversity for these teams to have had to manage so far.
Is that
I've said it now. I've said it now, haven't I? It is the Q word. Yeah.
Q word. Quiet.
I've said it now.
Oh dear, it's all going to come rolling now. Well, yesterday I was talking to Ayrton Redant, and not long after speaking with him,
it was all your fault.
I mean,
it was
we saw
absolutely your fault
at dinner later on, and I completely got an earful, didn't I? Because it was,
yeah.
I guess it was the commentator's curse. So now he's avoiding me. He's in the car at the moment. I mean, they're trying to work their way back up.
You were on the verge of being banned from the Red Ant team garage, to be honest, because it was as if like you waved a magic wand of doom upon them just in that conversation you were having. In fact, wasn't it while you were in the conversation, the car was in the gravel?
Not quite. It was seconds after I walked out the garage. So I was speaking with Ayrton. We had a conversation on air, and he was saying it's going pretty well. And Ajit was putting in some consistent laps, and just as I walked out the garage, it went in the gravel.
Yes, yeah, it can happen. I'm not really a believer in any of that, you know. I'm not. It's commentator's curse, no. I'm not going to be involved in that. We've got a great on-track scrap going on here. The red and white car of Red Ant Racing, not just Red Ant Racing, to give it its full title for this year. Konstantin Dressler not able to do anything about that. Well, the gap has actually gone out. It was 2.8 seconds. It's gone out to 3.2. So it looks like Ayrton Redon has got control of that pace, and if anything, he's making hay while the rain shines. Good sign that the Ligier is back out. So whatever that issue was, and let's put that on Sarah's job list of what to find out when you head off back down the pits after Johnny's pit stop. The Ligier, remember, ground to a halt, looked like some sort of electrical problem, but did have to be recovered back to the garage. And of course, you were down there, weren't you? You weren't quite in that garage when that happened, so you can't be blamed for that, Sarah.
No, I wasn't touching that garage at the time, but obviously they don't know until the car's back to be able to speak to the driver and diagnose exactly what was going on. But I will head down there a little bit later on to get a better insight into what's happening there. But let's take a look at how the race is going so far. It is the midsection of the race, still a long way to go. Who knows what can happen? This is the battle for 7th between Dressler, who's driving the Proton competition, and Ayrton Redant, who is driving the Ajith Redant Racing. This battle has been going on for some time. A little bit of distance between them.
A 1.2 deficit, a 1.2 loss of lap time over 2 laps. Lap 194, he lost 4 tenths, and then just on 9 tenths lost on lap 195. So Dressler is falling away from the Redant car. Ayrton Redant just coming up to the Ferrari.
Era Motorsport.
Yeah, that has got Dwight Merriman in. So that's the AM driver in the Ferrari. So the Ferrari, Dwight will not mind me saying, the Ferrari not being optimised now, but you being used tactically, of course. You have to use the AM driver, don't you? He has to have that stint in the car, and Dwight is an experienced driver and the sort of driver that'll plod round and round and bring the car home without anything really sort of damaging happening to it. He'll keep out of trouble. He's got a lot of experience as Dwight Merriman. First came across Dwight racing in the United States in the IMSA series. So a good, steady pair of hands is what you need from an AM driver.
And he will need to do 1/6 of the race, I believe. So that's 2 hours. I think he did 1 hour yesterday, so there's going to have to be 1 hour in the car today. When did he jump in? Can we see how much? Let's have a look over at your screen.
Dwight he's only just got in 12 minutes ago, so he's just started his 1 hour stint, which is what he would expect to be used. He's got to do his 1 hour, like you say. So that's just begun for him.
And good to get that done earlier in the race for race 2. They put Jake Hill in the car to be able to get through the early laps, getting a bit of good position. And then, we can see Herberth Motorsport now in. This is the number 91 car, in getting some fuel. This was who was leading the race. The 44 has now come through. That is the ARC Bratislava. That is because they're in for fuel. Let's see if they follow into the pit lane for perhaps a driver change after fueling.
Yeah, the Lamborghini, that one there, the bright yellow one, being handed the lead. Into 2nd place ahead of the Herberth car has gone the HRT Audi, which we expect to be the case. Interesting story behind the HRT. You managed to catch a couple of words with Chris de Donker there, who is the kind of team manager stroke team #1 mechanic, #1 race engineer. And it's interesting, if you're a geek like me, that they are addressing this race with only 2 drivers. And I think he said to you, was it in qualifying when we first had the conversation with him, he said it kind of simplifies the strategy. You've got a driver in the car. Which driver are you going to put in next? Well, the one not in the car, the one sat in the garage, or the one sat in the motorhome. So it kind of simplifies it. It's just about driver time and flip-flopping between the 2. You haven't got a variable difference in performance greatly with the 2 Gulnex partners. So it's a case of just quite literally driving round and round and seeing where you pop out after the 12 hours. And at the moment, he was the overnight leader with that HRT. Peter Gulnex at the wheel of the 21. Rolf van Eycken still showing in fueling in the Herberth Motorsport Porsche. And as we do flip-flop through this pit stop phase, we expect that lead to come back to the Herberth car when this Lamborghini and indeed the HRT Audi, when it's their turn to pit stop for fuel and tyres, and indeed driver.
when you were stepping out for a little bite to eat. Hope it was good over there.
It's very
Creventic
good.
have got an incredible endurance lounge now.
Absolutely outstanding catering at this level. As expected, it's been pretty good for years, and it just gets better and better and improves. And of course, we're in Italy. It's an Italian catering team, and it's not very good for my waistline, all this beautiful pasta. So I'm going to have to do about 50 million steps this week to get rid of it. But, oh man, it's just... I think we had this conversation sometime last season where we were somewhere and we just didn't quite have the same pasta and the taste of the pasta that our Italian caterers can manage here. It is absolutely exquisite, and the only thing I can say is there's only Italians know how to make proper pasta. It's beautiful. You are going to go down and try some lunch later on.
Oh, absolutely. It has been incredible all weekend. I mean, it's a new lounge here for Creventic, the Endurance. I believe it's called the Endurance Lounge. And
Yep.
do you know what? It's also the atmosphere. It brings all the teams together, all the drivers together in this lounge. We get to meet them as well, sort of, you know, away from the track.
I mean, some of the conversations that we're able, the insight that we're able to glean, not some of it not broadcastable. Nothing that because it's gossip, but because it would give their strategies and tactics away to other teams. That's what we mean by that. But it's great insight for the likes of ourselves.
Absolutely. Well, it has been great to pop down there and obviously get a bit of an insight between the teams. Into the racing now. We're following the leader at the moment, which is the ARC Bratislava. They started on front row earlier on today for the second half of the race. Wonder if there are any battles going on further down the pack. Currently leading the 992s is the Molnar Motorsport, being driven by Paul Meyer. He's just made his way past the Red Ant Racing, but it looks like Red Ant Racing are actually in for some fuel, as are the 888 of Seb Lejoux.
Just ahead of this Lamborghini, there it is, the gold car there. That's a Maserati MC12 in GT2 spec. That's one of two cars that's running in GTX, the other car in GTX. I wonder if we can follow that Maserati and get a very good look at it, because it's a real sort of fan favourite, especially here in Mugello, the home of both of those marques, actually. Lamborghini and Maserati are big manufacturers, big names in motorsport history, not just in Italy, but worldwide. Of course, Maserati, one of the dominant factors in early Formula One back in the 50s. And it is a beautiful example and a very fast car, just underneath GT3 performance spec, just above GT4 and just above 992 Cup class performance spec as well, carrying a little bit less aero than a GT3 and a little bit more aero than a 992 Cup car, to give you an idea of where it is in the scheme of things. And that's the Maserati that's circulating just behind this leading Lamborghini. 992 being led, as you mentioned, by Molnar Motorsport. Paul Meyer, one of the fastest drivers in this class. He's got a gap of about 20 seconds to the second car. Rick Broiker's not been able to stay on terms with that car. As we look down towards the third place car, just hidden in behind the bright yellow Porsche there, that's the black and yellow Audi of the Sonderloch Junior team, Elliot Earhart, who has been in the car since the restart, hasn't he?
He has. He's been in since the very beginning of the second part of the race. I mean, let's have a look. He must be coming up towards... So we've been going for an hour and a half now today. So
1 hour 22 is his stint time.
1 hour 22.
So he's into his second fuel stint, if anything.
And Santalok Racing was one of the teams that, after qualifying, you thought would be right up there. But I think they might be one of the teams that hang in there towards the back end of the race and then come through. They're just hanging in at the right position to make their moves later on in the race.
We kind of get a better indication of who is in contention for the race win towards the final 2 hours. It's when all of the teams have cycled through their AM drivers, which gives a kind of false impression as to where the team are. The Sonderloch team, I'm not sure, they don't tend to share that much information with regards to how they're going to go about their race, because it'd be giving too much away. There's Peter Gulnex in the blue and yellow car. That's the Hofer Mercedes, the number 11. That is currently 9th. Alexander Prince at the wheel. That is the Ligier. That's had a little bit of attrition as the rest of the field come through. Now that is the number 974. That is a car that is currently third in 992 and first in the 992 class car. Now that car, underneath the QMMF badge, is HRT Performance, so a very experienced race team underneath that car, but those drivers coming all the way from the Middle East and the representing Qatar and doing an absolutely outstanding job, I've got to say. They've really come on, and it's a very competitive outfit now, and their driver lineup is becoming more and more experienced the more racing they're getting done, not just in Europe, of course. They were a big part of the Middle East Trophy, certainly the Abu Dhabi 6 hours, which I was at, and the Dubai 24 hours. Not quite sure how they did it. Can you remember how they did it in Dubai? We'd have to have a look at the results.
Off the top of my head, last year they were on the podium. This year, I think, I'm not too sure. Let me check the results and I will come back to you on that one.
Okay, we'll have another look at the Maserati there in the metallic gold livery there. It is unique to this field. He's just about to be overtaken by the Herbeth car, the erstwhile leader, Rolf Eichen, at the wheel of the black Porsche behind it. But this Maserati, GT2 spec Maserati, currently leading GTX. It's a car that was put to Creventic, the organisers, and in that spec we managed to find somewhere for it to race, and GTX is a great place for it to be. It's had a little bit of not a straightforward run to this point. And Eichen in the Porsche. Now the driver of the Maserati is, I've lost him on my timing screen. Oh, there he is. Roberto Pampanini, a name that, if you have followed Creventic style racing, you're no stranger to Pampanini. As the stream takes us on board with the number 11 Mercedes, the Hofer car, Alexander Prince at the wheel, and Alex, a very speedy and fast pair of hands to put in any GT3 race car. We first came across Alex as a mechanic for the Hofer team. He's the husband of Chantal Prince, formerly Chantal Kroll. It's a family effort completely. Chantal sharing the car, former ladies champion and overall champion in the 24H series, and Hofer Racing being a stalwart part of this race series over the years. That's the 992 leader there, the blue and white car of Paul Meyer, just ahead on the road of the Hofer Mercedes. So Alexander Prince will, with being in a GT3 spec car, he will soon be coming upon the back end of the class-leading Paul Meyer car.
Well, looking at the results for QMMF from the Dubai 24 hours this year, I don't know how I didn't remember it, to be honest, but they were class pole. They were class. I
thought they'd had a good run.
Winners.
Yeah, that's what triggered it in my mind, but I couldn't.
16th overall, same drivers that they have out here. So perhaps off the back of that, they've come back to do the European
I think we were talking to them in the Middle East, and they were saying how they were planning bringing the team and the car out to do the European Championship, and they're a great addition and very competitive as well. You can't discount them. I think we first came across that driver lineup in the Kuwait 12 hours, maybe 2 seasons ago, and very early on gaining experience in racing and driving in this series, and they really have proven to be, one of the teams that you can't discount from contention of a class, of being on the class podium. At the moment they're running third and have been solidly there, swapping for currently they're third, swapping and have taken a turn of even leading 992. So, depending on where we flip-flop the pit stop phase, if it flip-flops in that direction and they happen to be in the lead towards the checkered flag and their pit stops have been done and we're back timing to that last stop, they're very much in contention if they can continue this performance. Inside of 5 hours now, though, Sarah.
just under 5 hours. Well, we have the 4-4 of ARC Bratislava currently leading the race. That is the Lamborghini Huracan, the only Lamborghini we have out here, I believe. And then we've got Peter Gerlinks driving the Haas RT, the two-driver team for the Audi there. And in third place, Elia Earhart, who's been in since the beginning of the restart earlier on today for Santalok Junior team. They had a penalty that I thought was going to catch them out, but they have worked their way back up. They didn't seem too bothered when I actually spoke to them in the garage. Also driving the Audi, and in fourth, Rolf. He came in for a pit stop. That is Herberth Motorsport. He was leading the race when you went for lunch about 40 minutes ago, driving the Porsche 991. And then leading the 992 category is Molnar. And Molnar Motorsport, as we follow them right now, and leading the AM. There's only 2 pro cars for the 992, and then the 992 AM is being currently led by QMMF, by HRT Performance.
And the two pro cars just happen to be first and second, not always the case in the 992 class. As we continue to follow the progress of the number 11 Hofer Mercedes, Alex Prince catching Paul Meyer as we thought he would. He shouldn't have any problem getting by. However, this is going to give us an indication of just how quick the Porsche Cup class is, as the GT3 spec Mercedes, it's got better grip, it's got better aero through the corners, but on the straight, that Cup car is as quick, if not slightly quicker, down this 1.1 kilometer straight. As we get towards the back of that 992 class leader, Paul Meyer will be fully aware of the Mercedes in his mirrors, popping up and over the brow. Now, Paul Meyer, in this class, in this multi-class racing, there's an art and a skill form of how to be overtaken as well as how to overtake, and we're about to see that happen with Paul Meyer fully aware that he's got the GT3 Mercedes now all over his rear wing, and this is a part of the track that the Mercedes will perform better at, much more aero grip through turns like Arrabbiata 1, which they're at now, straight into Arrabbiata 2. And Prince will not be wanting to be too delayed as he goes down the inside into the Scarperia right-hander, and then the left and onto the hairpin. So Alex Prince, a textbook display of how to get through traffic here, and Paul Meyer not delayed at all in continuing on his way in the lead of that 992 class.
Well, I think, oh no, are you coming in back in, Johnny? He's brought a little takeaway box.
I see.
He has, looking pretty good. Is it busy down there?
Afternoon snack?
All the teams out having some lunch down in the Creventic lounge. Well, I won't be handing over just yet. Looks like he's having a bite to eat, and then I'll be heading back down to the pit lane. Well, it's good to see so many of you tuning in on the live stream. Obviously, we want you to stay with the live stream here, but if you want to check out any of the onboards, they are available as well to watch also from yesterday for the first half of the race. If you are just tuning in, we had 5.5 hours yesterday and 6.5 today. It's all being quite dictated by the curfew that we have. Mugello circuit is set in amongst the Tuscany hills, where there are lots of residents. So there is is it 7 o'clock or 7:30 p.m. curfew here?
7, I think.
7 o'clock.
Yeah.
So all racing has to be done by then. So we don't have any night racing, actually. And on that note, we saw Asbest have a damaged front left, I think it was, light, and they decided not to repair it because they don't need it, because we are staying in daylight hours, just as we saw the TCR race finish yesterday towards the end of the night. It was sort of
it's good. By the time we get to 6:30, by the time we get to the checkered flag, it's going to feel dark. It's not going to be full dark. It's going to be twilight, isn't it?
I would say twilight.
The twilight zone.
Twilight. We will be racing into twilight. I mean, the clouds are out in full force today. A little bit of blue sky shining through. It is chillier here. It feels like there's a wind, like coming off the mountains in the distance. As we were flying in, we got to see a lot of snow-capped mountains. But yeah, we will be mostly racing in daylight. So if you do have any questions, start putting them into the chat for me, and I'll head down to the teams and ask them a little bit later on in the pits. That word quiet, it has remained quiet, hasn't it? But maybe when I hand back to Johnny, it's all
Zara
gonna...
S steps into the pit lane, waves a magic wand and wants a bit of action and drama.
Yeah, well, I'm going to stay far away from the Red Ant, Ajith Red Ant Racing, because well, they think I caused them a few problems yesterday just by having a quick chat before it all went a little bit off. Now we're back on board with the Haas, currently running in the lead with Peter Gerlings at the wheel.
Just had to have a pit stop for a cough there. Still running in the lead then. HRT being handed that lead with the pit stop from the Lamborghini. We're all going to take it in turns. We're going to let Elia Earhart, I would imagine. We've got the stint time is 1 hour and 34 from Peter Gilnex and 1 hour and 33. Well, might as well call that 34. There's literally 20 seconds difference. Gilnex has been in the car 20 seconds longer than Elia Earhart. So they are on a similar kind of pit window, I would think, looking at that. So at the moment, the HRT car leads. Elia Earhart will just check the gap, actually. We're waiting for Earhart to come across the line. Just about to do that in a few seconds. And then we'll see exactly what the gap is to the both Audis. It's 1 minute 25. So it's a chunk of time that the HRT has over the second place Audi. Audi 1-2 at the moment.
It is. Well, thank you so much for having me back up here. I was put in the hot seat. I mean, you left the seat nice and warm, actually, Joe, but I'm going to be heading back down into my more comfort zone. I am going to get an answer on this Herberth as to why we've got the clad tartan. It's I love this livery. Look at it, with the white stripes. So we're looking at the Vortex heading back in.
With the borrowed nose section from its sister car.
Looking slightly different red, isn't it?
Yeah, we remember this car yesterday nosed itself into the barrier, damaged that front section. So that one came off. We put the spare one on, slightly different colour. It's kind of a metallic red now on the 701, which comes into the pits for its pit stop. It is currently running second in the GTX class, way off, 179 laps completed in comparison to 202 laps from the Maserati, who shares that class with this Vortex. So it's a typical drive from the Vortex team of dealing with whatever the race throws at them and then cracking on, getting on with it and going round and round, which we see the car now soak up a penalty in the penalty box.
Hello, Joseph.
Hello, how was lunch?
Oh, it was all right.
Some lovely pasta down there, isn't
Just wolfed down a bit of chicken curry and rice, and yes,
right.
the pasta is to die for, as you would expect in Tuscany. Thank you to Ricky and the rest of his team, who are, again, for another season, looking after the central catering area, which has sort of taken on another level. It's been getting better and better year after year, and that is the largest catering unit that I've seen in a Creventic.
You've just repeated exactly what I said to Sarah about the catering. Yeah, just it has gotten better. Hard to believe it could get better, but it has. Fantastic, fantastic.
Yep.
We're really lucky and very well looked after by the Creventic race organisers.
I mean, get me on the topic of food, and I'm hard to shut up. But we can get back to the racing, because 4 hours and 48 minutes to go. That means in just over 45 minutes' time, we will have had 2/3 of this year's Mugello 12 hours, with the 269 Herbert Motorsport Porsche back in the hands of Max Moritz. He's in 12th position, behind Ayrton Redon in the Ajith Red Ant Racing Mercedes, and then the top 10 still has within it 3 992 Porsche Cup Car category machines. So Mullner Motorsport leads, Red Camel in second, and in third position in that 992 class, and leading the AM part of it is QMMF by HRT. And I think all three Qatari drivers have never been here to Mugello before. There's potentially something awry at Luco corner in the first sector, which is the first of the left-handers on this predominantly right-handed track. It is a clockwise circuit, despite the fact that you spend much of the final sector actually turning left. So there is a manner to being called. So clearly a car is off at turn 2 and heading for recovery. And if it's going to require something like that, as in a full lift on a car rather than it being towed, I can see this being another Code 60. It's not being announced as such right now. So, well, the other scenario is that it might be that the car's sufficiently off the racetrack, certainly off the racing line, and therefore racing can continue just with the yellow flag. Dominic Ang might provide us with an answer here as the Viper Nizza Mercedes works its way into the first corner, looking for an errant car, either left or right at turn 2. And it was probably off to the right-hand side, because then the green LED board says that you can race out of Poggio Secco. So I think it was just out of the peripheral camera vision for the Viper Nizza Mercedes.
I'm not sure if there's any access there, Johnny, because it is on that raised section, isn't it, where you look down upon the first turn.
And it is going to be a Code 60, by the way. So Code 60 in 20 seconds. This will be the third caution of the day. And what I don't know is which car has come arrive, but is it the Ligier number 114, which was due across the line 45 seconds ago?
I would suspect that is, Johnny. It is late to arrive on the start-finish straight, as we do indeed go Code 60. Gives us a bit of a lull in the proceedings, and we get a chance to maybe check up and give you a rundown of where the season, the 2026 calendar, is going to take us. From here, in the middle of April, we're going to head off to Spa, another iconic racetrack. The 12 hours of Spa. There is a glimpse of the entry list that we've already got, people. And now an addition is Come To You Racing with their Aston Martin. Scuderia Praha returned to the European Championship with their Ferrari. Looking for anybody else that is not here, Johnny.
The Optimum Motorsport McLaren, I'm drawn to, yeah. Car 7.
Optimum making an appearance at Spa with the McLaren 720. That's a good addition, isn't it?
Of course, Spa, there are so many races at Spa through the course of the year that a lot of teams will just want to be at a race nice and early on in the season, in April, just after Easter, to get some race mileage in, regardless of whether they get a good result, I suppose. I mean, that is clearly going to be the target. As now we're into the 992 entry, so Seb Lajou Racing with a couple of cars, the 888 and the 910. Red Camel Jordans.nl are of course back, and surely Mulner Motorsport will be there. They will. I say that because that's their local track, based just down the way from the Stavolo corner.
Holmgard. Another welcome back to Holmgard Motorsport. And a Scuderia Faron. That's not a name I'm familiar with, Johnny. I'm not sure about yourself. We've got no sign of the Maserati making its way to Spa, which is a bit of a shame. Got a GT2 spec Mercedes AMG fitting into the GTX. 2 Vortexes being promised. Speed Lover bringing their Cup GT3 spec Porsche as well, and NM Racing bringing their GT2 spec Mercedes. We've got Lestrup bringing a BMW M4 GT4, and Circuit Toys bringing their Toyota GR Supra, which is a great addition. And 5 that is, 3 entries from Asbest, bringing 3 TCR spec cars, all in the Cupra Seat range. G-Mech Engineering bringing a BMW M3, an E46. So that's a team and car owner from England, from the UK, bringing an M3 E46. That's going to be a bit of a beast, and fitting nicely into the touring car endurance series. And then, so that bodes very well. Still early days as well for a few additional entries, of course. Maybe the Maserati having such a good drive here from Dynamic Motorsport. Amadeo Pampanini at the wheel of that car, just leaving the pits. Your deduction powers were powers of deduction, not seduction. Powers of deduction, Johnny, was spot on. There's the Ligier being recovered.
I wouldn't underestimate the powers of seduction either, Joe. on a Sunday.
I don't want to think about it.
All right, fair enough. let's get off that topic.
Yes.
I'm sure entries are not closed for the Spa 12 hours. So if that's wetted your whistle for maybe you have some association with a team that is Belgium-based or otherwise, I mean, you know, it's not that far elsewhere around the Benelux. So nearby countries are most welcome. Just across the border from the Netherlands, from Germany, from Luxembourg, from France. That's the nice thing about Spa-Francorchamps, is that it's pretty easy to access from the northwest corner of Europe. And no surprise to see that plenty of interest from the UK as well. To answer your question about the Escuderia Ferraun team, they are a squad from Spain who did do 3 of the races last year with their 992 AM driver lineup. A couple of Spaniards of Pablo Silveira and Pedro Lourinho Bras. So they did here at Mugello, actually, with the 992 AM Porsche that they had, and were also then present at Spa and at Misano, which was the 3rd race of the European season last year. We're not going back to Misano in 2026. Instead, Le Castellet moves to the 3rd race of the year, and the 4th stop will be the Nürburgring at the start of July. But we've gone back to green flag running now. Again, the marshals have had a very good rapid response to that Ligier, and just hearing that the Maseratis had a big squirrely moment coming through Savelli corner.
Well held.
Terrifically well held by the Dynamic Motorsport prepared car, and that is being driven by Amedeo Pampinini, who, well, that makes sense now because Pampinini has a huge amount of experience not only in GT2 machinery but in GT3 cars as well. Dynamic Motorsport for years ran their Porsche in the 24H series.
Very well in C as well, very competitive. They've won races in this series as well, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. Slight concern is that there's only one tail light functioning on that Maserati at the moment.
I think it's a brake light, Johnny.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out whether the tail light should be illuminated on both sides ordinarily. It's definitely a brake light, and that's kind of what I meant by tail light, actually, but you're right to correct me. The brake light illuminates on the rear left but doesn't on the rear right, so just like being on the road and only having one brake light functioning, that might be looked at by the officials to say, can we correct that in the next pit stop?
I think that's all right.
Do you?
Yes.
Even if you're in traffic?
Yeah, I think one, as long as you've got one light working, I think you're all right. I'm yet to be corrected if anyone out there knows the answer. Effectively, rather than me digging through the regulations on brake lights.
Yeah.
If your brake lights disappear, that's a different matter.
Yes.
Because people behind you don't have a clue when you're going to hit the brakes. The brake lights are there for a reason. However, one light is just acceptable, I think, for as far as the regulations are concerned.
I didn't mean to kind of pay or call attention to them, because that's the last thing that we want, incurring the wrath of the stewards. That maybe, well, to be honest, the marshals would have spotted that anyway. The observers on the posts, I'm sure, have reported that. When the brake light is not illuminated, I think the tail light does offer some sort of just very faint light, which again is not working on the rear right corner. But Joe has every faith that everything will be fine. They might attempt to fix it at the next pit stop, and as long as they show willing, then that might be enough to convince the stewards. Nico Gulinks cycled back to the race lead for Haas RT in the number 21 Audi, and that car has, well, we'll wait for the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini to cross the line to give you a true gap first to second, but Gerhard Terrassa is not too far away, and well, they're the same cars that led us off at midday today. 21 and 44 are still there, Joe.
Yeah,
after another nearly 2 hours of running.
And it's, I'm not going to try and work out how the pit stops will flip-flop between these two cars at the front and the Herberth car. But there is an opportunity here when we start getting towards the final 2 hours and your last driver stint, your last fuel tank, in fact, is even more important than your last driver stint. That's when you get an indication of who is in the sort of the top seats, as the Red Camel Jordan car gets very squirrely indeed. That car is currently in the lead of the 992 Cup class. Rick Broik is still at the wheel, would you believe? Now, Rick has done, yeah, he's done 1 hour and 19 at that car, and just getting behind the Maserati, struggling to get by, because the difference in power, the difference in performance in how the Maserati produces the lap time is the sort of nuisance. If you're a 992 Cup car, you've got to be very brave, like what we see Rick doing there, and just diving past him through the left-hander onto the main straight. And then hopefully the 992 car, which we know is very, very quick on the straight here at Mugello, he's going to be able to stay ahead of the Maserati before they get to the braking area. So that one's done. So still leading. Again, 992 is in exactly the same situation, Johnny, insofar as the Mugello Motorsport car, now having just pitted, is just gone back out. Conrad Laveau is now at the wheel of the number 921, and it will stay in that third place until the 2 cars ahead of it in the 992 class take their pit stop, and then it'll resume at the front of that class field.
Stefan Tribodini's just done the fastest lap of the day, and I'm pretty sure at about the same time yesterday the Santilok junior team pilot was able to do exactly the same thing. Remember that the records concerning personal best lap times for individual cars, and then absolute best lap times for cars within each of their categories, they're effectively wiped. Well, they're carried on over into day 2 as far as the overall results are concerned, but the timing system doesn't remember anything from yesterday, so we have a chance to rewrite history and have some new fastest laps for Sunday compared to Saturday, but they're not necessarily quicker than Saturday's times. Nevertheless, Stefan Tribodini's done a 1:46.698, which is the fastest time of today so far in the 4th placed number 18 car, and a good time as well from Ivan Jacoma in the 911 numbered Porsche. Unfortunately for the driving experiences team, they're a bit further down the order than they perhaps would have wished for. 5th place in 992. However, toying with a podium in 992 AM, and also Arno Gomez in the Vortex puts that car's best lap of the day in. Rick Broikers has gone quicker than the 909 has managed since we restarted today in the Red Camels car. So clearly track conditions are either improving or they're just staying stable, and therefore the really quick drivers can judge how much grip is beneath them and start to punch out some really meaningful times. These can often be missed because they're halfway through a stint.
Weather-wise, Johnny, we have seen a forecast for rain about now, but I've also seen a forecast for no rain at all. So at the moment we've got broken cloud in the skies, not looking like it's beginning to form up in any kind of threatening way. So we're all right now conditions-wise. The other thing I wanted to point out was we've got 2 drivers in 2nd and 3rd. That driver there, Gerhard Tweresa, and the driver of that Porsche there, Rolf Nijken in the Herbert car, they've been at the wheel of the car for coming on 1 hour and 50 minutes. Now, the maximum you can be in the car is 2 hours and 30 minutes. So we're still quite away from that. But I would imagine at the next pit stop, we are going to ditch these 2 drivers and plug in 2 new ones, or 2 different ones. Not new, we've seen everybody in both of these cars. But the Lamborghini, that's a position on track as well. The Lamborghini, you can see how much of a gap there is to Rolf Nijken. However, if these 2 cars pit exactly the same time, that's a very, very close battle.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of gauging that off driver time, that they're probably on the same sort of pit window.
Well, we had the... Let's just do a little quick reset on my pit stop strategy regarding some of these cars. So Tweresa is fairly early on in his stint, 9 laps completed, and he took the car back out again at 1:40 local time. It's very nearly 2 o'clock in the afternoon now. So, but Tweresa did the previous stint and the one prior to that, and he started the day. So there's been no driver change, as Joe's just intimated, because the drive time has ticked by from midday today. So we're a minute away from Carassa being behind the wheel of the Lamborghini for 2 hours. He could potentially do 2.5 and then hand over to one of his teammates in the ARC Bratislava car. But they want to try and keep the silver racer from Austria, St. Wolfgang, in that car for as long as they possibly can. Thing is, I think that car will have gone further into this second stint because of the odd bit of 15% of fuel that it's been able to pick up, making the most of the code 60s here and there, and that will have worked out pretty well actually if a lot of the teams put either their Gold, their pro driver in, or their Pro-Am, because the script before we got going at midday might have been, let's put the pro in for the first 2 stints and we'll do well to get slightly beyond the 2-hour marker. But these little bits of fuel that have gone in here and there might get them closer to the 2 hours and 30 minutes, which ordinarily is an awkward number to fit in around the fuel stints. But actually the Code 60s might have done them a big favour. Another very good lap from Stefano Tribodini is a new fastest lap for the day. This is not the kind of headache, though, that Gerhard Travassa wanted, because he's trying to stick with Nico Gulinks as close as possible. And now he's got to deal with some traffic that the Belgian will have had to navigate not that long ago.
Let's see what the gap is between the Lamborghini and the Porsche. I think it's actually extended somewhat as they cross the line. Gerhard Travassa at the wheel of the Lamborghini, 35.6 seconds behind the leader, which is still the HRT Audi, now with Nicolas Gulinks at the wheel. He's been in the car a couple of minutes now, having just, well, 13 minutes, having pitted and taken over the wheel of that one. The gap is about 4 seconds between that Porsche there that we ride overhead on and the bright yellow Lamborghini. Not the bright yellow Porsche, that's just ahead of it, but the bright yellow Lamborghini. That's more than 3 seconds, to be honest, Johnny. That's what I'm being told, and that's what I can see on the timing screens. Maybe that is extended actually as we get through this traffic here. The Herbert car here, Rolf and Eichen, who we are riding on our drone just above. You really do get to see how the cars drive the track here from that angle. It's a brilliant footage here. I hope everybody's enjoying the drone footage. It's a massive enhancement to Motorsport TV, isn't it? You can really get a different perspective into the Colin Chow hairpin just at the back of the grandstand opposite the pits there, and look how crowded that track is. That's what's delayed the Herbert car somewhat. Quite a chunk of traffic there to get by, which the Lamborghini did, and there's the Lamborghini just disappearing into the final turn, and now the Porsche. So we'll get a better idea of just what that gap is. We don't really need a stopwatch, we can see it on track. There's the Lamborghini through. We join the crowd from the grandstand view here. Here is the Porsche. Rolf van Eiken, yeah, it's gone out to 6 seconds there. So he has been bringing that gap down to the Lamborghini. He's got it all to do again because traffic has come into play. Inside of 4.5 minutes, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, that's a natural yin and yang of the race, because the gaps will close between the leading cars. They will open back up again, depending on how clinical you can be through the traffic. A lot of it is down to where you're finding the back markers and also the clumps of traffic. We've talked a lot through the years of how the middle order field or different categories of cars do tend to clump together. And then you have this sometimes 2 or 3 abreast battle for a mid-order category that are perfectly legitimately there, scrapping away, and you know, we don't want them clearly to not be involved in the race, because it generates a terrific entry. As there's a really big moment coming out of the right-hander at Arrabbiata. So well aware that those cars have to go through all of these corners enticed in or engrossed in their own battle. But then when you are the GT3 race leader, it does provide somewhat of a problem, because how readily do you scythe your way through for fear of losing ground? That was Rolf Eichen, though, kicking up the gravel dust on the exit of the Arrabbiata corner. We've seen cars further off the track than that, for sure, this weekend. Is that an indication, then, that Rolf is not too far away from wanting to make a stop? He's going to stay out for the time being, with the lights frantically being flashed in the direction of the RPM Racing Porsche, the Krone Racing green. And back over the line goes the black car with the gold piping. 26 laps on the tyres for Rolf Eichen. And what did you say in terms of drive time?
Just under 2 hours now. And Eichen's been at the wheel of that car for 1 hour and 57, so he's coming up to the 2 hour mark. Bit of a chat going on the stream chat about the nationality of the Haas team. Showing the Belgian flag, certainly the team manager and chief engineer there, Chris de Donker, I believe Chris is definitely Belgian. However, team principal is Sandrine Haas, where the name Haas derives from, and she is from Antigua.
And Barbuda.
Antigua and Barbuda.
She may be from Antigua, or she may be from Barbuda, but somewhere in the Caribbean, yeah.
Yeah, that's where she lives, and that's where the team entry is under the Belgian flag, but they're very, very proud of their Caribbean heritage. Is Sandrine, who has been has become a big part of the 24H series, and the team there showing, well, Chris de Donker controlling things strategically and tactically, and Chris has got a lot of experience at pretty high levels of motorsport, and came into this restart having been in the lead of this race at the first 5.5 hour segment, restarted the second bit of this race, the bigger chunk of time, 4.5 hours remaining, so we're just inside of 2 hours of running this afternoon, and showing still at the wheel, still at the lead, still at the head of the timing screens for the Haas RT Audi. Nicolas Goudex on 221 laps and has a 34-second lead on the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini, with Gerhard Teresa at the wheel still, and then not far behind Rolf Eichen for Herbert, who will, I think, did indeed lead this race for a short time, as we've got cars already beginning to peel in, and another pit stop fear is about to ensue.
So, and that is the case for some of them. The Haas RT car is on a very different strategy from everybody else, but we are expecting those drivers that have now gone north of the 2 hour driving time. Actually, nobody's quite there yet. The second and the third place cars of Gerhard Teresa and Rolf Eichen are a minute away from going beyond the 2 hour drive marker, but that's not a concern, as now the change of surface flag is being displayed via one of the LED boards. So that's either a slippery surface, i.e. there's a bit of coolant or fluid down on the road, or it might be debris, because that's also used as a debris flag, if you like. So something is on the track surface that maybe wasn't there a few laps ago, and that might be an indication that after the Herbert car of Rolf Eichen pulled a load of gravel onto the road, now another Porsche has just gone through that section as well and brought some stones onto the track surface. So I reckon that yellow and red vertically striped LED board, and no doubt the old-fashioned flags, are going to be out for a little time yet to tell everybody, be careful on the exit of Arrabbiata. It could be very slippery indeed, with that amount of gravel having just been hoiked out of the gravel trap. And yeah, indeed, the marshals are there as well with the more traditional flags to send out that warning. There's no need as yet to put a caution out. What they might do is, if there's a car off in its own separate incident that needs recovering, there's the potential, of course, to show a code 60 and then do a bit of track sweeping at the same time. But I don't think there's the need to do that just because of the gravel that is on the road out of Arrabbiata 2. the Maserati in the gold and black livery, darting down the inside there of one of the Porsche Cup cars. Of course, the Maserati was in strife after being rudely assaulted by the 58 Mercedes late on in yesterday's segment of the race, and that brought out our final code 60 yesterday. Nico Gulinks having made 3 stops so far. Gerhard Terrassa 3 stops as well. Rolf van Eycken 3 stops, and Stefan Tribodini the same. But then when you get to number 69, Paul Scheusner, in his Continental Racing Audi, he's made an extra stop. So that might just be utilising a code 60 when others didn't. What it's not telling me, 3 stops and 4 stops and 2 stops, is when precisely they came in. I will say that Hoffa Racing are doing pretty well, though, to have only made 2 stops to this point. Well, they're doing well as far as fuel mileage is concerned, but have they given up the chance to make a 15% stop, 15% of your normal allocation, thinking that wasn't necessarily the right thing to do? It could have been that they weren't at the right point of the track, this being a reasonably long one at 5.2 kilometres. And when these code 60s have been quite short, you don't always get the opportunity to get into pit lane, even if it is to take the lower allocation of fuel. Quite a bit of conversation being had down at E2P Racing with their Aston Martin. This was a very quick car on the face of its qualifying pace, with all 3 Spanish drivers looking good in Q1, 2 and 3. And they might have even started the race something like 4th or 5th. They were getting up there by 2/3 of yesterday's segment, but then hit some bad luck and have never really come back from that, Joe.
Yeah, they've been struggling, haven't they? They've been struggling to come back, because every time they've embarked on a recovery drive, then something else has then happened, and that car down the order somewhat, out of contention. 14th in GT3, 7th in the GT3 AM class, and dropping down the order to be 22nd overall. Oliver Campos now at the wheel of the car. And again, it's one of those things, Johnny, if the race has gone away from you because of adversity, because of whatever the race has thrown at you, you've then got to settle in, and the challenge becomes getting the car to the finish over any kind of long distance, and also the joy and the pleasure of driving your race car around a track like Mugello. And that's the small consolation prize, I suppose, but that's exactly the attitude you've got to take.
There's a distraction for Anthony Vince right now in the Seblejoux Racing Porsche, because part of the looming rank electrical cabling has broken free. By looming rank, I mean that the 3-digit digital numbers that appear in the top left-hand corner of the windscreen as you look at the car. And that's a very useful both spectator aid, but also us watching on the live stream. But Anthony Vince has just got this dangling bit of cable now with something pretty solid on the end. It's fine when you're going through Buccine corner, because it kind of whacks itself against the A-pillar. But then through many of the right-handers that we have here at Mugello, that's potentially in his eye line. And the team will need to sort that out if they can during the next pit stop. But Anthony's just going to have to kind of live with it for the time being, try and block it out if that's possible. I have to say right now, more of a distraction are these 3 cars right ahead of him at San Donato, who he is catching, and you wouldn't necessarily expect that from a Porsche Cup car. So Anthony Vince, one of the quicker of the drivers in the treble 8, is catching perhaps some of the AMs in the GT3 category, including, that looks a bit like the 28 Mercedes that Mauro Engel was in at the start of yesterday's part of the race. And 28's further down the order. Oh, it is Mauro Engel, so you wouldn't expect him to be being caught by and here is Mauro, so he's further around the circuit. So it's another white, red and black Mercedes, therefore, that I'm getting confused with.
I think we're in the realms here, on board with Mauro Engel. They've cycled, this is the Get Speed Team PCX car that was on the pole position, remember?
Yeah.
And we've now cycled through their AM drivers. We're now going to focus on optimizing every single stint now for the 4 hours 17 minutes or so.
Yeah.
We keep an eye, a very wary eye on that car. It's currently 11th overall. It's 10th in GT3, but I suspect we might see that climbing up the order now as we optimise their run to the flag.
I'm going to say that actually was the other Get Speed Mercedes that I was looking at in the early part of the lap, that potentially the 888 car of Anthony Vince was catching. So Andres Latour in, what number is the other Get Speed car? I've now lost, there it is, 286, which is their second Mercedes, the Get Speed Team JR 286 car. And there was another Mercedes in that scrap as well, which was the Viper Nizza car of Melvin Moe. But Maro Engel back into the 28 car, and we haven't necessarily seen him. Well, we've not seen him today. He didn't start car 28, and he did the first hour or two yesterday from just after midday. But that what they will have been wanting to do is hold back the amount of hours that he can do into day two, and then really utilise him in the closing stages of this race. So like you said, there are 4 hours and 15 minutes to go already. Some of the very clever teams will be working out from this point how many more stints they need to do and who precisely is going to drive in them. As Nico Gulinks goes back across the line, 226 laps completed, and he is leading by a fair margin again over Gerhard Terrassa, as that is the chasing Lamborghini Huracan number 44 ahead of Rolf in Eichen. And did I say it was Rolf who's on a slightly different pit stop strategy? Let's just work out who's in the best situation. Now, Rolf's been at the wheel for 26 laps in this stint,
Yeah.
so we'll need to come in ahead of Gerhard Terrassa, who in turn will need to come in ahead of the HRT Audi.
He's significantly, though, he's done 2 hours 8 minutes in that car, so he's got just over 20 minutes before he starts looking towards his maximum driver stint allowance.
Dennis Marshall, 9th position in the number 73 car. In Pro-Am, that car runs then in 5th place. First and second are together on the timing screen, Rolf van Eichen and Stefan Tribodini. And in 992, Rick Breukers in the 909 car is clean away from the Mülner Motorsport car of Konrad Leveur. But whereas they were fighting stride for stride earlier on, Rick Breukers right off the tail of Paul Meyer. Things have moved around there, but of course Red Camel are burning through the hours that Rick Breukers can drive, whereas Mülner Motorsport are now utilising Konrad Leveur, who does not offer quite the same pace as Paul Meyer. And Konrad, I haven't actually looked up his details. I'm going to suggest he's reasonably new. Yeah, I mean, hadn't done a lot of racing prior to the Dubai 24 hours with the Belgian outfit. I don't even know Konrad's age, actually, but I bet he's a young kid from Denmark, very talented. And again, Denmark is a real hotbed of talent, has been for so many years now. I mean, think back to the Dane train of Aston Martin success at the 24 Hours of Le Mans year after year. And he is following in the footsteps of lots of Danes that have gone before him. Tom Christensen, Jan Magnussen, Kevin Magnussen, and maybe the new crop, Konrad Tox Levaux, will be a name to watch out for in the future as well. Ollie Bryant's just taken over the Era Motorsport Ferrari in number 81.
Is that the first time we've seen Ollie out in that car?
No, I think he did some stints yesterday, but possibly not for too long.
Yeah, that went unnoticed by me. I didn't spot that one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did at least an hour, because I remember being surprised that he is down as only an AM Plus driver. But as Simon Hill made the point to me last night, Jake's dad, who's also driving that car, actually Ollie's recent experience in a sort of contemporary was exactly the word I was looking for. Contemporary GT car is relatively inexperienced. He's not driven a contemporary GT car for about 10 years.
Yeah, he's much more adept in an historic sliding around underneath him. However, he is a very, very good and a very experienced race driver. And we've now got that Ferrari optimised, I would suggest, for the next 4 hours, because we're going to cycle through Ollie Bryant, we're going to cycle through Jake Hill, and we're going to cycle through Ryan DL. Dwight Merriman's done his job. He's done his bit as the AM driver, and now the Ferrari that led the very early restart this afternoon, didn't he, with Jake Hill, showing his deftness getting through traffic with all that British touring car experience underneath under his belt. He led this restart for some time until he had to, of course, pit for fuel, which was how that team decided to address the restart.
One of Jake's many, and if you can have many unique selling points, it kind of goes against that phrase, I suppose, but one of the key things that Jake is used to that not necessarily everybody else is in that team is dealing with traffic and having, you know, cars absolutely surrounding you and not being fazed by it, because he spent so many years in the BTCC.
He's probably surprised none of them are bashing into him.
Well, there is that as well. I mean, it's all been quite well behaved, hasn't it, compared to that particular championship. But he is #1 choice, therefore, in that team to start each segment of the race, because it's just his natural habitat. So that's why he's put back into the car again today to take the start. And in fact, he took the lead. Just a shame that he was judged to be out of position along with a whole load of other cars. And kind of banged to rights, actually, having watched the replay of that, because there was a complete explosion of cars all over the place when it should be quite an ordered restart. But only a 10-second penalty for each of those cars that was pinged, that could then be taken during their next stop. HRT still out front then, with Nico Gulinks leading the way from Gerhard Terrassa, and then Rolf Eichen, Stefan Tribodini, who's just pitted in the number 18 Santalock Audi. So that, I can't tell you how long Tribodini was at the wheel, but during the stint, he set at least 2 fastest laps for the day in that car. Absolute fastest laps across the board.
Rolf Eichen, just an update on the drivers that are getting towards their maximum driver stint. Rolf Eichen in 3rd in the Herbert car, 2 hours 13, 2 hours 12 for Gerhard Terrassa in the RC Bratislava Lamborghini in 2nd. Both of these cars about 20 seconds or so behind the leading HRT Audi. And what I was expecting was the Herbert car to go back into the lead when we next get the HRT car in the pits. However, that hasn't seemed to be the case. So I'm not sure how the fuel windows were on these cars when we took to the restart here, Johnny, because the Herbert car, Rolf Eichen, lapping about just over 8 seconds behind the Lamborghini.
Now, Rolf's got the Continental Audi right in front of him, but that is not on the same lap as Rolf Eichen's Herbert Motorsport Porsche. So it's a question of needing to clear this Audi number 69 of Paul Scheuchner, and this will put a full lap between Rolf Eichen and Scheuchner should the Swiss be able to pull this off. And that will mean that the podium runners currently are clear of 4th position and downwards. Stefan Tribodini still in fuel, by the way. Alexander Prinz now at the wheel of the Hoffer Racing Mercedes in 6th place, car number 11. Red Camel in the 992 Porsche got up as high as 7th place now.
Incredible,
which is
isn't it?
really a big surprise. Not because of Rick Breukers. I mean, we know all about Rick, but had Paul Meyer been able to stay at the wheel of the Mullner car, I think they would have just been in lockstep, and we would have had 992's 7th and 8th. But Mullner now trying something a tad different compared to the Red Camel Jordans.nl car. Another car potentially off the road behind the big grandstand that stands in front of our commentary position at the Biondetti chicane. It's a fast sweeper of the left and the right there that then leads into Bulcine corner. Actually, turn 13 is the hairpin, I should say, at Correntaio corner, and then 14 and 15. No, 15 is Bulcine, so I was right. It's the first bit of Biondetti, and that could be an awkward place for a car to be sitting. It certainly is an awkward place for the car to be sitting. At least it's not on the racing line, but this is the Maserati MC20 GT2, Amedeo Pampanini's GTX leading car, and has that car just hit a mechanical problem, because as a result the Italian racer Pampanini has had to pull it to the side. Won't bother this gentleman, who is firmly supporting the prancing horse here this weekend, so therefore the ERA Motorsport 296 Ferrari, but there'll be plenty of fans supporting the Maserati squad as well. And we go into another code 60 in order to recover Amedeo Pampanini's Maserati. And how close is the second place GTX car, the Vortex 2.0?
It's quite a way off, Johnny. 198 laps in comparison to 221. So a full 23 laps is, however, 23 laps at racing speed is just under 40 minutes, isn't it? So that Maserati has got to lose quite a chunk of time in the pits before the Vortex comes back in contention for a class win. I love these two car class battles because, one, they're easy to keep a handle on.
Yeah, true.
There's a huge gap between them because the Vortex has had their issues. The Vortex has been off into the barriers. It's had an issue mechanically, and with Sarah making a reappearance in the pit lane. I think I've just heard her voice. Sarah, what have you got for us?
Red Ant Racing coming in for a driver change. Ad is jumping in to the car. You can see Kobe here helping Ayrton get out the car. I believe that was Ayrton, wasn't it? Currently driving. See if I can grab a word with Kobe once he's finished strapping Ajith into the car, staying well out the way of the tyres that are coming off the car. He's still helping him once he's out the car. Grab a quick word. Oh, here he is. He's one moment. We're just waiting for the car to be released. And now Ajith for his stint. You can hear the car roaring away. Let's see if we can have a quick word with Ayrton and Kobe. Ayrton.
He doesn't want to talk to you, Sarah, does he?
How about a quick word after your stint? I promise. I don't know, it was almost like the same time as yesterday, just as Ajith got in the car, and not long after you got out the car. The camera's just behind you. Here it is. How was it out there today?
A bit colder than yesterday, but actually still fine.
Are you trying to avoid me? Whatever you can, so the same thing doesn't happen out there yesterday. In terms of Ajith jumping in the car, what sort of things has he sort of picked up overnight from the technical team, the engineers, to try and avoid what happened yesterday?
We just tried to learn from our mistakes from yesterday. We told him that he was actually, for the M Spirit driver that he is, he was very competitive, much faster than other M Spirit drivers out there. Just have to avoid the mistakes and keep it on the black stuff.
And you've had a really good stint. A lot of the cars obviously have AM drivers in them for those that are competing in the Pro-Am, and they need to sort of cycle through the amateur drivers. What's the plan? How long do you think he'll be out there, and then you'll be racing towards the end?
Normally, Ajith will be now in for his last stint, and then it will be Yannick and Kobe towards the end.
Sounds good. Well, good luck. Hopefully, when I walk outside this garage now, it's not going to be the same as yesterday.
I know where to find you, if not.
Yes, you know where to find me. Thank you so much.
There's a reference to Ayrton Redon chatting to Sarah, and as the conversation finished, he then disappeared into the garage to look at the screen and see that his Mercedes was off the road and needing recovery. It had a couple of moments yesterday, one a gravelly exit around the Arrabbiata corner, which needed some outside assistance, but they did at least rejoin the race. And then the second one was on the inside of Bucine corner. That's an interesting route from a Manitou down the grass bank, but might be the quickest way to get to where it is needed.
I'm just wondering if Ayrton thought, when he saw the code 60 coming out, was that code 60 for us, or is it still for the Maserati? Yeah, thankfully, it's still for the recovery of the Maserati that is ebbing away, bleeding away that lead that it has in GTX.
And yeah, a little bit of clever thinking there in order to get the Manitou into the right place, because clearly the designated area for this particular recovery vehicle is a fair way away, but they're very maneuverable beasts, these Manitous. So the leader in GT3 overall, which also happens to be a GT3 AM car, is the Nico Gulink's currently driven car for Haas RT with their Audi R8 LMS, car number 21, now rejoining, having topped up the fuel again during this code 60. Again, only 15% permitted, remember. Then we got Ralph Bones Herbert Motorsport Porsche in second position, number 91 for their 911 GT3. ARC Bratislava's Lamborghini Huracan for Adam Konopka is third in number 44. All of these cars have just been in and now are taking to the track again after a fuel fill, a small fuel fill. Paul Scheusner, who is a lap down compared to those first three cars in the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi, is in fourth. Then Stefan Tribodini is fifth for Santaloc Junior team. Sixth position for Max Partel in his Hoffa Racing Mercedes, ahead of Rick Breukers and Dennis Marshall, seventh and eighth. Now, seventh place car is important to remember that that's a 992 category car, therefore leading the 992 division, the Red Camel Jordans.nl machine. Proton Competitions, Dennis Marshall is 8th. 9th position for Ajit Kumar, fresh into the Ajit Red Ant Racing Mercedes. Ollie Bryant did not pit that time around in 10th, but he's not long been in the car, so might be fine for fuel in the Era Motorsports Ferrari. Then the Get Speed team, PCX Racing Mercedes for Mauro Engel, who has just got some fuel on board as well, a small amount of it. Conrad Leveur for Mulner Motorsports, remember, trying to get as close to Red Camel as they can for the next segment of the race. It appears to be either Red Camel or Mulner Motorsports at this stage who will take the race win in 992. But then we've also got to focus on 992 AM, because QMMF by HRT Performance are relatively inexperienced at this Mugello circuit, but do still lead the 992 AM division. Faisal Al Yafei is in the number 974 car and 13th, ahead of Melvin Moe's Viper Nizza Racing Mercedes, the Chazelle Technologie Cause Porsche from France with Frenchman Jean-Paul Dominici at the wheel, number 920. Then Max Moritz comes next. That's the 269 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. The driving experience is 911 for Ivan Jacoma. Number 911 is 17th. Jonathan Kearney's HRT Performance Porsche, fresh from the pit stop that it is just taken, is in 8th place, number 928. And the 286 Get Speed Mercedes completes the top 19 ahead of Seb Lejeune Racing's treble 8 car. Ollie Campos for E2P Racing and their Aston Martin Vantage with quite a significant number of, or a small amount of problems, but they were significant when they arrived for car number 90. But they are motoring on still, and we expect nothing less from E2P Racing, the team from Spain. Dynamic Motorsports Maserati MC20 GT2 is the car that's needed to be recovered, and that's the one that's caused the latest code 60, number 767. Ahead of the number 90 car for E2P, as I say, so a little bit of change around here after the latest round of pit stops. Seb Lejeune Racing in 910 is 23rd. Tracy Crone for RP Racing, number 907, is 24th. MP Racing's all green Mercedes back to David Gosner now in number 58. Arnold Gomez for Vortex. In the fueling area is the Not Only Motorsport car, but that one has been in trials and tribulations, and for a little while we didn't have either of the two TCE cars running. By the looks of things, that Not Only Motorsport Ligier is still able to compete, and Asbest Racing's Cupra, which ground to a halt just after the Biondetti chicane not that long ago with Pierre Olsen at the wheel, is also back into the race. So just under 4 hours to go. Another code 60 out on track, so you're missing no racing whatsoever. But if you are just joining us, you've missed plenty of the door handle to door handle stuff. Midday today saw the Mugello 12 hours resume. 5.5 hours were already in the book after yesterday's action. So the continuation of hour 6 saw 3 abreast cars, and Jake Hill dive-bombed the rest of the field from 4th on the grid to take the race lead back again. Unfortunately, he was out of position and was not alone in being out of position on the grid, because a whole load of other cars were pinged with 10-second penalties. Side-by-side action and a potential unsafe release there. That was a big hit between the Viper-Nizza Racing Mercedes and the Porsche of Jörg Dreitzoff for Huber Proton, and that all happened into Scarperia corner. A little bit wayward there as well for one of the cars coming out of some of the quick corners that are immediately followed by a gravel trap just feet away from the edge of the circuit. There was the Ligier being recovered as well. But some cracking action of cars either on the same lap or those wanting to try and retrieve laps back again that they might have lost on Saturday. And Konstantin Dressler, once he'd taken over the purple and orange Porsche, made his presence felt in the field as well. So the Maserati's recovered. We're back to racing action at Mugello.
So while you've been away, Johnny, giving us that lovely rundown and bringing us up to date, we are pulling the Maserati back across the fields here at Mugello. We are not lifting it, but pulling it. You can see the trail in the grass. I mean, as long as we can get that car back, that's all that counts, really. So we're hoping to see that car back in pit lane. Talking to pit lane, Sarah is down there. Is there anything that you can tell us, Sarah?
Well, I was having a quick chat with Max Moritz from the 269 Herber motorsport car to finally find out why the clad, the tartan that we've been talking about, he told me jokingly, which I eventually worked out, was that he was saying it was a nod to Dario Franchitti. But the actual real answer is that they just quite like it. They like the colours. And I'll tell you what, their team kit looks really cool as well. It's sort of like white with a strip of the clad. We have the Haas coming into the pit lane now behind me. Let's see. I don't think they're going to be doing a driver change this time. Let's see what they're going to be changing the tyres. But I think that is going to be it. If I manage to... Oh, no, they're bringing the car into the pit. Into the garage, sorry. A little bit of damage on the rear. I guess they were able to assess that as the car came in and decided it would be better to pull that car into the garage. I'll hand back to you, and once I get an answer as to what exactly is going on. It looks like they're moving the front right brake disc. But I will come back to you shortly.
Oh dear,
that is
not
sad.
Good news for HRT. That's a real shame, because they have stayed out of trouble to this point, and it's now going to be so difficult to try and get some of this time back. I mean, if it's a couple of minutes maybe spent in the garage, it might be a different story. Also paying close attention to the number 91 Porsche, though, because remember, that's now into the race lead, and Ralph Bone is eager to get through some of the slower traffic to make this advantage pay. So they will be rubbing their hands together, knowing that the 21 car has hit some difficulty. If it is brake related, then it might take a little while. Depends whether that's actually something that's broken or whether it needs just to be changed. But I mean, we did speak yesterday for a period of time that a 12-hour race, you'd be doing well to do the whole thing on a set of brakes, but it looks like, or a set of pads at least, but the 21 car looks like it's been called in at the very last minute.
So they went under the wheel arch of the right front corner of the car. You were having a conversation with our good mate Paul Truswell over coffee break.
Yeah,
coffee break.
Yeah, 11s.
And he was saying, now he is the strategy manager on that car there, the 909 Red Camel car. But the interesting thing that I overheard from that conversation was how he was asking the drivers to stay off the curbs and not risk causing damage.
Yes.
Now, we're here at Mugello, all the curbs are low because it's predominantly motorcycle track. It's around the MotoGP here. Motorcycles are big things. It's big news here in Mugello, in this part of Italy. So I was quite surprised when he said that, but it's not so much going onto the curb, it's going over the curb and then coming back on, because the edge on the outside of the curb is much higher than how you go onto the curb. And I'm again, just pure speculation. When Sarah gets an opportunity to wait and see what the team down there at HRT find under that wheel arch, we'll get a better idea. But it was interesting, and we might have something like that where some damage has been caused. I suppose the bottom line of that car losing that sort of time, that's going to put it out of complete contention here. And there's a lot of work going on down there on that rear, or on that front corner, I should say. Can't quite see over the shoulders of the mechanics.
Big old moment, by the way, for the 69, Paul Scheusner, driven Continental Racing by Simpson Audi as he came out of the second Arrabbiatas. You are right that a lot of the curbs are pretty flat and wide here, but they do have that serrated edge whereby if you go a bit too far and off onto the grasscrete, it can whack the suspension as you come back on. But Paul Truswell was making the point to me that the Biondetti chicane, which sits the other side of where we are positioned, the other side of the big grandstand, that's where everybody's taking liberties through the high-speed left-right chicane. And the track design, or the way that the Mugello staff have tried to kind of prevent people from going too far over those curbs, is to stick a couple of sausage curbs right across, left to right. So there's sort of a couple of sleeping policemen on those curbs. That's not stopping anybody vaulting them, both through the left flick and the right flick. But Paul's concern for his car, and potentially for other people's cars as well, is that if you do that too often, you are going to stress the suspension a great deal. And clearly that's going to be an issue on potentially a GT3 car as well. So, yeah, suspension needing to be examined, but also being changed. It could be a steering arm, is the suggestion from Sarah as well.
What's the cause of that, I wonder? Has he come into contact with another car? You usually see traces of a bit of damage if a car has gone side by side with another car. And remember that environment that those mechanics are working in, that around that brake disc, is seriously hot work.
Yeah.
Now they look like they're trying to detach the inner part of that suspension, which is where it obviously mounts to the chassis. Hard to judge. We don't want to push Nico, our cameraman, to get in the way of the Haas team there when they're trying to rectify that. And maybe when the dust settles and they calm down and they rectify the issue, we might be able to get an insight. I'm sure Krista Donker will be only too displeased to be able to tell us what exactly has put that car in the pits, dropping down the order now, 5th overall, dropping to 6th as I look at the timing screen. So that is really tragic news for the Haas RT effort. 2 drivers, Johnny, that were going really, really well and leading a big, massive chunk of this race. That's something that they need to be proud of.
Well, yeah, and they shouldn't be overlooked, but unfortunately, you know, in the heat of battle right now, all they will be feeling is absolutely gutted. I did say to Krista Donker that overnight they have a kind of holding pattern on the headlines, and there'll be many articles written on websites and social media saying Haas RT lead the Mugello 12 hours overnight. And you know, regardless of the result today, nobody can take that away from them. But I honestly didn't expect them to still be in a good position 2.5 hours into today's action. And actually they were switching the race lead between themselves and the ARC Bratislava cars. So 2 GT3 AM cars and crews toying with a very good result, but it does appear that the 21 car is now falling well out of contention.
I mentioned how hot that environment was underneath that wheel arch, and one of our YouTube viewers, the 1999 Subaru, noticed the mechanic burning himself on the top of the brake disc, or as he puts it, rotor, which is the American term for that. It is, you basically, the most minuscule of touches will take the skin off wherever you've touched that brake disc. It is, you know, the operating temperatures towards, you know, 800, 900 degrees. So it comes in there. It doesn't cool down very quickly. So all those mechanics that mechanic that's well inside that wheel arch there, he's going to have to be very, very careful before he doesn't injure himself. So it's never ever easy. If it was easy, Johnny, we'd all be doing it.
Well, that's true. Although I detect that maybe a bit of you would actually like to be getting in there and rolling your sleeves up and getting involved. I was trying to work out whether they'd put some sort of heat-proof shield on the back of the disc just to give them a little bit of working room. But that in itself then, the shield, if they are using one, is also going to get very, very hot very, very quickly. Let's get back to Sarah. You're not that far away from all of this work.
I am down here in the garage. They're still working away on it. It looks like it's the steering rod that they're going to be replacing a new one. I'm not sure if you can see. The new one is just to the left-hand side down there getting prepared. I'll sort of point to it just over here. You can see that will be going in on the car. It looked like it had snapped. One of the mechanics is well under the car working on that. But once I get a chance, when the work is all finished, I'll grab Chris Dodonka for a quick chat and find out exactly what was going on. There was also work going on the back rear right as well.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. Chris will be, we've got a good relationship with Chris Dodonka. Yeah, that's how you can burn your elbows or ruin your jacket there. That's the dust shield there on the inside edge, but that brake disc there, you can see, is absolutely scalding hot, skin damaging hot, and the mechanics having to get in amongst that and fix that. What we think is a steering rod. That will have been caused usually by side impact. So, but I didn't see any kind of traces or evidence of maybe a coming together with another car. So again, we'll wait until we're not going to speculate any further, Johnny. We'll just wait and get the inside story.
Well, there was a big side-to-side blow, but not involving the 21 car. But I rather suggested that might have caused a steering issue for. Now that was the 73 Huber Porsche getting absolutely walloped by the Viper Nizza racing Mercedes at Scarpa rear corner, so much so that it jumped the Porsche a couple of feet to the left. But I don't remember anything similar happening to the 21 Audi. Obviously our cameras are not always on every single car at any one point, so we could very easily have missed a bit of contact like that. A steering arm like that is unlikely to get buckled or damaged through curb strikes, I'm going to suggest. It's much more likely that suspension components are going to go bang. I suppose it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, the suspension travel going up and down over a curb, it's more likely to be side on impact that's tweaked that, I would think, Johnny. But again, we'll get back to that. Let's give ourselves a bit of an update as to who is where. Back at the front of this field is that car there, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche of Ralph Bourne. It's leading by 14 seconds from the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini, now with Adam Konopka at the wheel of the car. And it's a good battle at the front, this. It's only 14 seconds in it after a chunk of time. We're inside the final third, so after 2/3 of this event, we're inside the final 4 hours, 3 hours 44 to be exact. And that's a good sign for us. Paul Schuschner at the wheel of the Continental Racing Bike Simpson. That car has crept up, hasn't it? The Audi R8 from the British team, Julian Simpson's team there, getting that car up to 3rd place. It's is it just off the lead lap or just on the lead lap? I'm going to wait for that car to come around and confirm that, because behind that, Stefan Trebadini in the Sonderlock car, he has just gone through in 4th place. So it's Porsche, Lamborghini, Audi, and then the first of the Mercedes. That's the Hofer car, Maxi Partel at the wheel of the number 11 in 5th place overall. And that's the top GT3 runners, because then we've got in 6th place overall an outstanding run so far from Rick Breukers in the Red Camel Jordan's Porsche. They are leading the 992 class, and behind them, they're on 236 laps. They have got at least 2 laps, by my estimation, on the next car. And I don't know how they've done this, Johnny, how they've pulled 2 laps on that Michelin Motorsport car, now with Conrad Lavaux at the wheel of the number 921 down in 11th. They've got 4 GT3 cars in between themselves. And from a time when we restarted this, just after midday, we had these cars running together. I hear Sarah down there in the pit lane, and I think you're still at HRT, Sarah.
They're on their way back out. New tyres going on the car. Looks like the work has been done. Let me see if I can catch Chris for a really quick word. Chris, I don't want to bother you for too long, but can I ask you 2 questions? First of all, was it coming together with another car, or was it the
collision? I think with the Simpson car, but I don't know what happened. We don't have image, so for the moment I cannot say anything about it.
And he's going to add a little bit of that magic tape, the gaffer tape, to the car just there. He can't touch the car, so he's asking them to try and do it for him. And steering rod, is that what was replaced on the front right? Steering rod?
Yeah, steering rack is damaged. So we changed the part, but our race is fucked.
Let's see. Well, yeah, it was very disappointing considering the position you were in, but let's see, anything can still happen. How long have we got left on that board? 3 hours 40. Game over, Chris Dodonka says. Well, excuse the French, I would also say, but really disappointing for the Haas team.
Yeah, apologies for the language from Chris Dodonka there. What a horrible situation for the team, because they've gone from the absolute high of overnight leaders and also then carrying that speed into day 2 of this weekend's Mugello 12 hours. We didn't see the contact. I'm pleased that we didn't actually miss it on our live stream, because from a commentary perspective we really should have been mentioning that, but as he said, cameras weren't around the incident as it happened. We were far more focused on elsewhere in the pack, no doubt, and then all of a sudden they will have got a radio message in from Nico Gulings to say, I've got major steering issues, need to box, need to solve this problem right now. And I mean, fair play to everyone involved with HRT for turning the car around as quickly as they did, but they were only ever going to hemorrhage time and hemorrhage laps basically in comparison to the Herbert Motorsport car. To your point about Red Camel, I have known from our not exactly insider, but we have good contacts at Red Camel, i.e. because a former colleague of ours is now calling the strategy there. The suggestion there was actually that Mulner managed to pit for a full tank of fuel, whereas Red Camel had little choice but to take 15% of fuel. So yes, it looks great in the respect of Red Camel Jordans.nl and the 992 leader at this stage, but they're now in fuel for the equivalent stop that Mulner did about half an hour or so ago. So again, the 992s are going to be back on an even keel. 921 versus 909. That promises to be properly flat out all the way to the finish.
That explains it. It seems like Rick Breukers has been at the wheel of that car for, in fact, it's gone away, hasn't it? That little bit of stat has gone because they're in the pits, been in there 2 minutes now. So Rick's been at the wheel of that car since the restart, and it's as ever 992 being one of perhaps, if not the most competitive class in any kind of Creventic event, and once again showing that the racing in that class is as close as ever, because it's still not over with coming to 3.5 hours remaining. My heart goes out for that blue and yellow car there though of Haas RT. I know it's some small consolation after they were certainly in massive contention for a podium finish here. It's small consolation that their European season has started in this fashion. I'm not sure their plan is to continue with just 2 drivers. However, certainly not 2 drivers for the 24 hours of Barcelona, which is the only 24 hours on this year's calendar, by the way. But it's one of those situations where I'm pretty sure that by next weekend, Chris Dodonka and the rest of the team will be thinking back and reflecting back and on the positives of what you can take from this race until that moment of damage. And it can be like an instant, can't it? 2 cars coming together on track, and a misunderstanding between drivers and car positions, and bang, that steering arm is bent, and you've got, you know, you're tracking out or you're tracking too much toe in, and you've got to bring it into the pits. You can't struggle around because you are going to damage the car further. It's just such a... So it's small consolation. I'm trying to reach out with an olive branch here for Chris and Sandrine and the rest of the team at Haas.
Is it all the more galling to think that you made contact with a fellow Audi R8 as well? I mean, they've no connection with Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, but another team that have chosen to run with the 4 rings, and they somehow find one another. That I don't think would have been a battle. Well, it wouldn't have been a battle for position. It would have been either Paul Scheusner trying to get the lap back on 21 Haas RT. More likely, it was Nico Gulinks trying to put a further lap on Paul Scheusner. And certainly the 69 crew would not have wanted to see that happen in a hurry. So maybe a bit of stout defence. What I haven't necessarily been looking out for a message on the screen that suggested an incident involving car 69 and car 21 is going to be looked at. But I'm sure if the race officials have spotted something untoward, then they will certainly investigate that. 3 hours and 36 minutes to go. Let's get back to Sarah.
Dynamic Motorsport have made their way back to the pits on the back of the truck. So I'm running up there to get a little bit of an update as to what damage they have. I'll also pop my head into race control and try and get an understanding of which car came together with the Haas.
Yeah, okay. Well, Chris de Donker had a thought, but he didn't know for sure because, as I say, it was in a blind spot to a certain degree as we were focused on scrapping elsewhere. Max Partel has just come in to fuel in the number 11 Hoffer racing car, and now arriving back in the pit lane is the Maserati MC20 GT2 car. It was almost taken through the cornfields by the Manitou around the back route in order to access the pit lane. Unusual for a Maserati because, of course, it's Lamborghini who have the history of making tractors, but it looked more like a ploughing field machine for a little while. Did the GT2. There's maybe a bit of damage on the sill on this right-hand side. Obviously, it's now arrived facing the wrong way, but the team will be able to turn it around into the right direction by courtesy of the dolly jacks. I was beginning to think that Maserati had just ground to a halt, but maybe it had some contact, and therefore some internal damage.
Have you spotted damage?
I just wonder whether there was a little bit of damage here, or whether that skirt has that design beyond the B pillar.
There's Sarah just wandered into...
Sarah
just wandered into... That's Sarah there.
Yeah.
Yes, Sarah just wandered in to pester them. You've got a better view of that car than we have, Sarah, as it comes off the truck. What's your thoughts?
Side of the car.
Now I'm having...
Oh, here's the drone. I can see it now above the pit lane. Hello. I'm having a look. I'll give you a wave.
There she is.
Just having a look around the rear. I mean, I can't see anything obvious. Oh, there's a little bit of damage here, but I wouldn't say that would take you out of the race. I mean, it's just almost looks like superficial damage on the right-hand side. So nothing, I mean, I'm no mechanic, but nothing is really sticking out. But let me ask one of the team, give me a moment and pop back down and I might have an answer.
Okay, well, they themselves may not know for sure, but I just got the feeling, it's difficult to tell from even this distance with the drone, a couple of meters up in the air and a couple of meters away from the scene. There's definitely a bit of a shark bite out of the right-hand side, forward of the rear wheel. But I tend to agree with you that that's not necessarily going to stop the car from continuing on, unless the contact has just made the car cut out briefly. But these GT2 cars are built very strongly indeed. They're kind of built for fellow GT2 action, but fabulous that Creventic can find a category for the GT2s to run in, which is GTX, because obviously GT2s wouldn't be housed in the GT3 category. GT3, a global division for Grand Touring racing.
I've got a feeling, Johnny, the way that car was pulled off, just pulled off the track.
Yeah.
that is possibly, you know, some sort of catastrophic failure. We've seen this so many times, haven't we, when, you know, the gearbox has failed or the drivetrain's failed. We'll wait for it to be clarified. I'm pretty sure that Sarah down there is going to allow the team to first analyse and interrogate the data on the car to see exactly what the problem is.
Well, I thought as the car was going into the garage and I caught a glimpse of the left-hand side, actually the damage that I thought was on the right-hand side is kind of copied on the left, so it might just be a quirk of the livery of that car from Dynamic Motorsport. It might be a bit of design as well. As I say, it's tough to tell from that distance, and I've not had a chance to see that Maserati MC20 in the flesh this weekend, i.e. I do a couple of laps of it, and that will definitely be something I'd like to do in a month's time when we get to Spa-Francorchamps, if indeed that Maserati is part of the entry. It'd be great to have a few more GT2 cars entered into this championship. If you haven't been with us all day today, we did have a chance to bring you the news of who has already signed up for the 12 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, and that has now become an annual visit to Belgium. Normally the second round of the season. We were there in April last year as well, and Creventic actually heading to Spa on 2 separate occasions in 2026. So for round 2 of the 24-hour series, although bear in mind it will be a 12-hour race at Spa next month, and then at the start of September there'll be another 12-hour race, but that occasion it will be 992s only, so a Porsche one make race for the Carrera Cup example, and normally gets pretty big entries, that the 992 Endurance Cup, a Saturday race and 12 hours non-stop. Unlike here at Mugello, it'll be a 12-hour race run without interruption consecutively, 12 hours all the way through to about 9:45 at night, because the license at Spa allows us to run very deep into the evening on a Saturday. 3.5 hours to go, so that means we've already had 3 hours of running today. We're almost at half distance for the Sunday mileage alone, and again teams will be focused on when they want to be plugging their drivers in. As far as the fuel windows are concerned, I suppose they can't get too far ahead of themselves and start back timing everything, because all they'll need is a couple of code 60s and that'll send them totally off course. So just keep ticking off the scheduled pit stops at this stage, burning through 65 minutes worth of fuel. But that really depends on your previous stop and whether you could get a full fuel allocation in last time.
Ideally, to give everyone an example of what the utopian situation to find yourself in would be, if you have a fuel window of, let's say, 1 hour and 15 minutes, and there is 1 hour and 15 minutes remaining in the race, you're able to pit stop at 1 hour and 16 to go. You refuel, you put a new driver in and a set of tyres, and off you go. That is perfect, and a perfect situation to find yourself in, with a complete full stint of fuel all the way to the flag. Now, when we talk about back timing that pit stop, that is what we are suggesting the teams are aiming for, and sometimes a short fill leading up to that is, you know, potentially on the cards, or you just keep ticking on by, filling your car up to your allocation, and then you get that final pit stop where you short fill towards the end of the race. And it's there's a lot of variables, there's so many elements to be considered before you even do that, and track position is perhaps the finest. That's a right little fun party going on there with some sort of red and white smoke cans. And of course, they are Pirates and also Ferrari fans. A long way from the sea here, though, aren't we?
Yes.
Well, we're never a long way that far away from the sea.
True. I suppose if you go along the main road towards Rimini, it's not that far away. Misano, where we were racing last year with the Creventic series, is not that far away from the Adriatic. It's the Adriatic Sea.
Adriatic in the east, Mediterranean in the west.
Indeed. You've been to Misano, haven't you? I still haven't ticked that one off yet, but would love to. Not going to get a chance to do that in the 24H series in 2026, but you never know in the future. 5 different countries being ticked off, of course. The first of them being here in Italy before we head to Spain. Before we head to Belgium in a month's time. Spain will be much later on in the year in September. There's still a big chunk of bodywork missing from the 928 Porsche that had to be torn off the HRT Performance Porsche. James Kellett told us about that at the time, and his driver Jonathan Kearney is at the wheel of that car, getting the headlight flashes in the rearview mirror from Ollie Bryant in the Era Motorsport Ferrari. And actually the Era Ferrari is not that far away from either being overtaken again by Adam Konopka. I think the more likely scenario is actually Bryant's got a lap back on the Slovakian. So Bryant's just overtaken Adam Konopka, I would think. And even though the ARC Bratislava car continues to lead, that is the Ferrari potentially going back onto the lead lap again. How many laps has Bryant done? 243. I know we're a long way away from that being the case. So Bratislava's car, the Lambo Huracan, has completed 248 laps. Probably does owe us some fuel, though, a fuel stop, just like Ralph Bone needed to do, and he's come in with the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, the all-black, although with the gold piping Porsche, into fuel, and now the main pit lane. And Paul Scheusner is going to replicate that sort of a pit stop as well for the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport car 2. As staying out, happy to stay out, is Ollie Bryant. But Adam Konopka might not be that far away from needing to pit, although he stays out as well, the 44 car. Rejoining is Herbert, and there's a chance that that is now a scrap for the race lead. 249 laps completed for Konopka. Ralph Bone, no, it won't be for the race lead, but he's only 3 seconds off the back of Stefan Tribodini's Audi for Santilok Junior team. Now then, the sky towards the foothills of the Alps, you might say. I think I'm pretty sure that's the Dolomites in the distance, north of us here at Mugello. That sky does not look particularly promising for a dry finish, or at least a dry next hour for this race. So you can actually see beneath the very, very dark clouds potential rain, probably many kilometers away. But is that about to dump something pretty nasty on the Mugello circuit as well? And I'm sure many teams up and down pit lane will have a radar fixed on that part of the sky as to whether it might be heading in our direction in the next hour, 2 hours maybe. Maybe quicker than that.
Yeah, one of my weather apps did say that it was going to rain this afternoon. It is just after 3 o'clock, and it was scheduled to rain any time after 2, I think is what my app said. It's whether or not that rain deposits itself on the high ground.
Yes.
And gets blown away. And for instance, where we live, Johnny, the Pennines saves the east coast from a lot of rain, which deposits itself on the west because the high ground contains it. So remains to be seen. That's possibly why we've had one forecast that said it's going to rain and another forecast that said it's not. So we might be in that part of the world where it can be as changeable as that.
Yeah, it depends on the height of the cloud, I suppose, because if it's relatively low cloud and drifts above some of those mountains in the distance, then that will crack the cloud and produce the rain before it has a chance to reach us. But thank you to our producers at 022 for warning us of that, because you don't necessarily know that that's happening behind our camera at San Donato. We will monitor it.
I've got a suggestion by one of our YouTube viewers, Effis Gens, I think is the name. He blames the guys with the smoke and the Ferrari flag. That was guaranteed as a rain summoning ritual, he reckons. Well, they were pirates as well, so yeah, who knows? The
skull and crossbones, perhaps, yeah, not boding so well for a dry race. Although, I mean, do Pirates like rain? Do they do a bit of a rain dance up on the mountainside there, the hillside? Every credit to those fans for finding an excellent place to witness the Mugello 12 hours. You might actually be able to see the whole of the track from there, with the exception of maybe a bit of the start-finish straight. But it's in a natural bowl. There's no town known as Mugello. This is the Mugello Valley. And what you tend to find is that weather is blown either from turn 1 in the direction of turn 15 at Bucine, or in the opposite direction. And it does appear that maybe the weather's going to be coming from the direction of San Donato. We had very, very strong wind in the midweek period. This was before you and I and Sarah actually landed on, what day did we arrive? Thursday. But on Wednesday, apparently very, very blustery, really cold, lots of rain as well, just not very pleasant at all for the setup for this weekend. Thankfully, the strong wind has died down, but even a bit of a breeze might bring some of this changeable condition. That was a new camera angle going into San Donato, kind of like that, from a handheld down at ground level to see.
I think, have we got a roving cameraman out
Almost,
there?
yeah.
Yeah, because he's been in the stands, and now he's in the spectator areas around the track. If you haven't visited Mugello, it's one of those areas of Italy that is a must. I mean, Tuscany in the spring could be a little bit warmer, usually is, to be honest, unseasonably cold here. But it's a track that is renowned for its spectator areas, isn't it? It's got panoramic views where you see not just one corner, you can see a number of corners from most of the grandstands. And perhaps the worst view, dare I say it, is probably the one opposite us, Johnny, from the grandstand opposite the pits. And even that's a magnificent view, but one of the poorest around here. You've got some great overlooking areas where you're looking down upon the cars, and this panoramic shot of the ball as you described it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, being a motor racing commentator is obviously an incredibly glamorous job, but I do know historically that commentary boxes are put in the most sort of awkward positions, because ultimately we're not looking out the window, we're looking at a screen that you can see as well, and we've got a timing screen over there, trying to give you a flavour of precisely what's happening up and down the order. If you have too good of a view out of the glass in front of us, then we're just going to start talking about that. And describing racing that you at home can't even see, which is not ideal for a broadcast. So I do understand the reasons. 3 hours and 20 minutes to go. ARC Bratislava leading GT3 AM, but more crucially leading the race overall. And even if the E2P Aston Martin, which is right on the boot lid of the bright yellow Lamborghini, were able to get through, that would not change the current race order. Adam Konopka is actually far more wary of where Stefan Tribardini is in the Santalok Junior Team Audi, and that car is a lap off the pace. So whoever is calling the strategy for ARC Bratislava this weekend, the Konopka family team, they are doing an excellent job, and every credit to the consistent nature of the AM driver combination there, for just really staying out of trouble, not doing anything too spectacular at any point, because it's not about that. It's about staying out of trouble and trying really to call the best shots when you do have to make the odd decision about strategy. And they've done a very, very good job about that so far. Their drivers, I'll remind you, well, Adam Konopka is at the wheel at the moment, and he's got his dad Miroslav. You've got Gerhard Krarasa, who does deserve a lot of credit, because as the silver-rated, say silver, yeah, silver, but AM Plus is the rating that he gets from Creventic, and then Zdeno Mikuláško completes a 4-driver lineup as another AM. Sorry, you were about to say, John.
All I was about to say was to add to what you were saying about the ARC Bratislava team. They've basically just been going very fast. All of their drivers have gone very fast. Their strategy, they've just been metronomic. They've pitted when they had to. They took advantage, slight advantage of the code 60, if I remember rightly. But they've been, overall, they've been very fast. You have to be very fast. Interestingly, they're about to put a lap on the car of Ralph Bourne and Herbert Motorsport. And now I know the Lamborghini's owing the Herbert car a pit stop, isn't it? So let's not get too excited about that. But that yellow Lamborghini just literally just a few metres ahead of it is the black and gold liveried Ralph Bond Herbert Motorsport Porsche. And that would be quite something if Adam Konopka can get ahead of that Herbert car, put another lap on it before it takes its pit stop. That's just exacerbating the advantage that it might have at this stage.
22 laps done so far on this stint for Adam Konopka, which is the equivalent of about 45 minutes of driving. And the car should be capable. How much caution have we had in that? Maybe only the first couple of laps of a 45-minute stint. So I would expect if we stay green that the 44 Lambo can do just over an hour fairly comfortably. But as you say, the Porsche's made its latest stop, and therefore Ralph Bohn's only 4 laps in to this stint for the German crew. Florian Schulze for 69 Continental Racing's Audi is only 3 laps into his current stint. So we've got 2 cars that are pretty much matching one another as far as strategy is concerned, and they are the 44 Lamborghini and Stefan Tribodini in the Santilok Junior team, which is the second placed car. How do the average lap times compare? Well, massively in the favour of the Frenchman Tribodini. So this is the chance then for Tribodini to catch a bit of time back again, but there's still over a lap between the Lambo and the Audi.
We've got an inquiry. It is from Waltermino 126. Vortex is still running. In fact, somebody asked the question, haven't seen the Vortex. Now, that was Mark Tucker. Haven't seen the Vortex in a while. Is it still running? It's not only still running, but it's about to take the lead of the GTX class. Now, that has come about because the Dynamic Motorsport Maserati is still in the pits with what looks like a catastrophic, I presume, looking at the pictures that I was sent from Sarah, gearbox failure of some sort. They were checking on the drivetrain from what she sent me. So Dynamic in the pit lane. It's still eligible to be second in class and will feature on the podium. But now we've got a 54-second gap that the Vortex will eat into on this lap. And when that comes around the next time, it will show in the lead of the GTX class. So that's kind of reacting to the adversity that that car has met. They never give up at Vortex, and they're pushing on. The only thing that's stopping the Maserati resuming is, of course, spare parts and the time that it would take to change a gearbox on that car.
Yeah, and again, to a certain degree, a GT2 car will be modular, I'm sure, just like a GT3 car, and therefore sections are designed to come off in one big lump, and then you have a pre-assembled corner of a car, for example, to then just bolt back on again. Gearboxes, well, you don't worry about kind of the intricate innards of a gearbox. The gearbox and the bell housing will just come off as one almost, and then whack the new piece on. But what I don't know is how easy it is to do that in a GT2 car, because a GT2 car was never really designed as a 12-hour or 24-hour endurance car. GT2 races an hour, maybe less than an hour in some cases, and big failures like a gearbox, that's kind of race done in their normal habitat for GT2. But the nice thing about Creventic racing is that you're taking normally a sprint type car, much like a Porsche Cup car actually, and thrashing it over a much longer distance. But with that, cars are going to break, cars are going to need to be fixed, and that's then the opportunity for a rival like Vortex now to be the new GTX race leader. Old adage, Joe, 2 cars to make a race.
Yeah.
And, well, we've had a very long distance race now, but finally a lead change in GTX.
Yeah, it's flipped back towards Mulliner Motorsport, hasn't it? And again, very hard to gauge with just over 3 hours remaining. The 992, we had an inquiry, I'm not going to find it because there's lots of chat on the YouTube chat about what the fuel window is for a 992 car. Now, I've seen cars go 90 minutes. Some cars even can extend that depending on the circumstances of the stint, taking into effect code 60s, a little bit of fuel save. You might even see it, but flat out green flag racing, usually towards the 90-minute stage, is when we see that fuel window beginning to shut and the 992 class cars needing to come in for a fuel stint. However, the 90 minutes is a full tank. And the rules are that every time the car pits and refuels, we're not brimming the tanks, are we? They're allowed, I think, 115 litres, is it? I know you had the sheet. I can't find the regs now. It's up there on my clipboard.
Yes. It depends which category you're in, and then also what driver makeup you have. But I can attempt to work out how much fuel ordinarily you could put into a GT2 car under a green flag condition. What I can't say is, well, I can't impress you with any numbers of a very long stint from a GT2 car today, because it's been such a kind of staccato race on day 2 with code 60 after code 60. So nobody has really had an opportunity to do a full green flag stint, and therefore I can't prove to you that 90 minutes might be possible, but it could very easily be if people were paying close attention to the action yesterday. I'm sure somebody has worked that out. And that would be mightily impressive, considering as a maximum under green yesterday in a GT3 car, we had maybe 70 minutes at best, and then all of the key cars were running out of fuel.
Just information coming in. We've got drops of rain at turn 1, and the wipers have gone on the Melvin Moore-driven number 65. Now, whether they are automated and feel moisture, just like your road car will, but out of turn 1, drops of rain, that's Tin Plate Geek 2. Are you actually here at the venue, or is that information that you've gotten, Tin Plate? Is Tin Plate your first name and Geek 2 your surname? Anyway, thanks for that. It is indeed drama. Drama towards the checkered flag with just over 3 hours to go. Whether or not it gets heavy enough, the rain that is, to warrant the need for rain tyres to be put on these cars. Oh, and that's more than a few drops, isn't it? And we've just come out of turn 1. The San Donato hairpin up the hill towards the Luco and Poggio Secco, left and right, down the hill now to Maserati, and not so much rain on windscreens as we head towards the Arrabbiata corners, but certainly up at turn 1, like our viewers have informed us, drops of rain. And it all depends on whether or not the rain stays light, blows over, or whether we have a downpour which affects the condition of the track. We're all on dry tyres here, Johnny, slick tyres, and the minimum amount of dampness on the track will affect these tyres. Now, it's not so much the grip of the rubber on the tarmac with light rain, it's the cooling effect it has on the tyres, because the water takes away the temperature, and you're effectively on cold tyres. There's a lot of rain there at turn 1, just coming out of the San Donato hairpin, and we saw that the wipers going into overdrive.
Yeah, that actually looked like coming out of Correntaio corner and into Biondetti. A little bit of understeer there, purely because of the moisture on the road for the 93 Mercedes. That's Ajit Kumar, who's having to think on his feet, and funnily enough, surprise, surprise, the treaded Michelin tyres are now being sourced in the various garages up and down the order. And just before, I'm sure it gets very busy in pit lane for so many of these GT3 cars and other category cars about to pit. Let's just finish the point about GT2, because interestingly, the 15% rule doesn't actually apply in GTX, as in, regardless of whether you make a pit stop under green or code 60, you get the same allocation. So it's only generally a GT3 rule. It does actually apply in DCE as well. But 120 litres the GT2 has been putting in at every pit stop, potentially, whether you're under code 60 or whether you're under green flag conditions, and that compares to the Vortex by being 5 more litres over the little French car. So 115 litres at every fuel stop for the Vortex 2.0 and 120 litres for the Maserati GT2. One or two of the GT3s can get 120 litres as a maximum, including the Aston Martin from E to P. Anyway, that's that point finished, because by far the bigger problem here is the rainfall, and where's the crossover point, Joe? Does everybody immediately think wet weather tyres are going to be quicker, or do they hope that they've got a very experienced driver out there who might be able to give them a better decision?
Well, at the moment, Johnny, it looks like just light rain. It's hardly affecting the condition of the track. It's a very cold day. It's not like it's raining on a warm summer's or even a warm spring day. It's chilly, it's cold, there's no heat in the tarmac, so the water that drops on it stays there. It dampens the track immediately, and it doesn't dry up. It doesn't, the heat of the tarmac doesn't soak away and ebb away the water. So it's going to get wet very quickly, and you've really just got to go with the prevailing conditions, especially if you've got your AM driver in the car. If you've got a hot shot in the car, it might open up a couple of opportunities to not react as quickly as you perhaps would with your AM driver in the car. And when I'm thinking that, I'm thinking about the Red Ant team. The Red Ant team, we've got the rain on the information boards. I'm pretty sure we don't need to tell the drivers that. They can see that on the windscreen.
Although, interestingly, Ajit Kumar says, no, I'm all right, I'm going to stay out. The one bloke who has pitted is Mauro Engel.
Yeah, what do I know?
Well, yeah, that doesn't make any sense at all. I think Mauro, in fairness, I think Mauro needed fuel.
Well, I was going to say, if that couple, it's going to be interesting, and if Sarah is down there, Get Speed Team PCX pit for the 28, who's in fueling at the moment, when that car goes towards its garage, interestingly, we want to see what tyres goes on to that Mercedes of Mauro Engel, because they'll be looking at their weather apps, which are much more accurate pieces of software. If you're running a race team, you want the satellite telling you exactly where the rain's coming from, literally to the 5 minutes. They are so accurate these days. But it's going to be interesting to see the cars. Now, Konopka is in as well. The RC Bratislava car in as well, but I think he was getting towards his pit stop time as well, was he?
Let's just have a look.
Check of that.
I thought he might have a bit more time to go at. No, okay, yeah. The previous pit stop was done under code 60. It's done about 56, 57 minutes. So that they might be thinking, well, probably going to need fuel in the next 10 minutes anyway. And now Adam's had a few laps, and the car might have been a little bit lurid here and there. The safer option, when you're in such a good position on the road, let's not forget that, you know, leading the race, the last thing they want to do is risk it for too long and throw the thing at the scenery. That's a cool LED board. So
I've never seen that one before.
I've never seen that.
There's not a
before.
flag signal for that one.
I don't think so. And if you're unsure as to precisely what we're referring to, it was like raindrops, digital raindrops, falling down the LED screen.
Well, the equivalent flag for that one would be the slippery surface flag, the red and yellow stripe one. However, I've never seen that display board.
I'm trying to think what the equivalent flag might look like, because you can't use a blue flag. That's used for something else.
That's right. It's very, very similar that at racing speed. You're passing that board, you'd see the blue colour, not necessarily distinguish what the actual board is denoting and showing. That Mercedes there is being pushed back out of its box area. I'm not sure why that was pushed back here. We've got a driver change.
So that's the Engel car, isn't it? There's only well,
no, that's not the Engel car, is it?
Well,
that's in 21st place, so that is the other Get Speed car. Right team, Johnny. But the other Get Speed car is the car we're looking at there. Let's get down to Sarah, who's gone to Red Ant, and what sort of tyres have gone on that car?
Let me have a look. It's not wet tyres.
No, there's dry tyres going on the Get Speed car as well.
Yeah, dry tyres.
So they're not that concerned.
But they're new slicks. And it's Kobe jumping in the car. I thought they jumped out, so I thought the car was just coming into the pit lane, but it's not. Are they still in fueling, maybe?
The cars that are in fuel at the moment, Ajit Kumar's Mercedes is in fuel.
That would make sense. So they've just stepped out, getting ready for that to calm it down the pit lane. Who else have we got making some changes here? It smells like fresh rain. I can see a car at the far end of the pit lane as well, but other than that, no one else has come in. There's probably going to be a rush once all the cars come out of fueling.
You often get, after a few days of not having rain, then all of a sudden rain landing on wettish or previously wettish ground, there's that smell of just ozone a lot of the time, and yeah, that instantly recognisable fragrance. I don't think enough of the track is wet enough for wet weather tyres all around it. I mean, if you could chop and change to say I'll have grooved tyres at turn 1, but then slick tyres for the back section towards Maserati. But what the drivers are having to weigh up here is what's the best tyre generically, sort of across the board, and a lot of the key runners have said, you know what, we'll stick with slicks. Ajit Kumar's going to be an interesting one because he doesn't still quite have the experience, well, certainly compared to one or two of the other drivers, so he might be more comfortable on a wet weather tyre if indeed the team are choosing to keep him in. Let's go back to Sarah.
So he is jumping out. Kobe will be jumping in. I've been peering over the laptop of one of the engineers down at Ajit Red Ant Racing. They've decided to go for the dry tyres because he thinks the rain's going to be over in a couple of minutes. That's what the weather forecast looks like on his screen.
Yeah, that's the other thing. How long is it going to stay wet for?
If you've got 5/6 of, say, a track here, which I think we actually have here, because we've only had spots of rain at turn 1. By the time you come around, you're going to have burnt out those treaded tyres. They will go very soft indeed. You're going to wreck a set of tyres within 3 or 4 laps.
It's Ajit. You have to be careful with that one.
Slipping and sliding around. So tippy-toe around the dampish bits, which are not really wet, I would think. They're only just sort of getting a bit of splash of light rain. Let's head down to Sarah. No, not quite ready for us as Kobe De Bruyke continues out of the pits and continues on dry tyres. Now, this is the area of the track we think had been rained on, and that, Johnny, is perfectly dry.
Yeah, so whereas the rain first arrived at San Donato at turn 1, it didn't take long then to move through towards Luco and Podium, and it's now wetter at Maserati. So the 93 car working its way through Maserati and Borgo San Lorenzo corner with a new driver at the wheel, let us not forget. So ingoing driver into Mercedes number 93 is the Belgian racer Kobe De Bruyke, and De Bruyke more experienced in these halfway house conditions. A lot of the AM and the Pro-Am drivers are more comfortable, weirdly, if there's an absolute downpour and they are guaranteed to know that it's wet at the next corner and they're on wet weather tyres. More tricky if you're on the grooved tyres but the track's not completely wet, because then you're hunting out the cooler bits of the track so as not to burn and overwork the tyre. And on the other hand, as is the case with this Mercedes, it's on slicks, so again you're hunting out the drier bits of the asphalt, but you're having to do that at quite high speed. Also, there's the risk of a bit of rain or a bit of water accumulating just the other side of the serrated curb. So there might be standing water here and there on the curb sections, and on the painted areas, they are definitely the areas to avoid, because paint that is then wet can be just like ice, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep off that. However, I'm pretty sure, Johnny, that we haven't had enough rain really to affect the track surface in any way, and the teams were highly confident when they brought out the wet tyres there to reallocate. And Kobe, the lap times haven't changed, so that's the big indication. If we have a drop off in lap time, well, we have a little bit of a splash. However, the lap times have not been affected whatsoever, so we're back to consistent track conditions. Let's head down to Sarah, who's got something.
The 911 as well. Just had a quick chat with Ayrton. We're making friends now in the Ajit Red Ant Racing team. He said, we think this is the tyre to go on. Looking at Kobe De Bruyke in the Red Ant car, he's doing pretty well out on track in the slicks. You know, still taking corners, even though it's wet out there. It's not really raining in the pit lane anymore, I'd say. It's sort of just spitting.
Yeah, well, that's how quickly the cloud cover has blown through, actually. As I say, it first arrived at San Donato at turn 1, but now, if anything, it's wetter further behind where you're positioned, Sarah, over at Maserati and Borgo San Lorenzo corners. So those are turns 4 and 5, and potentially, therefore, causing a slight hazard into Casanova corner and the downhill approach through Savelli. This is quite a long track, as in, you know, the footprint of it begins all the way down at San Donato. It's over 1 kilometre in length, so there's every chance that it might be raining on one section of it and then not over at Arrabbiata. And again, because that might change from one lap to the next, this is where, if you've got the look of the draw and one of your more experienced drivers at the wheel, it could really pay off. Not only in just keeping the car on the black stuff, but also buying back some of that time. I think at the moment, Santilok Junior team are very, very happy that they've got Stefan Trebedini at the wheel of their car, who's on lap 262, has a 23-second advantage, but should be able to lap quite a bit faster than Ralph Bone. This is the Audi I'm talking about, with Stefan Trebedini driving it, and Ralph Bone is more so in the, well, 158, so a couple of seconds quicker that time through for Stefan the Frenchman.
Yeah, and I was mentioning earlier that the lap times hadn't really been affected. They're about, they're getting towards being 10 seconds off their best lap, which we've seen. So it is having some effect. However, as Sarah reported, there is no rain on the pit lane. There is no more reported rain at turn 1, so maybe it's blown away. So let's head down to the pit lane now, where Sarah is with Ajith Kumar.
I'm with Ajith Kumar. Great to see you again. Great stint from you. I mean, it just started getting wet as you were coming in.
Thank you so much. Yesterday was a better day for us. Decent timings until I beats the car in the gravel. So today our aim was to survive, and we were told that it would rain sometime during my stint, so I was trying to be a little extra cautious and bring the car back safe.
And your motorsport career is going from strength to strength, really helping as an AM driver in this team. What are the sort of learnings you take away from weekends like this?
Well, I think in a format like this, endurance, it's primarily it's survival. And then get as quick as you can amongst your class of drivers. And I was told yesterday that I was pretty quick. I mean, my timings compared to the real bronze drivers were pretty impressive. So I go back to the next event with a lot more confidence. And yes, thanks to the team. And getting to drive in the wet takes a lot of learning, which I'm sure during the course of the year I will get as much experience as possible.
Well, that definitely agrees with the data we were looking at as well, and confidence is so key in motor racing. Just talking about the rain that's come in, I can see these wet tyres are sitting in the garage still dry. Do you know why you made the decision to go with the slicks, the new slicks?
Well, we were not expecting it this earlier actually, so probably towards the end. So I stayed on the slicks, and I guess it up to the team to decide on what the strategy should be. And today for me the clear goal was to try and stick to my timings that I could yesterday, but unfortunately I managed just a few laps, 156, 157. Yesterday was good, 155 mids and early 154. Today, like I told you, was being a little cautious. So we're happy. We're just waiting for the rain to settle and see if we can fight for a podium.
Well, thank you so much. Kobe's in the car now, Kobe de Bruyke, and he's out on brand new slicks. So let's see. I guess you're done for this weekend so far.
I stint for this weekend, yes.
Well, thank you so much. It's been wonderful to have you here, and we'll see you in Spa.
Thank you. See you all in Spa. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, and well done to Ajith Kumar for staying with on programme for the team, bringing the car home and handing it over to his teammate for Kobe de Bruyke to get on with it now. Just under 3 hours, and we've still got light rain that is now definitely affecting lap times. The Sonderlock Audi just come through there. Stefan Trebedini at the wheel. He's lapped in the 2 minutes 1 second, 1 minute 59 for Ralph Bone, as the windscreen wipers are a big indication of just whether or not it's raining. The drivers have got the windscreen wipers going on pretty much all of the cars that have come into our picture and come into our site. There's the Vortex that has just gone, well, not just gone, it's now got a 10-lap lead on that stranded Dynamic Motorsport Maserati. So GTX leader, Vortex now at the head of the class, and the Vortex team will undoubtedly be mounting the challenge or addressing the challenge of getting that car to the finish. We've seen the fighting spirit of the Vortex team so many times, and that car still circulating. Oh, Kobe de Bruyker off in the Adjunct Red Ant car there. We just caught the last part of that, and it's the Arrabbiata corners where we seem to have the biggest amount of precipitation, whether that rain cloud has gone across the track. But Kobe de Bruyker has not hit anything. It looks like he was recovering from a bit of a spin through Arrabbiata 1, gathered it up and got on his way. Now, whether that was caused by track conditions remains to be seen. We haven't got any other footage for it, but certainly, Johnny, the rain is still falling and the track has been affected, is continuing to be affected because the lap times are tumbling.
Yeah, but like I've said, it's different bits every single lap, it seems, as the clouds are just inching their way further and further towards Arrabbiata. And now this time a Porsche's off the road. Was that the QMMF by HRT car? So either that or the Seb Lejeune Racing 888, similar liveries. No, it is 974, so it's the Qatari crew. And they have then struggled to get the car turned in through Arrabbiata 1, went all the way through the gravel trap and did excellently well to keep the momentum up. Yes, there was a delay, but thankfully the car didn't dig in to the gravel trap. And it's going to be overtaken now by the number 91 Porsche. They're, of course, on different laps because they're in different categories. And Ralph Bone is keen not to lose too much time on Stefan Tribodini. But Tribodini had a slowish lap last time around, whereas Ralph Bone was 2.5 seconds quicker than him. So is Ralph more at home with these changeable conditions, I wonder?
Yeah, he looks to be. He's been steadily lapping 1 second to 2 seconds quicker. Oh, sliding as we put the power on off that Porsche there, just looking like it went a bit sideways, but well controlled from the driver there. And it looks, Johnny, as if it's that side of the circuit, the opposite end to the San Donato hairpin, turn 1 here, which is where we are with this QMMF Porsche, showing the Qatar livery, purple and grey. Now that part of the track looks dry. It's when we get to the other side.
So it's the southern end of the track now.
Yes.
So the weather's come in from the north and from the direction of the Alps and the Dolomites, and then gradually the cloud cover has worked its way from San Donato, which is the northernmost corner, down the straights between Poggio Secco and Materassi, then towards Savelli, and now there's a cloud hovering above this part of the circuit at the two Arrabbiatas.
And I tell you what, I've just noticed there, spray coming off the tyres. That surface water that has been dragged up by the tyres, that is a massive indication of just how wet the track is. It's not able to be dissipated because of the heat of the tarmac, because it's freezing here. It's been a highs of 8 and 9 degrees is not warm weather, and that is showing that this water is coming and it's staying. And as we see, cars struggling now to get grip through the faster turns here at Mugello, of which there are many. The Asbest Seat front-wheel drive cars tend to be at home with their rear ends rotating upon the front axle. However, when it pendulums too far, then you've basically just got to plant the throttle and the car will point in the direction, whichever way you're pointing the steering wheel. But it's tippy-toe weather now, and the decisions on everybody on that pit wall, the decisions on everyone's lips on the pit wall will be, when, if any, do we come in for wet tyres? Are we going to take a gamble? Are we going to... I mean, look at the sky. The sky's bright in places. It's broken cloud. We've got these Disney-esque rain clouds that are coming across and just splashing a chunk of water down on parts of the track and totally rendering that part of the track absolutely treacherous.
Robert Renauer comes in 269 and hasn't been to the fueling area, I don't think. Well, that's for another set of slick tyres, so he just wants fresher slick tyres potentially. Has he gone to the fueling area? I will check that as soon as he rejoins, because I'll get a bit of data on precisely where when he came in. But it might well have incorporated, yes it did, it incorporated 3.5 minutes of fuel actually. So they did fuel, they did tyres, and they sent Robert on his way again. The 90 car of Oliver Campos is currently in fuel as well. That is the E2P Racing Aston Martin. But once again, another team saying just not worth changing to grooved rain tyres, even though there are a couple of corners with the change of surface flag, either a literal flag or being shown on the LED marker boards to say just watch out because traction is at a real premium. Still seems to be around Savelli and the two Arrabbiata corners, which are the most hazardous, and then the rest of the track is pretty much dry. Here's Sarah again.
Tyres going on. Don't want the wet tyres, Paul.
No, not yet.
Not yet. What do you think the forecast is saying? There just seems to be certain corners that are a little bit wetter than others.
It started in Sector 1 actually, and now it moved to Sector 2, I guess, the T8 and T9. So it looks like it's going over.
We haven't had a chance to catch up with you since your quick trip to Rome. You made it back in time. How was the race for you yesterday?
Yeah, without any problems actually. We catched up with the guys in front, and we stayed where we needed to be. No mistakes, no crazy things actually. So, and until now we have the same. We are up there, and yeah, let's see if we can fight for the win today.
Yeah, thank you so much, Paul. That's Paul Meyer from Müller Motorsport. Oh, before we go, one moment, I can see something hanging a little bit on the rear. What do you think that was?
Yeah, it seems the diffuser is a bit loose on the end, so I think they wanted to repair it, but in the end they didn't manage because he drove off. So he's in a hurry to catch up with 909, I think.
Thank you so much. See you later on.
Well, there was a driver change to take Conrad Laveau out and Martin Rump in. Sarah, if Conrad's around, once he's had a bit of a debrief, it'd be good to catch up with him, unless we've already spoken to him before, but I don't remember that, because Conrad's a new name for me. Relatively inexperienced in this type of racing. He did do the Dubai 24 hours, but I don't think he's done much other long distance stuff, and I would imagine he's pretty young, a young kid from Denmark. So yeah, it'd be interesting to catch up with him and his CV of racing, maybe fresh out of karting actually into these big high performance cars. So Santilok lead with Stefan Tribardini at the wheel, and Conrad Laveau now joins Sarah.
Hey, Conrad is just grabbing a quick sip of drink after jumping out the car. We haven't caught up with you since Dubai. Tell us how you're finding this race.
Yeah, it's difficult because I've never been to the track before, but I'm finding my pace, so for good, it's quite good right now, but I haven't driven on the wet before, so I had a little bit of struggle there.
Tell us which parts of the track are struggling, and you decided as a team to stay on the slick tyres.
Yeah, I mean, it would be, the rain is coming off now, I think, so, but the turn 8 to turn 10 was very slippery, so we were just keeping quite chill there, but for us it was quite fine.
You're quite young. Tell us more about your endurance career so far.
Yeah, so last season we drove the Middle East Championship, 2 of the races for me, Abu Dhabi and Dubai, and then I've been driving this now.
So quite an experience to be out here in the wet, in Mugello, on a pretty cold day.
Yeah, it's really not easy to drive at this track in the wet, because there's no gravel or something to go on off.
Well, thank you so much for stopping and having a chat. A chance to get a little bit refreshed now. Do you think you'll be jumping back in the car?
For right now, I actually don't know because of the code 60, but maybe, I don't know, to be honest.
Cool, thank you so much.
Excellent work, Sarah. Thank you for that. That's educated me a little bit more. So he's done a couple of races as part of the Middle East Trophy, Abu Dhabi and Dubai. That rather suggests he didn't do Malaysia then last December. And prior to that, I would imagine the longest race he's competed in might be half an hour or so. So getting a lot of track time now behind the wheel of a Porsche Cup car, sharing with some very experienced co-drivers, though, in the form of Paul Meyer, who we've just spoken to, and the chap who's taken over from Estonia, Martin Rump, in 9:21. And as Paul Meyer suggested, they wanted to do a little bit of adjustment to the diffuser of that car on 921, the Mullner guys, and Martin was so quick, so desperate to get back out in front, they didn't get that opportunity. But if Martin can start to reel in the Red Camel Jordans.NL car, number 909, and potentially pass him on the track, then I'm sure Mullner will not be bothered one bit that there is a little bit of damage being carried. The downside for Mullner currently is that one of the strongest drivers in the Red Camel car, Fabian Dance, is now back at the wheel. I mean, Rick Breukers is generally considered the quickest of the drivers labelled against 909 this weekend, but Fabian, I know, has very much impressed a lot of the team members this weekend, and the Swiss being given at least one stint on this occasion might turn into a double. The Lumi rank numbers flashing, 001 to tell us that Ralph Bone is the race leader once again, and that is because the Santilok Junior Team Audi came in for fuel at the end of this lap. So Stefan Tribodini will pit and hand the lead back again to the German squad Herbert,
who was indeed catching him. Now then, the rain is drying up ever so slightly. Lap times beginning to come back to us. They were over 2 minutes a couple of laps ago. Last time through, Ralph Bourne with a 1 minute 58.7, 1 minute 59.9 was Stefan Tribodini, who's still in the fueling, by the way, as into the lead has gone Ralph Bourne in that car there, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. In third place, about 2.5 minutes behind, even more, is Michelin in the ERC Bratislava Lamborghini, and lapping in a 1 minute 50, he seems to be the quickest car out there.
Yeah, 1 minute 50 is a good time in the current conditions. Not the quickest time that we've had all day, but bear in mind that was in the full dry at 1:46. That's the fastest lap of the day so far, not necessarily the fastest time that we've had all weekend, but to be able to get down to the 1 minute 50s in these drying conditions now is impressive from Florian Scholze. As Ralph Bone went into Buceni corner just then to turn 15, might be a little bit of debris sitting in the middle of the track. Otherwise, it's just a slightly differently coloured bit of asphalt, which you can get in the wet weather, or it's tyre pickup as well. Thankfully, not on the racing line, whatever it may be. So Buceni corner dealt with. Then 1.1 kilometres later, he's slowing for San Donato, and the roller coaster of another lap here at Mugello commences. Stefan Tribodini in car number 18 for Santilok Junior Team has yet to leave the fueling area, and Ollie Bryant's in there as well for Era Motorsports Ferrari. So that's useful for us to know that Santilok and Era are just about on the same pit stop cycle now. Whether that stays true to form all the way to the finish, you'll have to stick around for the next 2 hours and 40 minutes. It feels like the end of the race is more so within touching distance, but then again, 2 hours and 40 minutes is still a long time. You only got to get through the next 3/4 of an hour, though, to be within potentially one more pit stop, and then you're done.
Well, it's kind of that golden period is getting towards that final pit stop time, isn't it? And we are going to be inside of that once we get 90 minutes or maybe in another hour or so, getting towards that golden period, as we have in front of us Stefan Tribodini into the pits. Dry tyres going on there. The track is coming back to us. We have had a splash. Tribodini out of the car. Didn't quite see who that was getting in, Johnny. Is it going to be Pierre Caffer, maybe? We haven't seen him this afternoon.
Well, I would imagine they want to keep Pierre back for the final run to the flag, and it's just too early to put him in.
9 minutes early.
Exactly. You can do a maximum of 2.5 hours in one go, and you can't do 2 hours and 39 minutes. So, and that's Elia Earhart, is it not? So, it's not Elia, and it is not Tribodini. So, one other driver who's now completely escaped my memory. Let me just check who else is in that car.
It is Pierre Caffer.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
okay.
It is Pierre Caffer. I thought I recognised the helmet, the luminous yellow and orange.
Well, he can't stay at the wheel till 6:30 tonight and the end of the race.
That's right. So he's going to do a chunk of time. I'm going to try and work out. So he does an hour and 10. An hour and 10. That's 2 hours 20. I'm going to get him out the car for 10 minutes, aren't we? We're probably going to get him out after maybe 2 fuel stints. That's going to be 2 hours and 20 minutes, isn't it? These cars do about an hour and 10, don't they? Or is it on the hour here? It's got that long straight. I think the...
I mean, to be honest, we've very rarely had over an hour's worth of green flag.
Yeah.
Especially when we haven't today, as 4 cars totally together thread their way through the second of the Arabiatas as if it's the first lap all over again. And the 44 car for Zdeno Mikulascu, another Slovakian from the ARC Bratislava team, is right on the boot lid of the rejoining Audi. And also in there is 269, the second of the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. So it's Herbert that lead with their 91 car, but 2 abreast now, and to the high side goes Robert Renauer and will pick off Mikulascu.
Very forceful driving from the Porsche of Robert Renauer, moving alongside the Lamborghini. The Lamborghini's trying to come back here. The Lamborghini about to put a lap on that Audi, by the way, whereas the car of Robert Renauer down in 11th place, trying to unlap himself from first the Lambo and then trying to unlap himself from the Audi in front. But the Lamborghini's coming back at the Porsche while we watch this unfold. Not exactly a race for position, track position, but still tactically wanting to make progress. Let's head down to the pits where we have Sarah.
Stefan Trebellini from Santalok Junior Team. Great stint from you. Got a little bit wet out there while you were there. Can you tell us the track conditions?
I'm really happy about my stint. The first part was completely dry. I push the maximum I can push. I think I really go hard every time. I was really in good shape in the car, really happy with the balance. And when you have the confidence here, it's another story, because Mugello is really tricky, but when all is on the good place, it's so nice to drive, so fun, so I was really happy. Didn't expect that small rain at the end of the stint, and we extend the stint because of that condition, because it was so slippery. It don't look because it's small rain, but that's the worst condition, because it's just greasy and cold for sure. So the tires are going down on temperature, and after it was really, really tricky. So some corner, the last corner, you drive on ice. So I knew I was leading, so I cannot push like I would like, because I have to be careful. I have too much to lose. So the plan was to go as long as possible with my stint, with my tire, with my fuel, without doing mistake, even if I'm a bit slower than what I can do. But I couldn't take any risk on that condition because we are still leading. So I'm really proud about my stint, because I have a long stint, a lot of different conditions, and really used tire at the end, so really happy.
Good all round. You managed to keep the car obviously in the race in a good position, as you say. You've handed over to Pierre Caffer now. Will he be, how long have we got left? Around 2 hours 34. So he'll be taking the car to a decent way towards the end.
Yes, now for sure Pierre is the more experienced driver on our car. So he needs to continue like that, if he can stay with the same gap. I don't know with the other concurrent, because I just come now out of the car. It's really tricky to understand all the strategy, all the fuel and everything for everybody. But for sure, clearly, we are there to win the race. We will do our best, and I'm completely confident with Pierre to do it.
Well, congratulations, Stefan, on your stint. We'll be keeping a keen eye on the Santalok Racing Team. One of our commentators, Joe, has had his money on you all weekend since the qualifying. So let's see if you can bring it home.
Yeah, Kelly, thanks a lot, and I hope I cannot be disappointed for the commentary for our pace and our position at the end. So keep focused, still a long race, but we are there to do the job now.
Thank you so much, Stefan. Thank you.
Well, you've always been pretty good at picking out winners, Joe. You're not supposed to have favourites, though. We're the neutral party.
I'm being neutral. I wasn't saying a favourite. I just thought, coming in this race, having a look at their driver lineup, Santalok had a strong driver lineup across the course of a 12-hour race, and they've proved in the past that strategically they know how to go about these races. You can never discount Herbert, though, can you? And you know, you can never discount. I tell you, the surprise for the race for me has been the Lamborghini, the HRT Bratislava team. Their driver lineup has been absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
They have not put away a walk. And what was I saying earlier? They've just gone very fast.
Yes.
Which fundamentally is what this sport's all about, isn't it? Going very fast.
And not to rub it into HRT fans, but actually there was another GT3 AM driver combo with their Audi R8 that was flirting with the race. Well, it led overnight.
Well, they were my dark horse.
Oh,
they were my dark horse.
How many dark horses did you have?
I only had one dark horse, and that was HRT.
Right.
Because of the two driver lineup, that kind of simplified how they were going to go about their race. And their you know, the spectrum of the lap times they were going to get from their drivers were very consistent. So they were my dark horse. But I mean, I drive a Mercedes, so it's not like I'm a big, massive Audi fan. It's just, you know, we've seen Sontalot. We know how good Pierre Caffer is, because he's not just a driver in that team. He's an organizer. He's a strategist. He's looking after. He's an engineer. He's got a massive role there. Oh. And we saw them go through the Arrabbiata corners there. It looks to me, Johnny, as though the outer edge of the curbing here at Mugello, and especially at that section there, is very damp. Pierre Caffer went across the curb like you would in a normal fashion. When he came back on the track, that left rear wheel had been cooled off. And so when he went through the second part of the Arrabbiatas, that car had a little bit of a squirm on him, so he's going to have to be a bit more cautious and a bit circumspect through there next time.
Excellent to hear Stefan Tribodini, though, who he said was very, very pleased with his stint, particularly because it was so tricky out there, and he didn't quite know where the next section of wet track was going to appear because it was changing probably every couple of laps, and it was his duty to contact the Santalot team and say, no, I still think we're good to be staying out on the slick tyre, but I will need to just fully focus on this. Probably the radio traffic back and forwards to him was was limited, so he couldn't afford to be too badly distracted. There is the Haas RT Audi, still a going concern, but unfortunately rejoining after the need to repair its steering arm after side-to-side contact with what Christa Donker thought was contact with the 69 Continental Racing by Simpson fellow Audi R8. And now Peter Gulinks threading his way through Luco and Poggio Secco, so got quite a lot of traffic to deal with again as the Haas RT car, but it's still going to have lost none of its pace, and is now going to attempt to dive bomb Ralph Bone to get one of its laps back again. Couldn't quite do that at Maserati, but this is, well, what will become the battle for 15th. So essentially Peter Gulinks does not want to lose time on Ivan Jacoma in the number 911 Porsche. There's Ivan just going into the first of the Arrabbiatas, but it's the overall race leader, Joe, who now stands in his way, and he's certainly quicker than Ralph Bone.
Yeah, that just rub it in, shall we? Just rub it in, the potential performance there as the dust is kicked up by one of the cars in front of these two, and Gulinks going through on the race leader. There's no need for Ralph Bone to get involved in any kind of scrappage. That Haas RT car is now down in 16th place overall, has completed 267 laps in comparison to 275 laps, so do the maths. It's out of contention, but the fact that it's got the performance to not just catch but then overtake the Herbert Porsche, that just rubs salt in the wound, doesn't it, somewhat?
Yeah, a real shame. We don't really know where the Audi would have been from a strategic point of view had it managed to keep the lead, because there were phases of the pit stop cycle that put the Herbert Motorsport car ahead of this Audi, and then there was a period of time when the 44 ARC Bratislava car would lead as well. So yeah, we've had that opportunity of one of three cars winning this race ripped away from us. It's kind of a two-horse race now between Ralph Bone's Herbert Motorsport Porsche number 91 and the ARC Bratislava car from the Slovakian outfit. And Just to confirm, the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi is too far back, probably. Well, I don't know, 274 laps completed. It only needs a little bit of a hiccup from either of the cars in front to change that situation. Back to the battle for 15th place. The drone is going to concentrate on then. So Peter Gulink's looking like he might be faster than Ivan Jacoma in this part of the race, but sadly for very much the middle order places.
And they are two separate classes. Remember, the blue Porsche ahead is in the 992 class, and currently the driving experience Porsche is currently first in the 992 AM class, third overall in 992. So it's a car that is very much in contention here. I'm just wondering what's happened to the MMF by HRT car that currently has been in the pits. That's why Ivan Jacoma has been able to take up that third place podium for 992. The HRT Audi should make its way by this Porsche ahead of him through the twisty bits, not so much on the straight.
Let's go back to Sarah, down in RPM Racing land with two of their drivers.
Yes, down here with Tracy Crone and Nicholas Jonsson. Is that said correctly? You just jumped out the car, looking a little bit warmer than I feel right now. You had to go through the wet stint, or slightly wet stint.
Yeah, I started to drizzle there about 20 minutes from the end, and started up in turn 1 to 3, and it was kind of, whoa, come in there first lap, right? And then start to dry out there, and they got worse over in 7, 8, 9. So it's kind of, you know, it's moving around a little bit, which makes it pretty, you know, difficult, right? But we stayed on track, and you know, you just keep moving, you know, moving forward here.
And you've both been racing together for 23 years. What are some of the things you've learned about working together as a team in the car?
Well, you know, he was only 5 when we started. Yeah, so.
He was only 5, so a lot of learnings. How about you? How's it been, like, from over 23 years? There must have been some development in terms of communication and racing together.
Yeah, obviously it's a great friendship, you know, off the track and on the track. You know, we just said we developed, you know, a specific, you know, routine when we're racing, and we have a, you know, very special relationship off the track as well. Obviously, we've been racing all over the world. You know, the WRC, ELMS, ALMS, IMSA, you name it. We've been racing it, and have, you know, 14 in a row Le Mans, which I think is the longest as a pairing ever. So yeah, we've been going through a lot with a lot of success and up and downs, and you know, here we are, keep racing.
Lots of core memories throughout the world. How about Mugello? Is this a special track for you? What are your favorite parts of Mugello?
No, this is a real pro track. This is a really interesting track. I really like this place. The fast corners up like 6 through 9, 10. Very interesting part of the racetrack. Up, down, it's a roller coaster ride. And really technical, very technical part of the track. So you get a little bit sideways there. It's a bad day, but the track has a really good flow to it. I really like this place, and you know, I'm glad to see that we've come back here again.
Well, thank you so much for having a chat with us, Tracy Crone and Nicholas Jonsson.
Thank you, Sarah, and great to see Tracy and Nick still out there competing. And I was blown away by that stat that Nick mentioned there, 14 Le Mans together. And you and I, Johnny, would have been part of all 14 of them, I would have thought.
Yeah, probably, about right.
I mean, I first met Tracy Crone and Nick Jonsson in the American Le Mans series, of course. And Nick was Tracy's driver coach. And to have that pairing together, great friendship. They kind of know what each other's thinking.
Yeah.
Away from the track, let alone at the track.
Yeah, yeah.
A great friendship there, and to see that they're still loving competing at this level of international motorsport is just phenomenal. And he's a great addition to any race car paddock, and it's great to have Tracy Crone and Crone Aviation with that distinctive bright green car that they, I think he calls it Crone Green, because his cars have been that colour for a long time now.
And you think back to the various different cars that particular shade of green has adorned through the years. It's not always been a Porsche, Ferraris of the past. It's been on prototypes as well, LMP2 cars. And Tracy Crone has thoroughly enjoyed the challenge through the years of driving as many different cars as possible. I wonder, you know, still to this day, how many trips back and forth across the Atlantic Tracy and Nick are having to do to compete very regularly in Europe. They're no stranger to the Nürburgring Nordschleife either. Now, worth pointing out that Zdeno Michałowski has been lapping on some occasions 7 seconds faster per lap than this car, which has just come now into pit lane. So Ralph Bohn in the Herbert Motorsport race leading Porsche pits for yet another time. This will be the car's 5th pit stop of the day, and it probably did about 5 or 6 pit stops yesterday as well. So easily into double figures now of pit stops, I would have thought. But what about Zdeno Michałowski in the ARC Bratislava car? Because it was gaining chunks of time prior to this pit stop. And are we necessarily expecting the ARC Bratislava car to pit to kind of copy Herbert, or will it be all right for a few more laps? Yeah, it should be, because Zdeno is only 17 laps into his current fuel run, whereas that was 33 laps in the books for Ralph Bohn. And actually a good indication, because I don't think during Ralph's stint, we didn't have a caution at all. So he's managed to do 63 minutes on a, well, not necessarily a maximum fuel load, because we don't know how much fuel was in according to the allocation, but he probably will have had his full allocation at the start of that stint.
We've seen GT3 cars pit between 55 minutes and something like an hour and 10, so yeah, he's certainly in that window. Did I notice there, Johnny, that Lamborghini was lapping something like 7 to 10 seconds quicker on the last 2 or 3 laps than the Porsche? So I'm not quite sure why that would be the case, because we've got tricky conditions, yes, but relatively consistent. I think the rain has stopped falling, so whatever dampness we had on the track is beginning to go away and dry up, and with the best lap times in the 46s for the Lamborghini, lapping last time by 1 minute 49, we're getting back to that completely consistent lap when it comes to track conditions.
Rather than Ralph Bohn going all out, though, are Herbert trying to ensure that after this pit stop they're doing, they're going to try and only make one more stop, but the problem is they're going to have to stretch the fuel mileage to maybe an hour and 7, an hour and 8, and bearing in mind he's just done an hour and 3 minutes, that might be quite a lot of fuel save mode that Herbert needs to be in to make sure it's one more pit stop, and that assumes that we're not going to get another code 60 between now and 6:30 tonight.
No, I would never assume that with 2 hours 20 minutes on the clock, JP. That's there is every chance, even for the most innocuous of things, of debris on track or anything. So,
but you can't. I don't think you can bank on it.
No, you can't bank on it. No, absolutely not. How many times have we seen it go full green?
Well, yes. So you sort of have to assume it will stay green, and by the time this car rejoins, there's going to be 2 hours and about 18, maybe 17 minutes on the clock for Herbert Motorsport, and that's what I mean. You could potentially slice that right down the middle and say an hour and 8 minutes can whoever goes into that car next, and we might actually be talking about the finishing driver going into the Herbert Porsche at this point, because we are inside that magic window now of less than 2 hours and 30 minutes to go until the end of today's race, the end of this year's race at Mugello. So finishing drivers can be starting to be plugged in from this point onwards and stay at the wheel for the rest of it. I suppose the other thing to think about actually is that a pit stop takes about 4 minutes, so 2:14. Yeah, he's only going to have to stretch those stints, or the ingoing driver is only going to have to stretch those stints by about another 4 minutes. That's another 2 laps. So it is doable, even if you're making your penultimate pit stop now and going to rejoin in the next few minutes. You could potentially make the finish with one more stop.
Ralph Bohn can do just under another hour. He's been in the car for an hour and 37. He's allowed to do 2 hours, so he's going to be 53 minutes in the car, 50 minutes or so in the car, which will take that time to not exactly into its last stop. So we may see, well, we'll see him definitely get out of the car. So the Herbert car is still very, very much in contention here, with the bright yellow Lamborghini there just coming up upon the Proton competition Porsche of Manuel Lauck. Now, that car third in the Pro-Am class, so looking like a podium, certainly a class podium for the orange and blue car of Manuel Lauck. But we are seeing Zdeno Michelasco catching the Porsche to put yet another lap on that Proton competition car. 278 laps in comparison to 281. It's going to be almost 4 laps down off the lead lap if that happens.
Just peering across to our screen, our giant screen to my left, and I've spotted that during the next pit stop for the Lamborghini of ARC Bratislava, that car's going to have to take a 10-second penalty, which is not ideal when it's fighting for every second up against the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. And also, now that we're mapping everything to a new race leader, as in that bright yellow Lamborghini Huracan, I need to work out whether Florian Scholz's Continental Racing by Simpson Audi is close enough to be on the lead lap. Might still be just over a lap between those two cars. But once again, GT3 AM rising to the top. And well, fans of the AM drivers know that actually, I'll correct that, Florian Scholz is on the lead lap when you map it to the ARC Bratislava car. And we've got Pierre Caffer for Santalok Junior team also just on the lead lap. But his Audi is not far away from being caught by Zdeno Michelasco. In fact, what's probably happened in reality is that Pierre Caffer's just unlapped himself that time around. So here's the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport car of Florian Scholz, and 6 and a bit seconds back is Pierre Caffer, now fresh to the lead lap. So he must have overtaken Zdeno Michelasco in the very recent past, and we now have 3 cars in GT3 back on the lead lap, Joe.
That's great stuff, isn't it? And there's not much gap between Florian Scholz in the Continental Racing car. Well, how have they come up there, Johnny? That's very stealth-like. Julian Simpson and his team there making good ground and getting that car in contention. It hasn't featured since the start, since yesterday.
No.
It kind of put its head above the parapet a little bit, but now, with just over 2 hours to go, now's the time for that silver and red car to make an appearance and put itself in massive contention. We're going to be able to check and see just what the gap is to the Lamborghini when it comes by next time by. It's got a 6-second lead on that car there, which is the Pierre Caffer number 18. So that's almost an on-track battle that we can see for second and third.
It's coming down massively, as you would expect, with Pierre Caffer.
Yeah, it is. Pierre Caffer, one of the sports car legends. So here he goes across the line. 1 minute and 38 seconds is the gap to the leading Lamborghini. So with 1 hour and 8 minutes stint time for Florian Scholz, then he could be. Are we aware of how long it is for that car to?
Who Scholz in the 69?
He's done 12 laps, hasn't he? So he's way off a pit stop time now.
Hang on a minute. Let me just do a quick refresh. 35 laps in, though, for Scholz. So.
Right. So he's due a pit stop.
Yes.
Isn't he? So that is going to be. If the pit stops flip-flop and he can continue to do that and put the car up there, it's potentially certainly in contention, certainly with 2 hours and 14 minutes to go.
Scholz has done about 1 hour and 8 minutes on this stint, so already he has done a longer stint that Ralph Bone managed. And by the way, I was suggesting that they might be thinking about a driver change at Herbert, number 91, but that is not the case because Ralph Bone stayed at the wheel. So Ralph keen for another stint. Does that suggest that the closing stint might be done by Alfred Renauer? But they've employed Ralph Bone again, doing the soft shoe shuffle, because I think that's one of the main responsibilities of Ralph Bone, is to drive the car fast, but with fabulous fuel consumption, not burning anywhere near as much as his teammates sometimes do. And that's trying to tell somebody like Alfred Renauer or Rolf Eichen to go slower and save fuel. You know, it's not kind of innately within them, whereas Ralph Bowen is very comfortable with doing that, highly skilled.
Smooth, isn't it? That's the key. Smooth application from transition from brake to throttle. Not stabbing at the throttle, but modulating the throttle, going back on the throttle, how you come off the throttle, just keeping the car stable. He's got a lot of experience under his belt in this Porsche now, as Ralph Bowen. So very much got a race on our hands, Johnny, with, as you said there, maybe 3, maybe 4 cars. The way that the pit stop phase works its way out, 4, potentially 5 cars going to be in contention here, certainly for that 3-step podium towards the finish, but there's still plenty of time. We're going to be saying that for the next hour or so, with 2 hours 12 minutes on the clock. That car there, Pierre Caffer, the black and yellow car of Pierre Caffer, chasing down. The gap now down to 4.5 seconds. However, is he going to be robbed of an opportunity to do an actual on-track overtake by the need for Florian Schulze to enter the pits, as he is on what is 36 laps of this stint now, so it's not that far away.
One of the AMGs enters pit lane for its latest amount of fuel, so that is going to be the number 11 car of Hoffa Racing. Ivan Giacomo in his 911 numbered Porsche Cup car enters the pit lane. By the way, the Hoffa did a driver change and got Maxi Partel out, and the very talented bronze racer Torsten Kratz in. It was Torsten, you might remember, who was waving frantically at his team members in the fueling area with some sort of drama. Now, is this where we're going to see Florian Schulze peel off to driver's right, coming out of the left-hander? No, he's happy to stay out. So let's hope that he's not driving with completely fresh air in the tank. I'm sure they've done the relevant measurements correctly, but this is an impressively long stint from Fabian Schulze, considering the amount of speed that he's carrying as well. It's nothing like Pierre Caffer, but that's because I think Caffer is off the leash regarding any need to be in a fuel-save mode. Santilok have fashioned a good opportunity here for him to do what he likes, only 15 laps into this current stint for Caffer.
No need to scan the timing screens to see the gap. The gap is there. We can see it outside our window. We can see it on our TV screens. Pierre Caffer is coming, and Florian Schulze, a big ask for Florian to defend from the likes of Pierre Caffer. The Sonderlock Junior Team Audi R8 is totally and utterly optimized now with that driver lineup, and here he comes almost onto the rear wing now through the Arrabbiata. That outer curb beginning to dry up there with the amount of traffic it's had on it. Now Caffer moves to make the move, has to slot back in. They are going to be spearing off downhill towards the hairpin, the right-hander. That is looming large, Kunning Tao, and there it is. Just a textbook move, not very hard fought, understandably, by Florian Schulze. There was no need to do that and risk anything in delaying Pierre Caffer getting by, and Caffer gets on his way. It's fabulous footage from the drone camera, isn't it? Absolutely awesome. You can really see the sort of racing line and how Pierre Caffer drives this track, all of the curb and more. We look to see if Florian Schulze peels off. No, he's gone through. Schulze has gone through, down to 3rd place, but gone through for another lap, would you believe?
The other thing I was wondering was, admittedly way down, but Robert Renauer was right with Caffer on a different lap in the 269 Herbert Porsche, the second of the Herbert cars, and that was Robert Renauer's opportunity to unlap himself on Schulze's Audi. So might well have been able to do that in the same move as Caffer overtook at Corintao corner. There was the number 28 Mercedes heading through Luco corner. Here's Manuel Lauk, 5th place, Now, I was trying to work out how far back Manuel was and whether there was any way that this car could get onto the lead lap as well, the number 73 Porsche from Huber Proton competition, but I think it's too far back.
I think it's 3 laps off the lead lap, Johnny.
Okay. 283 completed. It might be 2 and a bit, but I think 2 and a bit's too much, frankly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a big ask. He's going to need a lot of, maybe with 2 hours to go, just a big ask to make up 3 laps on a car that is going so well as the CRC Bratislava Lamborghini is. Michelin driving an outstanding stint here. 1 minute 49.0 his last time by. The quickest the car's ever gone is a 1:46.9, so that is not that far away from the optimum time that was posted when the track was a lot more consistently dry. We've still got damp patches on the outside of curbs, which can make things a little bit more treacherous and unnerving as we gather ourselves up for the final 2 hours. We're about just under 8 minutes away from the final 2 hours of this Mugello 12 hours, Michelin 12 hours of Mugello for 2026, kicking off the European season before we head off to Spa-Francorchamps next month, and then Paul Ricard, the Nürburgring on the Grand Prix Strecker there, and then rounding off the 2026 European season with the 24 hours of Barcelona. And as much as Mugello has become the spiritual home for the start of the European season, the Barcelona 24 hours has become the spiritual way to finish the Creventic Ran 24H series for the European Championship.
Very often the end of season trophy presentations take place at the circuit to Barcelona Catalunya as well. It's another big favourite of so many drivers that are here this weekend, and a second chance of the season, the calendar season, to go twice around the clock and all the way through the night. Our first of those being back in January in the Dubai 24 hours. But some great long distance stuff still to look forward to, plus a hoped for flyaway race as well in December. More on that as we get closer to that second half of the year. In another 6 minutes time, we will have had 10 hours combined across the 2 days, so that's another significant milestone hit.
And was it really 10 hours ago that we saw that number 28 lined up on the pole position?
Yeah.
It feels like such a long time ago. It isn't really. The number 28 is in 6th place. Benjamin Pack at the wheel. The Get Speed car, remember, with Mauro Engel putting the car on pole position in fine style. Now that car's on 285 laps. So that car is the car that is directly behind that car there in the order. However, it is gaining ground on that Proton car. 4.5 seconds is the gap, and we had a lap time of a 49.6 from Manuel Lauk in that Porsche, the orange and blue one. We had a lap time of 48.9. So slightly quicker lapping going on from Benjamin Pack, and he can see his target. It's going to be blue from where he can see. The blue back of the Proton competition car, and it's kind of target acquired when you're chasing a car down. And he will continue to chase that Porsche down.
Excuse you, I'll talk for a bit, don't worry.
You talk for a bit, John.
Francesco Finici is worthy of a mention, and I was just going to give you a little bit of background on the driver from the driving experiences team. He's just done the fastest lap of the day in car number 911, and as he did so, gained a position because Louis Perrault has just made a stop in the 888 Seb Lejeune racing car, so that will promote the driving experiences Porsche AM lineup up to 4th position. And the driving experiences crew are still relatively new to things Creventic, but Francesco Finici is from Umbertide in Italy, That's probably completely the wrong pronunciation, but he knows what I mean. And has spent much of his racing life actually in Porsche Carrera Cup Italia, but realised that the 24H Series was a good way to go 3 seasons ago, 2023, when he appeared for Centri Porsche Ticino. That could well have been here at Mugello. Actually, that would make sense, and indeed it was in the 2023 running of the 12 Hours of Mugello. So this is one that he sort of chalks in at the start of the year to be at.
2 cars that we expected to come in for fueling have come in for fueling. Manuel Lauk, who our onboard camera is with at the moment in the fueling area, Proton competition, are handing that 5th place overall to Benjamin Pack in the Get Speed Mercedes, but also Continental Racing's Audi, Continental Racing's Florian Schulze, bringing the number 69 and handing 3rd place back to the Herbeth car and 2nd place back to, well, we'd already handed Pierre Caffer the 2nd place handing because Pierre Caffer had made that move on track. But into the pits now, we knew it was due, Johnny, and there it is. A cracking stint, though, stretching that fuel window to something like, what was it, 38, 39 laps?
It was getting towards that sort of ballpark figure.
It absolutely was.
So hang on a minute, let me just do another quick refresh. We've got 2.5 minutes to go before we're into the final 120 minutes. 41 laps.
Wow,
it could be.
41 laps.
And 1 hour and 17 minutes from Florian Schulze, who at times really was not hanging around. The lap times, well, let's say 1/3 of the way through, lap times dropped off, which might have been generated by traffic. It might have been an instruction from an engineer to say, just ease things back because we're trying to bridge the gap. And he's done a spectacular job. Because now, whoever takes over the 69 car, I mean, could Florian stay at the wheel of that car? But when you've got 2 hours and 2 minutes still to go, you can easily make the finish now, even if it did stay green, with 1 more stop. So he's done a lot of heavy lifting there. He's potentially taken quite a bit of pain, as in allowed cars past him in favour of getting the fuel mileage back. I mean, you know, Pierre Caffer was catching him, and I bet he thought, I'm not going to fight this 1 iota because all I'll do is waste a load of fuel by trying to put up some sort of a defence to the German racer, the former Audi factory driver, and very successful at the 24 Hours of Le Mans with the Audi LMP1 cars of old. Here's the number 18 car of Pierre Caffer as we speak. He's completed 289 laps. Is on the lead lap and is lapping faster than Zdeno Mikuláško for ARC Bratislava, about 1 second a lap quicker currently for Pierre Caffer, who is neat and tidy on the exit of the Biondetti chicane. Ambient light again continuing to drop away a little bit, even though we're at 4:30, so nowhere close to sunset. Today's race is due to finish at 6:30, and the official sunset time here today in Mugello is 6:30. I mean, it's almost as if Creventic have put a bit of thinking into precisely when to end the race. So we'll be at exactly sunset time when just about the checkered flag comes out.
And you've got that twilight ambience for all of our photographer friends out there to capture the cars under the twilight, the exacerbating the colours, the headlights which will invariably be coming on some of the cars, well, some of the cars that have got working headlights, that is.
Well, true.
I'm thinking about the Asbest Seat Leon. That's gone pretty much the whole of this, pretty much 2/3 of this race looking like that.
Yeah.
with an eye patch on the right-hand headlight. There's the leader, the ARC Bratislava car, going through complete 292 laps, lapping in the 1 minute 49s consistently by Zdeno Mikuláško. And again, Johnny, just reiterating, that car has gone round and round, but it's gone round and round very fast, which is exactly what we need.
The Asbest Cupra currently has a face only a mother could love, is the old expression, but they'll sort that out for the next race, and I'm pretty sure they were on the list for the Spa 12 Hours as well, with at least 1 car.
3
cars.
3 cars for Asbest.
I was about to say, Sarah Essa was reminding me that there was at least 4, maybe 5 in the Dubai 24 Hours, and they're planning to enter with 3 of their generally Cupra slash Seat based cars.
Yeah, they all are.
They have run some Golfs in the past. Maybe I'm confusing or mixing memories there, but yeah, these days they do prefer the Spanish manufacturer, although it's part of the VAG group, of course, and has been for some time now. And again, a TCR car, you know, is designed, as we've seen in TCR Europe this weekend, it's designed for what, 25, 30-minute race? And you're attempting to run them for 12 hours this weekend, 24 hours when we get to Barcelona in September.
That car is moving very slowly, Johnny. It's got a best lap time of 2 minutes 9. Last lap through was 2:29. That's got a problem. That car, I've just seen some blue smoke there. Into the pits it comes. It's been tootling round there, as our good friend Nick Dale would say, trundling round. And I did distinctly see some blue smoke coming out of the corner, so that wouldn't have been on the brakes. Now, Sarah Esser is camped out down in the pit lane, and as much as this car is out of any kind of contention, it is our leader in TCE. Whether that's a bit of bodywork rubbing causing that smoke, hopefully it was, and not smoke coming from the exhaust. But we want to see that team react to the challenge of getting that car to the finish. Inspection going on that rear end, and now we're taking the left hand side rear wheel off. Whether or not it's some sort of suspension problem, but a 20-second slower lap, or a lap slower by 20 seconds, is a considerable limp to the pits. The wheel comes off. Our cameraman doing his best to get that camera in there to see if he could have a look. Looks like the tyre's been rubbing. So that shows evidence of something rubbing on the tread of the tyre. That's what the blue smoke was. Whether that's just a bit of bodywork maybe, or even a bit of debris that the car has picked up. Looking around, nothing apparent there. Looks like it's been cutting into the edge of the wheel arch. That's certainly something catching the wheel, causing the blue smoke.
So is it
got my attention.
Is it down a little bit on that rear left corner then? Indication of maybe a slight suspension droop?
Couldn't really see that with it being on the jack, but that's a bit of a point there, and when it comes back, if it's not sitting right, then it might be that.
Well, they put the wheel back on.
Yeah.
Having now a little bit of a look. That wheel.
See that back of the wheel arch there? That's really, really close to the tyre there.
Yeah,
I know it only has to. We only have to have a couple of mil difference, of course. That'll do.
But it's almost as if that external bit of the wheel arch, I mean, you know, there's an additional flank there. Has that been pushed in more than it should have been? Compare it to the right-hand side.
We're being pushed back.
Oh, dear. OK.
We're being pushed back into the garage, the pit garage. No, not going to make it. Has to go forward. Just manoeuvring the car into the garage. That's always an indication that we're going to see some sort of work being carried out, and the area of the problem is that left-hand rear corner. I see our Sarah is there on site. Anything apparent from that rear of the car? The wheel tyre that came off, the tyre had definitely been rubbing on some form of bodywork, Sarah, so maybe a broken suspension or something. What can you see?
Later, if that's okay. I am with the tyre now. Let's have a look and see how deep it is. It's only just a little bit of an indent, but definitely causing a massive problem. You can't be rolling around the track with something causing the wheel not to be able to spin properly. Oh, I can see you're with me now, so maybe we can have a look and I can show you in a little bit more detail here. It's actually 2 marks. I'm not sure if it's the same thing that's pushed down and then shifted over and then done the same thing here, or if there's 2 parts of the wheel arch that have come down and dropped around the wheel. But let me find out in a moment and I'll let you know.
Thank you, Sarah. Right there on the scene of the Sarah. I'm getting tired.
It's nothing to do with tiredness.
I like that. I like it. It's just Sarah. She was ready, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Keep getting the
it's
name
sort of
wrong.
automatic.
There's no H on the end. There's no H.
Correct.
Yeah, don't know why I did that.
S-A-R-A.
She looks like a Sarah.
Okay.
What can I say?
Well,
but she's a Sarah.
Always been Asara, reliably in form.
I apologise.
6 more minutes we go into this 11th hour of the race, and with every tick now off the clock, just it feels a bit more manageable. Certainly when we get to an hour or just less than an hour to go, to see the time disappear entirely from that first column will be a big psychological boost. Good lap time there from Alex Acker for the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi. 290 laps done, and he's just achieved the 147.5, which is that car's best lap of the race today. 90 seconds the difference between Pierre Caffer and Zdeno Michelin. The interesting kind of postscript bit or side column to this is that Pierre Caffer can't stay at the wheel until the end of this race. So what are they going to choose to do? Keep Pierre in for potentially 2.5 hours, or do they just really put him in for 2 fuel stints and then perhaps put Elliot Earhart in for the final 20 minutes or so? It's only going to be a very short amount of time that Pierre can't do. Might even be as few as 10 or 15 minutes. But they can't put their secret weapon of Pierre Caffer in all the way till 6:30 tonight. But there's every chance, the rate that he is going, that he might actually have the race lead back again by the time that Pierre needs to pit and get out of the car. He's been at the wheel now for 46 minutes. He's on lap 295, which is the lead lap. And Lamborghini back to Audi. The gap's coming down again. He probably found about 1.5 seconds over Zdeno Michelin on the last lap alone. What about Ralph Bone? He has been at the wheel now for just over 2 hours, so actually Ralph can only be in the Herbert Porsche number 91 for a further 25 minutes or so. Yeah, 25 minutes, let's call it. And they certainly don't want to be toying too much with pushing that, but of course he's only going to get into pit lane. The section of time it takes you to run through fuel and get the car fueled itself will not count to Ralph Bone's driving time, but the Herbert team will be closely monitoring just how many more laps they're willing to risk Ralph Bone being at the wheel. They'll want him to get within an hour's worth or an hour and 10 minutes worth of the checkered flag, and then potentially hand over to Alfred Renauer, who shares that car with Ralph Bone and Rolfin Eichen.
Have you mentioned, Johnny, that Pierre Caffer in that Sonderlock Audi in second place is catching the leader?
Of course.
Ever so slightly.
Well, he managed to find 1.5 seconds the previous lap. He's done about 1.5 seconds on this lap as well.
As the gap was 1 minute and 28 last time by.
So Zdeno Michelin is trying his level best to not necessarily drive out of his skin, because again there'll be an element of fuel save here and there for the Slovakian, and I'm not sure who ARC Bratislava necessarily have up their sleeve either for the closing stint of that car. But remember that across the piece they've had a very balanced team all weekend, with Miroslav and Adam Konotka, who are both AMs. Gerhard Twarassa's not a bad shout actually, is the AM Plus to put back into that car and replace Zdeno Michelin if in fact he cannot be at the wheel all the way to the finish. Let's just try and work out whether that is the case. Yeah, but by no stretch can Michelin be in the car all the way till 6:30 tonight, because he's already done 1 hour and 10 minutes. So he can do another 1 hour and 20. But again, there's this awkward half an hour, similar really to Pierre Caffer in the Santilok car. This awkward half an hour that's going to have to be filled in by another driver, because Pierre's going to be on the 2.5 hour drive time limit, individual drive time limit, as is Michelin, who is due across the line in the next 5 seconds. And I wonder whether that gap might have come down by about 2.5 seconds again, actually. Pierre Caffer might have been caught in a bit of traffic, so very closely matched lap times that time through between the Slovakian and the German, who are first and second. Ben Pack's just come into pit lane for the Get Speed team PCX Racing Mercedes. Benjamin Pack has impressed a lot of people this weekend. He's in for fuel as we head for the pit lane and Sarah.
On the car, it looks like a problem with the suspension that caused the chassis of the car to drop down onto the wheel. If you look at the back of the wheel arch, you can see where the two areas are that were rubbing into the wheel on the on the tyre. You can see the double mark, and then you can see what that was caused by just inside on the wheel arch, just behind the mechanic's head, or sort of right there. You go, great view there. You can see they're also working on the. Oh no, I thought they were working on the front left. The front left is looking a little bit sorry in terms of the front light, but they are shaving the tyres here. Not too sure what they're up to, but I'll find out in a little bit as to the purpose of doing this right at this very moment. It's getting off. I guess they're trying to flatten out. Well, over to you, Joe.
I can tell you. That's what they're scraping off the surface of the tyre there is pickup. That's not the rubber that's come off that tyre. That is rubber that has come off the track. And what happens with a front-wheel drive car, that tyre, I'm going to cough just when I was a bit about to tell you. The rear tyres on a front-wheel drive car never really get too hot. It's always been a bit massive chore to get the rear tyres to balance the front with the rear. And so what the rear tyres tend to do is just pick up all the errant pickup rubber that is lying about, and especially in a car like the TCX class car, which is having to move offline to make way for the faster GT3 and other class cars, it then picks up a lot of rubber. Now, if you don't take that rubber off, it gives the tyre a massive imbalance, which causes all sorts of vibrations, and it just doesn't allow the car to handle perhaps as well as it should. So that's why you have to scrape the surface of the tyre and get rid of all of that horrible rubber.
You have it. That looks exactly like what they're doing. It seems to just be the pickup. Have you got me still? I lost you suddenly.
Yeah,
the pickup is just on the inside of the tyre that they're scraping off.
Yeah, that's the inside
Let's have a
edge.
look. There was a cheer at the back of the garage, so maybe they've hurt themselves or managed to fix something, or perhaps made something a little bit worse. I'm not sure. Just having a look. You can see the wishbone is now being detached. Oh, he's hurt his eye, so it is something fell on his eye, so it was a cry in pain. The work these mechanics go through to keep these cars on track for an endurance race. Well, once all the work is done down here, I'll get you a full diagnostic of what's been happening, and no doubt we'll need to send our poor mechanic here in for a pit stop as well to fix that blood on the top right of his eye.
Oh, took injuries, have we?
Pleased you were listening. Yeah, it sounded quite serious, that. So, Sarah, send us any more updates regarding that in the near future, because we want to keep everybody safe down in pit lane. Drivers, yes, but mechanics who are having to do some of the more brutal work. We described at length those mechanics at HRT having to work around an incredibly hot brake disc, which can run to thousands of degrees. And it sounds like a minor, let's hope, injury that can be dealt with. The first aid kit will certainly be needed down with you a couple of moments ago. I nipped out of the box, and apparently Joe Bradley turned into Bob Fleming from the Fast Show.
I did, I really did.
That's a fairly niche reference, but you can find clips of Bob Fleming on YouTube and other places too to know precisely what we're talking about.
Yeah, talking for over 10 hours with a bit of a frog in my throat.
Well, you're coming back from illness, in fairness, as well, aren't you? The last couple of weeks.
Yeah. Struggled on.
I know. You're a hardy soul.
I just wanted to say, Johnny, that it's quite a harsh environment working in a pit garage on hot racing cars. It also can be quite dangerous, so you have to have your wits about you. However, on saying that, there is no one in any of those pit garages wouldn't want to be where they are right now, living the dream. Yeah. Working at a racetrack, working on race cars. They are all loving it, as we all are.
Down the inside at Bucine corner goes the Viper Nizza Mercedes. Let's work out whether that's a potential move for position. Viper Nizza are back up to 10th place now. and actually don't have a Mercedes immediately in front of them, unless that was Ben Pack getting by. No, Ben's a good minute or so up the road. So the top 10 overall are all back to being GT3 cars, and then you've got the 11th and the 12th placed fight, which is for 992 class honours. And in a couple of seconds time, be able to tell you the gap between Martin Rump for Mulner Motorsport and the Red Camel Jordans.nl car, because Luke Breukers is in the final sector. He'll cross the line now, and they are a lap apart, therefore. Is that right? 992. Yeah, the 992 leader, Martin Rump, has completed 294 laps. We're not quite at the 900 lap marker. 294 laps for Martin Rump, 293 laps for Luke Breukers. So there appears to be a full lap between them currently. Over the brow, out of Arabiata 2, goes the Hoffa Racing Mercedes of Torsten Kratz. He's running in 6th position. And right on his tail, this is 4th position, Robert Renauer. So Renauer looking to try and break back into the top 6 overall, and Torsten Kratz stands in his way over at Correntaio corner.
Yeah, and then we don't really need the timing screen to tell us how close they are. They're actually come together on track. Renauer lining up the rear of that Mercedes to make a pass into Bacchine, the final turn. It's a long, long sweeping left-hander. Just be patient, get back on the throttle, maximise the exit speed, and then carry that speed all the way down this 1.1 kilometre straight. Renauer beginning to pick up a little bit of toll there from the Mercedes. We'll close that gap a little bit further. And it was 1.5 seconds or so last time by. It's a gap of about, where's it gone? I've lost it off my screen. Yeah, about the same, about 1 point. Well, no, actually, it's about half a second. That was the gap at the watch. The watch told us. We don't really need a stopwatch to tell us now, as Robert Renauer flashes the headlights audaciously. Get out of my way, he says to Torsten Kratz, but he doesn't have to, because this is racing.
And whilst we enjoy this, then, for 6th and 7th places in the overall standing, let's get back to Sarah with Ajit Red Ant Racing.
Yeah, not Ajit Red Ant Racing. I'm with Yannick Mettler, actually down at
I was thinking about Yannick Red Ant.
Oh, no, it's not. Yeah, they thought you was Yannick Red Ant. No, different Yannick Mettler down at 910 Seblaju Racing. How was the track out there for you?
Very interesting. Every lap was different, in the beginning of the stint at least. Now it was fully dry again in the end. But yeah, they sent me out because it was starting to rain and had the wet tires already there. And I said, no, I want to stay with slicks. I looked up in the sky and I think this was the classical mixed condition, and I really liked that, so I enjoyed it a lot. Half of the stint was like mixed conditions.
So different sectors sort of had different conditions on track when the rain was out. Can you tell us what it felt like in some of the slipperier sections with the slicks on?
Honestly, it reminded me a lot of the Nordschleife that I used to race a lot. Like every sector was different every lap. Something I really enjoy, always reading the track, adapting on the go. And yeah, I think we gained a good amount of time there as well, so it was a lot of fun.
Now you're currently sitting, I think, 8th in class, but we need to sort of fix things up because of the fuel stops. Can you explain that to any of the listeners?
Actually, I can't, because I have no clue. There seems to be a bit of confusion in the paddock in general. I had some talks to some friends that are here in the 24-hour series for a long time, and it doesn't really, I think most of the people don't get it yet. We will see at the end of the race. The regulation has been slightly changed with the fueling, and for now I have no idea, honestly, where we come out.
And you've handed over to Reese Lloyd. I think we've got 1 hour 46 left. Do you think you'll be getting back in, or will he take the car to the end of the race?
Really depends on the Code 60s, I guess, because I'm quite at the limit of my driving time, I think. But if there's like half an hour before, I think we'll swap again. But he's doing a great job as well, so let's see.
Well, time to get refreshed and be waiting to see what happens. Thank you so much.
Yannick Mettler, who, as he says, is vastly experienced on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, both in NLS, Nürburgring Langstrecken Series events, but also for the N24 as well. Although, having said that, has he ever been in the 24 hours of the Nürburgring? Oh, yes, he has, many, many times. Beg your pardon. I'm using the wrong search technique. So Cup 5, which was the one-make BMW classification for a long time for Team checkerd or Zorg Rennsport. He also drove in what's the equivalent of the GT4 category, known as SP10, in the Nürburgring 24-hour series, and also the NLS series and the 24 hours itself. But in more recent years, just 4 years ago, in the top SP9 class for Schnitzelalm Racing too. So driven a lot of top-notch machinery, has Yannick Mettler, and enjoyed the changeable conditions when the rain arrived.
I had a bit of a request on the YouTube channel for naming the class leaders. Overall and leading GT3 Pro-Am is the Sonderlock Junior Team Audi, Pierre Caffer at the wheel. In GT3 AM is the ARC Bratislava, just off the overall lead. Michelin still at the wheel of that one. And then we move down the order. The 992 class now being led by Martin Ruck, but being chased down by the red camel car, so Mulder Motorsport leading 992. And then GTX, it's the Vortex, the trusty Vortex, still going round and leading GTX. TCE, TCX, that's being led by the Asbest Racing Seat Leon.
Let's go back to Sarah, because Adam Osika, remind me, he's with Get Speed, isn't he?
He is with Get Speed, 286 Get Speed. They're running 2 cars this weekend. Adam, tell us what it's been like here at Mugello over the weekend for you.
Oh, it was really nice. It's our first time, so we have a full season entry with 2 cars, so we enjoyed a lot. It's a nice competition, nice track, so I enjoyed my stint as well. It was wet and dry in my stint, but I enjoyed it because I know it from the Nürburgring, so it was a good one for me, and I hope our drivers are happy as well. We enjoyed a lot, and we are looking forward for the next ones.
And tell me, when you come to a new track that you've never driven before, what do your preparations look like? When you've been to a new track that you've never driven before, what do your preparations look like? Have you been jumping in the sim?
Yeah, honestly, I did it. Everybody's laughing about it, but it helps a lot just to learn the layout of the track, the corners, high speed, low speed, mid speed. So I did it for 30 laps, something like that, and I came here, and after 10 to 15 laps, you're already there. So you don't miss the track time here. You can prepare at home.
And there's some quite steady inclines that I guess are a little bit surprising when you're in the sim. How did they feel when you're actually out on track, especially on the main straight going into turn 1?
Yeah, you don't feel the elevations in the simulator, but it's okay. You know, you are way more prepared instead of not doing nothing, so it helps a lot. And I was not surprised because I knew that we have here a track with up and downs, and I'm used to race at the Nürburgring, so it was a nice one to see here, to be here, to drive.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Who have you handed over to?
To Patrick Liddy.
And will he be taking it towards the end of the race? We've only got around 1 hour 40 left, I think.
He will finish the race, yes.
Thank you so much, Adam, for having a word with us. So Adam Osika from Get Speed.
Well, Patrick Liddy is absolutely mighty. He was almost on the same level as Mauro Engel in qualifying, and Patrick really did stand out to me as someone who is vastly experienced in the US, applying his trade at a track that potentially Patrick's not raced at before. I'm going to have to check back the statistics of the 2025 season of the 24H series to see whether Patrick featured in a similar car last year, but certainly Liddy caught my attention. Yes, he was in the championship last year, joining John Hirschberg again and Adam Osika, in fact. So did that number 286 car feature here at the Mugello 12 hours is the next question. I might need a few more seconds to work that out, Joe.
I'm going to answer a personal question here that's popped up on the YouTube chat. Sim Race Away. I think that's a Sim Race Away. Are you still Sim Racing Brothers? The answer is yes, I am. Not as much as I'd like to, mainly on iRacing and mainly on the official series. More importantly, on track though, Dennis Marshall is rolling to a halt. That's the Proton competition Porsche. One of the Porsches, Jasmine 101, will be absolutely heartbroken here. Massive Porsche fan, it seems, pushing the Porsches on all day long in this race, and we're about to lose one, it seems, with that car pulling off to driver's left. I'm trying to see where that is on track, Johnny. I'm not quite sure where that can be. I'm trying to look on the off-track to give me a clue.
How many sectors has he done? Somewhere in the final sector, because
Yeah.
it's got 2 times that are reasonable.
Is that down to the hairpin at
Looks like it, doesn't it?
Corinteo?
Because there's that building in the distance, which I reckon we can see just about if we crane our necks. Yeah, the edge of the building that is front and centre is kind of within our sights. Green flag being waved. The Santilok Audi has just passed that scene. So yeah, it looks very much like the approach to Corinteo corner.
Yeah. And that
well,
just
the 50-metre board, so it's really close to the corner.
It just rolled to a stop. Now, how it manifested in rolling to a stop, we're going to have a look in car, which might give us some clues as to the car. So he's got all of the dash on, comes out of the left-hander, turns through the right-hander. This is the Arrabbiata corners. Goes up through Arrabbiata 2, still got the dashboard there. Goes over the brow, and oh, look, we've got an alarm. An alarm, some sort of error looking on the dashboard screen.
Clutch.
Clutch error. Yes.
Alarm E-clutch, unless there's another letter missing behind something that obstructs the screen, but it's definitely an error relating to the clutch.
So that might be a loss of drive or something. Sarah Esser is down in the pitch. She might be able to have a word with the Proton competition team to fathom out what that exactly what that error was and what that warning was. But I'm not an expert on a GT3 Porsche, but I would suggest that is a loss of drive. Maybe the clutch has gone and catastrophically failed. This will mean a code 60, of course. The purple flags are flying. And the purple and orange, the bluey purple and orange car of Proton competition is being left by the wayside there. And of course, with that, it is dropping like a stone down the timing order. It will have to be recovered to the pits where we can fathom out exactly what it is. We speculate that it's a drivetrain error, clutch warning and a clutch error, E-clutch it said to be exact. Good spot by our TV production team, well done 0221 to spot that on the dash. They then flashed that back up for us to fathom out. Good team effort there all round, didn't miss that at all. What will this mean then, Johnny? With we're about 91 minutes away from the checkered flag, so we are getting into the realms of that final pit stop for all of these teams.
Yeah, I'm just thinking if you were marginal on fuel, and there might have been 1 or 2 that were, then this is a big old gift, because you can get into pit lane. You are permitted to put 15% of your normal allocation into the car. Everyone was factoring in 1 more fuel stop, definitely. And as I say, if you were thinking, well, we might need 5 or maybe 10 more minutes of fuel, then this could be the ultimate answer. However, it doesn't provide a solution for Pierre Caffa, and indeed, actually, Santilok Junior team have elected to take Pierre Caffa out of that car and put Stefan Tribodini back into it in number 18, because he's had his sufficient rest period. So Tribodini could stay at the wheel of car number 18 to the finish. On the other hand, they might want to put Pierre Caffa in for, let's say, the closing half an hour if Tribodini fancies getting out, or they see that it will pay them to put Pierre Caffa back at the wheel of that car. On the other hand, they might just want to give some fuel to Tribodini and forget about the driver change, because you're theoretically only going to waste time there by stopping the car and giving Tribodini a new set of tyres and potentially changing the driver.
Has Tribodini stopped at the pit garage because he's showing on his outlap now? So has he just come in for a top-up of fuel?
Well, it was Caffa. So Caffa's got out.
Yeah, so
they must have.
So yeah, of course they have, and they would have put tyres on as well.
But that was the awkward thing, was that Pierre Caffa took this car over, the number 18, with 2 hours and 39 minutes, I think it was,
right,
which was over the drive time limit. So we knew that Caffa would have to get out at some point, and this has provided the opportunity to do so. Just remains to be seen whether they now plan to put Pierre Caffa back in again, because he is quicker than Stefan Tribodini. I think Stefan would freely admit that. Or are they going to just waste too much time by switching drivers? in the next stop. Maybe they'll just give Stefan some fuel and send him back out again as quick as possible.
Yeah, I think that's probably the tactic that we're going to see now from Sonderloch. That car with driver will be the lineup that finishes this race, I would think. Now, they're never a good sign when mechanics are putting their helmets away. Maybe they realise that that is indeed a clutch drivetrain failure on that Proton competition car. And we're seeing that footage from the Proton garage. Mechanics not clearing a space for the car, more like putting their kit away. And that is really sad because that car has had a very strong run, hasn't it? It's been featuring with all of the drivers in that lineup, featuring massively all day long.
It was the first car, if you remember, in the sequence that we were very confident wasn't on the lead lap, but kind of the best of the rest. And I think they would have been hard pushed, actually, to get that lap back again. But they could have finished 5th, and a top 5 finish in a 12-hour race is an excellent result.
Yeah, all 4 drivers as well have performed very consistently and very strongly. Jörg Dreslov, Manuel Lau, Konstantin Dressler, and Dennis Marshall, which the problem occurred for.
Well, Marshall's been pretty much the class of the field, but yeah, Manuel Lauk, no slouch. And then Konstantin Dressler and Jörg Dreisov will know that they have worked incredibly hard this weekend, and what a real shame it is that they look not to be able to get a result. The car will be brought back to them, and the conversation is still pretty fierce as well, so they're trying to assess exactly what might be wrong with the car from distance. Until it arrives, they can do very little but just talk about it, and then when it finally does arrive at their feet, try and assess whether it's worth attempting to fix it. We're inside the final 90 minutes of this year's Mugello 12 hours, and we are racing again. The greens displayed all the way around the track. New driver into number 18 Santilot Junior Team's Audi. The race leader is Stefan Tribodini, and I did wonder whether Herbert might put Alfred Renauer into their number 91 car. Ralph Bone was out of hours, almost like the tachograph said, sorry mate, you've used your hours, you can't continue driving. 2.5 hours done pretty much, and I was wanting to see how close he was to the 2.5 hour limit. I mean, it was probably about 2:20 in the end, and that's been a big favour to Herbert Motorsport, providing them an excuse of almost a cheap pit stop. The problem is, of course, Alfred's not got a great deal of fuel now, but nor has Tribodini.
Tremendously strong performance from Ralph Bone. He's, it seems every time I've looked at that with Porsche, it's been Ralph Bone at the wheel, doesn't it? It kind of feels like that. Alfred Renauer, though, we know how quick the Renauer brothers are. Alfred is a very quick and steady pair of hands, so we are getting towards, I'm going to say, optimising the run to the finish here in pretty much all of our front-running cars here, and it is very much a race to the flag, with the Stefan Tribodini driven Sonderloch car, Alfred Renauer now in Herbert car in second, and Zdeno Michelasco in the RC Bratislava Lamborghini. I'm going to wait and see. I think we've got 3 cars on the lead lap. Last time I looked, 1 minute 15 seconds is the gap to the Herbert car, and then the Lamborghini comes through, not that far behind. I think Lamborghini might be off the lead lap. I think the Lamborghini is a lap down from that one there, from the Audi. Need to follow them out when they come round. So here is the leading Audi about to come through and cross the line. The Lamborghini is behind him on track. So there's only 2 cars. We've only got 2 cars on the lead lap, Johnny. It's the Sonderloch Audi and the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. The Lamborghini is on the road just behind, just off the lead lap.
Yeah, it's nip and tuck, and I'm not sure there's much that Zdeno Michelascu can do about that now. Alex Acker in the 69 car. Continental Racing Audi is too far back as well. So slowly and surely the Mugello 12 hours is just trimming out the possible winners of this race, and that assumes, of course, that the Santalot car with its Ravenol backing is going to stay in front. They're in a wonderful position to this point, and Stefan Tribordini was waxing lyrical to Sarah Esser not that long ago about how much he was enjoying his chance to race the Mugello 12 hours. Particularly, I mean, he was, it turned out, put in or ended up behind the wheel during that rainy spell. I think given free choice, Santalot would have loved Pierre Caffer to be at the wheel, but Tribordini did an excellent job. He wasn't fazed by that challenge at all. And
what grading is Tribordini?
I think he's a silver. Yeah, I was actually just checking that. But there's not a great deal. I mean, you know, on the balance of play, surely Caffer has more consistency, but generally at times they've been able to match one another for lap pace, and that includes through the traffic. So he certainly will have turned a few heads this weekend, Stefan Tribordini. Let me just confirm that to you. So car number 18, Stefan Tribordini is an AM, so he might be bronze. We've got Elia Earhart, who's the semi-pro. So Elia is silver, Ernst Interbitsin bronze, Tribordini bronze or silver, and I'll try and just do a little bit more digging. There's no doubt about Pierre Caffer being the pro and being a gold-graded driver, but not always do the Creventic way of measuring driver ratings kind of marry up with the ACO rules, precious metal system.
Or even the FIA as well.
Yes.
Completely.
Well, no, you're right, it is an FIA way of doing it rather than ACO, but that's the one. Yeah, it's bronze. The man from Nice.
Well, he is a very, very swift bronze, isn't he? 1 minute 48.6 last time by. 1 minute 51.4 for Alfred Reinauer, lap time wise. Reinauer is dropping back. We just wait for Reinauer to come through. He's due across the line in about 20 seconds or so. So we will be able to see whether or not he's going to be... Now, the 1 minute 51, of course, could have been influenced by traffic. So we're not going to take that as read, as Alfred Reinauer, just off screen here, just in front of us, flashing by the commentary box. 1 minute 17. The gap has gone out. 1 minute 50.6 is Reinauer's lap time. So Stefan Tribordini is indeed lapping quicker. In fact, he's not that far off the back end of Reinauer, so he's almost got a lap, hasn't he? 1 minute 17 being the gap. It's not that far off, maybe 20 seconds. 20 to 30 seconds off putting a lap on the whole field here is Tribordini.
Just crossed the line now. An hour and 21 minutes to go, so that's 309 laps completed by the Santalot Junior Team Audi. Zdeno Michalascu has absolutely fallen off the lead lap because he's just crossed the line now. So the big question mark is, where is Alfred Reinauer in the shake-up? And he is somewhere in the second sector currently. So, yeah, is ahead of Tribordini, sufficiently enough to be on the lead lap, but it might be pretty close. There's about a sector, there's about 2 sectors between them. So, whereas Tribordini crossed the start-finish line, the control line, about 45 seconds or so ago, we're going to be expecting to see Alfred Reinauer cross the line in the next 20 seconds. And that, by my reckoning, means that Alfred Reinauer is about 20 seconds away from falling off the lead lap. I would expect Alfred Reinauer to be able to lap a tad more quickly than Stefan Tribordini. But at the moment, actually, the timing screen doesn't agree with that. We have Tribordini a further second quicker on that lap alone. So a lap time around here is, let's say, as a round figure, 1 minute 50 seconds, and the gap is 1 minute and 20. Race leader back to second place. So Reinauer's only got to lose 30 or so seconds in traffic, and he will risk falling off the lead lap. Here's the number 28 Ben Pack driven Get Speed Team PCX racing car.
Car that started on pole position yesterday, Johnny. The class of the field in qualifying. albeit in the hands of that legend.
Maro Engel.
Yeah, Maro Engel, of course, the driver that I was alluding to. There's the HRT blue and yellow Audi, just with the third place ARC Bratislava Lamborghini behind it, just flashed into view into turn one, the San Donato hairpin. And quite a little scrap going on here. Benjamin Pack is, it's not a race for position, that. Benjamin Pack allowing the other of the Herbert Motorsport cars through, the number 269. That has got Max Moritz at the wheel. That's in 8th place, Benjamin Pack in 6th. So Moritz just beginning to unlap itself now. The race that we are interested in is Benjamin Pack and Torsten Kratz, who is just ahead of him. 9.2 seconds the gap, but just look at how Pack is bringing that gap down. 2.8 seconds on lap 304, 3.8 seconds on 305, 2.9 seconds on 306. If Pack isn't held up by that Porsche ahead of him, and that's a very early turn-in for the Porsche, out of that one and on towards the hairpin there, that will bring Benjamin Pack back towards us through the S's and then back towards the final turn. And we will see the gap, Johnny, coming down to Kratz. We are talking about a fight for 5th and 6th here.
Yeah, and that was Max Moritz, wasn't it, in the 269 Porsche that we've seen Robert Renauer drive for the last couple of hours. Interestingly, Max Moritz sits as this barrier between the leading car in 992, the Mullner Motorsport car of Paul Meyer, and Luke Breukers, who's trying to find a lap on the 921 car. I think I'm right in saying that they sit now a lap apart. Yes, they do. So another lap completed by Mullner Motorsport, and in a few seconds' time, Luke Breukers should cross the line in the second placed 992 car. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, and there goes Luke Breukers. The gap is a lap and a bit, a lap and let's say 10 seconds or so. So redcameljordans.nl will be desperately hoping that they can close that gap, but they're running short of opportunity now at nearly 5:15 in the evening. Day 2 of the Mugello 12 hours. And if you've made it this far, then you must be thinking, oh, you know, we'd love just a race finish at this point, because the cars have been thrashed for the better part of 3 days all weekend. Remember, qualifying for this race actually happened on Friday afternoon, and there've been free practice sessions before that as well, so lots and lots of mileage for all of these cars. They're all a bit tired at this point, as are the drivers, although it's a nice split format, unlike, you know, the Barcelona 24 hours that we're going to have later on in the year, the Dubai 24 hours that we had in January. At least everyone should have had a pleasant evening, a meal, a sleep, and then come back for more action today.
It's a great way of going 12-hour endurance racing. I've got to say, very civilized, always have said that, of the Creventic way of doing it with split races. Not all of the season is split races, of course, but why would you not do that here at Mugello, where you're surrounded by beautiful scenery, beautiful restaurants, go off, have a lovely dinner, come back the next day and crack on with the remaining 6.5 hours like we did this morning. Benjamin Pack is closing the gap, 7 seconds now, with a lap time of a 1:48.4, 1:50.3 for Torsten Kratz. The battle of the Mercedes AMG GTs is right there. That was Kratz in the grey car with the pink trim, pinky purple trim, and we've got another dark coloured grey car with pinky purple trim chasing him down. The Get Speed Team PCX car started on the pole. Benjamin Pack lapping very, very consistently quickly. It seems to be a quick lap time at this part of this race. It's a 1:48. The sun beginning to disappear on the horizon, and it's disappeared a little bit earlier than we have done all week because there's a bit of cloud cover this evening. And we did have a forecast of rain. It did rain ever so lightly. It didn't really affect the race that much, didn't cause any kind of consternation for sure. Didn't even get the cars onto wet tyres. And that is, dare I say it, that has stayed off. However, just looking out the window here, across the grandstand there in front of us, and that looks a very ominous grey cloud there, just over, which will be over across the section of just coming out of the Arabiata corners. So hopefully that stays away and allows this race to ensue. Now the gap between Kratz in the Hofer car and Pack in the Get Speed car was 7 seconds. Crossing the line now, it is down to 5 seconds. So another chunk of time, 1 minute 50.659, 1 minute 48.047. The difference, oh, down to 4.4 actually. So there we go, 4.4 seconds now. So in possibly a lap or two, maybe even by the end of this lap, if he starts pulling that car back towards him with the use of a slipstream, we are going to see this car here that we're on board on the live stream with Benjamin Pack at the wheel. It's currently 6th, and he will be challenging for 5th place not a very long time here.
Definitely wants to keep our eyes peeled for, and the 28 car, you could argue, deserves to be higher than it is, considering the amount of speed that he's been carrying for a lot of this weekend, particularly when Ben Pack has been at the wheel. He was mightily impressive in qualifying 2 on Friday, and also in the 3rd qualifying session we had Mauro Engel going very strongly in this car as well. So the Mercedes has certainly been quick in the right hands. I suppose you could argue that the 28 Get Speed car has not necessarily had the full consistency of other teams in this race. They've also not had a great deal of luck at times either, but this is a chance for them to sneak back into the top 5 with an hour and 12 minutes still to go. So we're keeping a keen eye on that battle, a keen eye on what's going on between Alfred Renauer and Zdeno Mikuláško. I know you've got an update, Sarah, from Asbest, but also keep a keen eye on what's going on up in the fueling area, because the race leader, Stefan Tribadini, has just arrived into fuel.
I will head up and see what they're up to. That's Santalok Racing after they come out of the fueling area. But first, an update from Asbest Racing. Felix has just told me, he is one of the head engineer here, he has just told me there was a broken bolt on the wheel hub, and it also fell on his eye. So unfortunately, he's got a small cut just on the eyebrow here, and he's gone away to clean that up, which is why he couldn't have a quick word with us. But they fixed the car up. I mean, it's looking a little bit sorry on the front, isn't it? But it has headed back out into the race.
Thank you, Sarah. Now, when we reported on that, and I was mentioning the harsh environment and about how everybody would want to be down in the pits and wouldn't be nowhere else, there was somebody made a comment, apart from the mechanic who's injured his eye. But I tell you what, Sarah, if you do get a chance before the end of this race, not for on air, just ask him, would you have wanted to be anywhere else today, even with that cut on your eye? Because I'm pretty sure the answer would have been, no, not really. It's part of the job, really.
Yeah.
It's part of the, it's part of the thing. Yeah,
hazard.
Occupational hazard, that's the term. That is the term. But yeah, I get your point. We could do without him hurting his eye, but as we say, unavoidable. It's great to hear that he has received medical treatment. Now then, back to this race, Johnny. Benjamin Pack is absolutely scything into that gap between the rear bumper there of that number 11, as we have information that the number 73, that's the Proton car that, remember, had the clutch issue, we presume.
Yeah.
So Sarah, I know you can hear me, that is the car that ground to a halt. Now that's put that car well down the order, 23rd overall, after being in kind of class contention for maybe a class podium.
And also about to pop out from fuel. Don't forget about Stefan Tribadini. He's now lost the race lead to Alfred Renauer, who didn't need to pit on that lap. And Zdeno Mikuláško is back up to 2nd position. But excellent news for Dennis Marshall, who is displayed as the current driver, though I'll wait for the car to leave and go through the timing beam to confirm that, because they may have put a different driver into number 73. It will cross the line now and obviously has lost a chunk of time. It's Jörg Dreishoff, in fact, who has taken over that car. Sadly, they've tumbled down to 23rd position. Electrical issue is the political answer from Huber.
Yeah, electrical issue.
Well, we know it was a clutch.
Well, it was a clutch issue, which, remember that everything's electronic on these cars. The paddle shift mechanism. You can't really nurse a car these days. When you had a stick shift mechanical mechanism where you change gear, gears in the gearbox, drivers at this stage of any 12-hour race would be nursing the gearboxes, changing gear delicately. Now it's all down to the software and the computer. You just flick a paddle and the gear and the software does the job of engaging the gear. So it was some sort of electrical connection to the clutch that maybe made that car lose drive. It's been a very quick and rectifiable issue, whatever it is. So we'll take that. We'll absolutely take that.
That was only 10 laps from Stefan Tribodini. So is that the 10 laps or the sort of 20 minutes or so that they knew Pierre Caffer couldn't do? And are they now putting Pierre back in the car? Because remember when Pierre took over, there was more than 2.5 hours left on the clock, but Sarah suggesting no driver change. Pierre Caffer's got back in, according to our records, though, Sarah. So it was. Well, Pierre Caffer's pretty quick at doing these things. The number of driver changes he's probably done through his career. So Caffer back in, and he should be all right now. Well, he will be all right because the driver time resets, and there's only an hour and 8 minutes to go.
Johnny, have you noticed that the Era Motorsport Ferrari has been in the pits for 17 minutes?
I hadn't noticed that.
No, neither did I, but thank you on the stream there. Who was it that spotted that one for us? What's happened to the number 81 was the question. We've lost the chap who has been asking that question.
Brian DL brought that in then.
Right, yeah, he did.
18 minutes ago, at the end of 300 laps completed for the Ferrari in total. And that's horrible luck, because the 81 car had an excellent getaway when Jake Hill was at the wheel at midday today. Started the race in 4th, got up to the lead of the race, but clearly the Ferrari has hit some sort of a drama. It's the only Ferrari in the entry this weekend. We had one Ferrari at the start of this event. We had one Aston Martin at the start of this event, and that Aston is still pounding round, having been prepared by E2P Racing, the Spanish outfit with a great deal of history in tin tops in previous years, particularly at the Barcelona 24 Hours, their home race. But yes, thanks to a number of you that have pointed that out to us. Of course, when your eyes are drawn to what's going on at the sharp end of GT3 and of 992, amongst other categories as well, it's actually very easy for something like that to fall beneath the radar. But we should have been paying attention to the 81 car, because it will have started as many people's dark horse at the start of the day.
Ferrari is always going to be a fan favourite, isn't it? I mean, I think I'm a closet Ferrari fan. If I had to really pick a mark, I would have to say Ferrari, going back to me Niki Lauda days in 1975.
So, well, a man in the know will be Kyle Tilley. So what do you know, Sarah?
Kyle Tilley. I'm going to leave Jake alone, unless you want to jump in, Jake. I feel like you've done your fair share of interviews this weekend. I didn't want to hammer you again. But Kyle, tell us, you've been in the pits for a while. What's been going on?
Unfortunately, left front suspension failure. We've had a stud on the front subframe shear. Maybe a result of a bit too much curb usage this weekend. It was all brand new coming into the weekend. So, yeah, pretty gutting, that one. To have a failure like that is obviously not good for either Ferrari or us. So it's a bit of a known issue with these cars. So, as we said, everything was brand new coming into the weekend. And, yeah, unfortunately, it's let us down again. So.
Sorry to hear that. And the team was going so well as well. We'll see you back in Spa, though.
Yeah, you'll see us back at Spa.
Well, hopefully you can get to the bottom of that issue so it doesn't happen again, although you have said it is a known issue, but maybe there are ways around to reduce the likelihood of it happening again. We'll see you in Spa.
Yeah, I'll see you in Spa, but no, we'll rebuild it and it'll be back bigger and better at Spa.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, some of it is, I suppose, reminding drivers, please, in the early stages or the middle portion of a stint, stay off the curbs as much as possible. But the problem is, when you're in the heat of battle, it can be very difficult to do that.
Because of the nature of the circuit here at Mugello, the corners are very sweeping. They are what I would call momentum corners, where even the slowest corners on the track, they're not really that slow. It's not a park and turn kind of course. You enter the corner, you commit to the throttle being buried into the bulkhead, and you basically let the car just breathe to the outside. And if you've just missed your turning in by maybe a meter or so, then the car is going to drift a little bit wider and just breathe a little bit wider, go across the curb. And as we said, Johnny, this is a motorcycle turn. The curbs here are very flat. They're very flat when you go onto them. However, they've got a step at the outer edge. That's where the damage is caused, I think, to both tyres and suspension. But it's one of them things that drivers find it very, very hard to stay off the curbs. If there is time in clobbering the curb, you're going to clobber the curb. Even in a long distance race, you're going to find time. And the way that we are racing here, we've had a change, a battle here that we were monitoring for 5th and 6th has now happened, and Benjamin Pack in the number 28 Mercedes, the Get Speed car, has now overtaken Torsten Kratz in the Hofer car and has now got a 4.5 second lead. So that was coming, it came, and while we were dealing with the Ferrari in the pits, that move has indeed happened. Let's go, Sarah. It's all yours.
Down here with Martin Kemp. I feel like it's a little bit noisy down here. I hope you can hear me of Mona Motorsport. How's the track feeling today compared to yesterday?
Today seems a bit cooler. The sun is definitely not out, and we had a bit of a drizzle earlier as well. So I was in the car taking new tires with some rain drizzle. It was really cool actually to send it properly and then get a feel for where the grip is and where it's not. Kept it on track, so all good. But otherwise it's been quite nice. The track's been rubbering up, and for our car it seems to work.
And for you, you've got all your layers on. Will you be jumping back in the car again today?
No, I'm all done for today. So basically, yesterday I started and finished part 1, and today I just did one proper stint, and I'm done for the day. Maybe I need to put the suit on back, but let's see. Fingers crossed.
You never know what can happen. We're getting into the business end of the race now. Will we see you back in Spa?
Yeah, definitely. Looking forward to it. Spa is a dear track to me. I've been there quite a few times, and it's a little bit like Mugello, but definitely faster. So look forward to do some good speed on Spa-Francorchamps.
Thank you so much, Martin. I'll let you get back into the warmth of the garage. Thank you.
Martin Rump, who is from Estonia and drives for the Mona Motorsport gang, just shows what a tired mind can do to all of us here.
I did introduce him, did you not hear?
Yeah, but you called him Martin Kemp, who used to be in Spandau Ballet, of course. But that's all right, because that equalises the field after Joe keeps calling you Sarah for about 116 times all weekend.
Oh, it's not that bad.
No, okay. But that was quite funny.
He didn't want to talk about the race, so he kept it away.
I googled him and everything. He wasn't Spandau Ballet. Martin Rock is our man. He didn't want to talk about the race. Okay, fair enough. Well, they're in a good position. I was going to mention the 992 battle, because the two leaders are within a lap of one another now. Mona up against Red Camel Jordans.nl, and Rick Breukers. Has he? Well, the problem is he's got to try and find a minute now on a very rapid driver, Paul Meyer, and he's only got an hour to do it, assuming everything remains equal from this point. But they pretty much pitted together about 5 minutes ago and left the pit lane pretty much, well, a minute apart, but have fed back onto the same lap now, which will be lap 313.
Remember earlier in the race this afternoon, Johnny, Paul Meyer and Rick Breukers came together on track and had a straightforward race for that 992 class lead, and Paul Meyer had the pace. Rick Breukers couldn't match that pace. So unless Rick Breukers has found something in his toolkit to maybe manage to up the pace somewhat in that red camel car, then it's looking a pretty solid run to the finish. It's not going to stop us creating any tension and excitement towards the checkered flag for the 992 class honours. And it's going to be absolutely awesome for us to watch there. Paul Meyer, Rick Breukers, two of the best Porsche 992 drivers out there. I mean, we don't need to introduce Rick any more than we already have. Double Daytona 24-hour winner in the GTD class. 2 Rolex watches to show for that. He won the GTD class at the Sebring 12 hours. He did the double, didn't he? Daytona and Sebring a few years ago. Can't put my finger on exactly what year that was, but
19, 20.
I don't know. I'm not quite sure. Well, I know we're going to check that. We know how quick Paul Meyer is. He's shown to be a very rapid driver wherever we cover his races, whether it be Creventic, the Nürburgring comes to mind. He's always a very, very solid hand. So we've got an absolute outstanding race to the flag. Let's not forget, though, that the QMMF by HRT, that's HRT, the team under that QMMF sticker, Abdullah Ali Al Khalifi at the wheel of the number 974. Now, they are 3rd overall in 992, but they are leading the 992 AM class. So they are going to be on the overall 992 podium, but they're going to be on the top step of the podium for 992 AM. So a huge trophy for them to take home. And but I don't know whether this is a unique thing that we've started here, or we're going to start here with this first round of the European Championship. But the huge trophy that you win, for a first, second or third, because even the third place trophy is quite a size. Each driver that is in the car is going to get a copy, the exact same trophy, the huge thing. So additional luggage if you've flown in, find a space in the boot of your car if you're in mainland Europe and you've driven here. But it's quite a thing. It's going to be quite a picture that we're going to see across the European season. All of our winning drivers, when we shout, raise those trophies in the air for the winning photograph, it's going to look spectacular with every driver on that podium with that massive trophy high in the air. It's going to be phenomenal, and it's a feature that Creventic have brought in for this season. And looking forward to the podium, whoever's on it. You found it?
Yes, I have. So, right, 2019, he was definitely a Dubai 24-hour winner. And let me just remind you as to who he shared that car with at the time. Hang on, 2019, Dubai 24, Car Collection Motorsport, which was an A6 Pro entry. So that was before we adopted the GT3 mantle within Creventic Racing, and it was a shared drive, obviously, between Rick Breukers, Fred Vervisch, Chris Haase and Daniel Parhofer. So that was Dimitri Parhofer, rather. So that dealt with the 24 hours of Dubai. There was then the Daytona 24 hours later on in the month of January in 2019, and they managed to win GT Daytona. And in amongst the driving lineup there was a certain Rolf Eichen, who is also in this race, just not sharing with Rick Breukers in the Porsche Cup car.
Yeah, but Lamborghini driver, of course, wasn't he? Rapid in that Grasser car.
Grasser car, yeah.
Yeah,
So
of course.
the full lineup, let me just have a look, because that takes a bit more delving into the specific result for 2019 Daytona 24 hours. But the GT Daytona winners were Rick Breukers, Rolf Eichen, Mirko Bortolotti and Christian Engelhardt for Lamborghini and GRT Grasser Racing. Quite some lineup, that.
FS Jens brings our attention to the Belcar Civil War for P11. Now, what he means by that is, in 11th place, car 21, HRT's Audi R8, a Belgian team. Yannick Redont in 12th place, chasing him at 2.2 seconds the gap last time by. And it's been a change. as I'm watching that on the timing screens, Yannick Redon has gone ahead into 11th. The HRT Racing from Belgium, the Mercedes there. That's the battle on screen. Well picked up by our director producer. Well done, guys. Great job as ever. Just about to pick up on that one. A bell car civil war is what it was described as. The battle of the Belgian teams here, and the red ant car right on the bumper of the Audi here as we see the pass. And that was brave, wasn't it? Going into Pacini. That is a very fast entry to the corner there. And it went the way of Yannick Redon on Nicolas Guilnex. And that looks like it's settled for 11th.
Looking at just half a minute separating the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini from Alex Acker's Continental Racing Audi. Now, that gap's coming significantly down in the favour of the chasing number 69 car, Alex Acker, because Miro Konopka, who is the dad of Adam, has been plugged into car 44 for the closing stages. Miroslav crossing the line now. He is just about within a lap of the second place car of Pierre Caffa. But the more pressing issue is the rate of approach of Alex Acker for Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport. Yes, it's half a minute, but I mean, it was about 5-6 seconds taken out of Konopka's lead, and that is for an overall podium. And he's done it again as Acker, 1:48.7, which is a good 6 seconds quicker than Miroslav Konopka. So third position on the podium, well and truly up for grabs in the final 53 minutes.
53 minutes, Johnny. Can you believe that? Since we started yesterday, I always get this feeling when I get towards the last hour of a 12-hour race or even a 24-hour race. You think, really? Are we really nearly at the finish there? We've only just begun. It's,
do you feel like that?
Yeah, well, my throat doesn't, that's for sure.
Yeah, okay.
ARC Bratislava's Lamborghini, Miroslav Konopka now. He is going to be in the car to the finish, and he will be chasing down the Sonderlock Audi. I think there's a lap off it, though.
Well, he's just within a lap of Pierre.
Is he just within?
But
so
the problem for Miroslav is that Alex Acker's come in at the rate of 6 seconds a lap, because Alex is the semi-pro in that Continental car.
Yeah, he is.
And that's the thing that's going to change. It's just a question of whether Miroslav can keep that Lamborghini as wide as he possibly can for 50-odd minutes. But I think the game is up there, sadly, for ARC Bratislava.
The gap is 25 seconds, and that's going to be a shame, Johnny, because that's the overall podium that we're going to be scrapping for. Alex Acker, that's going to be a great result for Continental Racing by Simpson. Julian Simpson's team there really, really deserved the way they've gone about their racing. They've had a very... I remember that car going off on the gravel at turn 1 at the very start of the race. The next time it came to our attention, again, it was coming out of the gravel. So it's had its fair share of drama. However, to be in contention for an overall podium is a phenomenal effort from all there.
So the 25-year-old Turk is very experienced in lots of GT3 racing, but he's also raced here in Italy as well in GT Italia through the years. So many entries in the GT World Challenge, both in the endurance and the sprint championship. And that time around, it was about another 5 seconds that he ate into Miroslav Konopka's lead in third position. So 44 Lambo and the 69 Audi are getting closer and closer to one another. Now, something's pouring out of the vortex through certain corners. It might just be the left-hander. The suggestion from our directors is that it might be fuel. The fuel tends to go in. It will be on that right-hand side, won't it?
Yeah, and the thing is, it's just been in for fuel. That is fuel. That is fuel that's spewing out the filler cap. So the filler cap not sealed. So when the car goes through left-handers, and we're about to get a conflagration here. The fuel's about to ignite. Let's see if he comes in the pits. No, he stays out. Now, if he stays out long enough, the fuel level will go down away from the filler tank.
Yes.
It's when it spews towards, when the gravity takes it towards the filler cap, that's the problem. And did you see the lick of flame there? I'm wondering if that was ignited fuel coming out of the filler cap and across the exhaust. Where's the exhaust there? The exhaust right at the back of the car. It's under a carbon fiber cover, so that fuel just, oh, there it is, oh, creating smoke, or is that just fuel vapor that is coming out from that car? Sarah's down in the pits, and she's been wondering if we need to cover anything. Well, Sarah, you've let's have a wander down to Vortex, because they have got a problem with that fuel, and just maybe we need to find out what sort of attitude the team might have towards that, seeing if it is a problem. So yeah, I did perceive that I'm pretty sure I saw flames coming from that. We've got another chance to look at it, and this is what I saw as the fuel spews out there. It hits the exhaust, and we get this ignition with a bit of a very spectacular conflagration in about 48 minutes time. That's going to look great in the twilight.
Well, yeah, loads more fuel fired out of the right hand side of the car. It's particularly an issue at Pelagio corner, and then also at Bucine, which is also, well, no, it's a left-hand corner. Yeah, and Pelagio's a left-hand corner. So it's the left-handers that is the major problem, because the fuel filler that is being used this weekend is on driver's right. That's where everyone is positioned in the garages, of course, as traffic comes down the pit lane. So are we going to get a lick of flame again into Bucine corner?
Yeah, it's absolutely spewing out.
But no, I didn't see a flame that time.
Yet. No.
Surely Philippe Bonnel is going to get the word. Yeah, he is. And
yes, he is.
Whether that was a mechanical warning flag eventually from the officials, or it was just the fact that we were focusing on it in our TV direction, Vortex, the team Vortex, have realised unsafe to continue without that. If it's just the fuel filler cap that's not shut correctly, then that hopefully can be easily solved. And in comes that car. There will be fuel all the way down the side of the car, of course, on a very hot machine, but now they can just clip that shut properly. Lollipop goes up,
yeah,
and away it will go. By the way, Konopka to Acker, third to fourth, inside 10 seconds now, so that is going to be nose to tail very shortly indeed for the final podium position in GT3 for the overall. And it's actually also for GT3 AM as well. So for the GT3 AM lead, we will very shortly have a big battle out on track. And I'm not sure Miroslav Konopka is necessarily going to have the tools at his disposal to hold off semi-pro racer Alex Acker.
Well, considering it was 2 laps ago, Johnny, it was 25 seconds. It's now under 10 seconds. So I'm not sure, with all respect to Miroslav Konopka, who's had a great race, I've got to say, having that car at the front of this field, leading the race for a chunk of time, that car has gone around and around very fast, no matter what driver's been in it. However, he's not going to have anything in the toolkit to keep a driver like Alex Acker back in that Continental Racing Audi. And with these cars just beginning to come together now, we're going to have them nose to tail very soon. There's the Lamborghini there. Looks like the Vortex has cured the fueling problem. The re-clipping and the reclosing of the fuel hatch. Here comes the Lamborghini, followed very, very closely by that grey with the red trim Audi. The gap is 5 seconds. So chunks of time being taken out of this Lamborghini's third place.
The other car coming at a real rate of knots is Ben Pack, but he's a lap behind these two, I reckon, on lap 325 himself. Might not be a full lap, actually. And Ben Pack's able to lap even faster than Alex Acker, but might just run out of time with 45 minutes left on the clock. So Miroslav Konopka and the ARC Bratislava crew, who, remember, overnight occupied a front row finishing position and then starting position last night into today. They started alongside the number 21 Haas RT Audi, which is still pounding round. 12th position now for our overnight leader. They had that significant problem with a bent steering arm that needed to be replaced on a very hot racing car, and are on course to finish 4th in GT3 AM. Here we go, though, Joe.
Leader in the pits as well. While we follow this move for third, Alfred Redauer is in the pits, and news from the pits from Sarah is that Ralph Bon is getting ready to potentially jump in that car. So look at this, wheel banging going on here, and the Lamborghini pushing the Audi off the road. The Lamborghini says, no, thank you very much. The Lamborghini ends up in the gravel, keeping his foot in across the grass. Not sure how the stewards will interpret that little shenanigans. We're going to have another look at that on the stream, everybody. Side-by-side action as the Audi goes around the outside. That's the Corintiao hairpin. And then the Lamborghini just running the Audi off the track on the exit through the fast S-bend there. And the Audi not giving any quarter. The Lamborghini had a chance of making contact with the Audi or going off into the gravel trap, which it chose the gravel, and now resumes having had an excursion across the grass.
The problem that Konopka had was that, unfortunately, he'd been done on the brakes by Alex Acker. They then left Corintaio corner together, and Miroslav, bearing in mind that was for a class victory, GT3 AM class victory, and for an overall podium as well. So Konopka needed to give it his absolute all to hold back the Audi, but in the end, he's realised on the wrong end of things that you can really only thread one GT3 car through the Biondetti chicane at once, and ran out of road then on the exit of that left-hand element of it. Thankfully, he's managed to go through the gravel and carry the momentum. I just hope that he hasn't picked up anything nasty like a puncture in those stones. But with all the wet weather that we've had, well, a little bit of it today, quite a lot of it midweek, then much of that gravel trap is now nice and flat and allows you to drive through it without too much of a problem.
You know, I mentioned the steward's interpretation. Well, they are having a look at it.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I'm
not surprised about that.
Motorsport's version of VAR has been brought in here, and we're going to have a look at that. They're going to be scrutinising who did what there, and we'll wait and see. We'll keep an eye on that to see if anything's... So still, the third step of the podium might not be settled on track. It might be settled in the steward's room. Again, drama and controversy reigns with 42 minutes remaining. It's never over until it's really over, isn't it?
It is the third step of the podium overall, but it's a class victory in GT3 AM as well, so we might not yet know who's going to win GT3 AM, because it has to be decided between those two cars. And the next one behind, if it is a big penalty to benefit, could potentially be Torsten Kratz, although he's a lap behind those two cars in the Hoffa Racing Mercedes, on course at the moment to finish third in GT3 AM. What sort of rate of knots is Ben Pack able to achieve? Still quicker than both Alex Acker and Miroslav Konopka. Obviously, they had slow laps because of the contretemps that they had coming out of Corintaio corner. Pierre Caffer cycled back to the race lead because of the pit stop that puts Ralph Bone back into the number 91 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. So Pierre Caffer staying out. Will need to come in at some point, though, to take fuel. Caffer, in terms of time, is fine now to stay as the current driver. When did this stint begin? At 20 past 5, 23 minutes past 5. So actually, he might be all right to get to the finish at 6:30 tonight. So is that the final lead change in the overall positions? Obviously, Herbert will be hoping that is not the case, but Santalot will be keeping their fingers and toes crossed that they've done all the calculations correctly and that the Audi, expertly driven by Pierre Caffer, has enough fuel on board to make it all the way around to 6:30 tonight, and maybe a bit of change as well, depending on where the leader is at the time we hit 6:30, because there could easily be 9/10 of a lap to complete beyond that time.
We've got a bit of confusion from some of our viewers about the on-screen graphic and making out. Basically, what you can see there is the leader there. 329 laps completed. Ralph Bone has just come out of the pits, so that will turn into an actual time gap. 1 minute 19 seconds behind Ralph Bone is the number 69. A further 15 seconds is the Konopka car 44 in fourth. Then a lap off the lead lap, or a lap down from them, is Ben Pack. A further lap and 41 seconds is Torsten Krantz. Add another 2 laps for Moritz. Add another lap down for Meyer. A lap and 59 seconds for Rick Breukers, who's on the same lap as Meyer. 24 seconds behind Breukers is Redont. 26 seconds is Gulnex. And then 4 seconds behind him is Ali Al-Khalifi. A further 3.8, and then another lap for Campos, another lap for Gambrell, and so on and so forth. So when you see +1 lap, it's another lap from the car ahead of it. And then when you see the car underneath 37 seconds, looking at 15th and 16th, Gambrell is a lap off Campos, and Fenici is 37 seconds off Gambrell. I hope that's cleared that up for you. It's once you know the format of it, it's quite easy to follow, I would like to think. Hope that helps.
We used to have timing screens that had 2 columns, one that said gap and the other one that said difference. And the gap was the gap that you had to the overall leader. The difference column was the gaps between each individual car. And that's always useful for us because we can work out which battle to kind of focus on next. And I've noticed that the difference column was really starting to tumble in the favour of Alex Acker, referenced to Miroslav Konopka, and so it proved. So we've had the overtake completed by Alex Acker, but it was far from clean, and that is still being looked at by the officials, ultimately to decide an overall podium, but more crucially perhaps a GT3 AM winner. And Alex Acker is building the gap, as you might expect him to have done. It's over 20 seconds now, Alex Acker to the chasing Miroslav Konopka. Has Alex Acker got an opportunity to catch Ralph Bone? No, because they're lapping at about the same sort of distance. So as we were really, with Pierre Caffer now back to the race lead, he leads by 35 seconds over Ralph Bone. Santilok to Herbert as we head for the pit lane, and Sarah Esser.
Down here with Reece Lloyd, who's just jumped out of the Seb Lejeune. We were talking to Yannick when you were jumping in. You've just said the Q word.
Yeah, just say it was a bit quiet.
A little bit quiet. We've got, what, 45 minutes to go until the end. Reece, tell us how it was out there on a track for you. And also, what was your job? Yannick was in the car, you swapped over, and then he's jumped back in.
Yeah, we swapped strategies slightly. Yannick jumped in when it started raining, and then I've gone back out, and he's just gone to finish the race. To be fair, it was a nice quiet stint. Like, not so much traffic. It was, seemed like the pace has dropped off everyone, so I had probably one of the nicest stints of the whole weekend, really. It was just nice. Could do my own thing and get around.
Well, I caught you at the beginning of the weekend. How has it been out here on Mugello, as you remember?
Oh, it's been so good to be here, and the car is just incredible. Maybe not the result we're going to get, we wanted, but I think the strategy is so key in this class, so close. I think we got caught out a bit at the end of yesterday, but, still, say 40 minutes to go, maybe a bit of rain, something.
Well, I've noticed most teams have kept their wet tyres nice and close to the front of the garage. Well, we'll see. The sun is just starting to go down in the distance below a nice thick layer of cloud. Are you sticking with the team for the whole season?
It's just a one-off for this weekend at the moment. We'll just see what else happens after this weekend. It's been, done what I need to do, and it's been really good, enjoyable weekend. Yeah, it's been really good.
Well, thank you so much, Reece. That's Reece Lloyd from Seb Lejeune Racing.
And they've been here with a couple of cars, of course, the 888, which is currently piloted by Louis Perrault. That's in 19th position, and the Reece Lloyd car actually still being shown as Reece Lloyd as the driver, which can't be correct. Yeah, there's a question mark next to 910 as well. Well, as he said, they're not necessarily getting the result they deserve, but the car is at least circulating. But as we speak, with an unknown driver, unless Reece mentioned who'd taken over, I was also trying to spin a few other plates at the time of that interview. But if you see Reece Lloyd on the timing screen in the closing stages, clearly it is not him in 21st position as the car continues to motor on. 7th position in 992 AM, and 9th place therefore of all of the Porsche Carrera Cup cars. I am monitoring the gap between the 921 Mullner Motorsport 992 car and the chasing Red Camel Jordans.NL car. That's inside a minute now But I fear for Red Camel that Milner Motorsport should not need to pit again. This stint for Paul Meyer began just before 5:30, and a Porsche Cup car can easily do an hour and 15 minutes, even if the track stays green. So a question of Paul Meyer, fellow Dutchman to Rick Breukers, really just nursing that car home now. And they've barely missed a beat across a couple of days, Milner Motorsport. There have been times, of course, when Red Camel have looked dominant as well.
Are we sure, Johnny, though, that they started that stint with a full tank of fuel?
No.
That can get them the hour and 15?
No.
Because it's hard to keep a judge on what with code 60s and where they were, and of course we don't brim the tank every time they refuel.
Agreed.
So it's kind of tense, isn't it? We're going to keep our eyes glued to that 992 battle in the same way that we're keeping our eyes glued to the lead battle, the overall lead battle. 33-second gap now between the Sonderlock Audi and the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Pierre Caffer up against Ralph Bon, and would you believe last time by, Pierre Caffer 152.3, Ralph Bon 150.9. The gentleman driver, Ralph Bon, very experienced, I've got to say it, and very quick, lapping quicker than Pierre Caffer. Let's see if that 52-second lap time was interfered with somewhat by traffic. We wait to see, as we've got Pierre Caffer almost completing another lap.
The previous code 60 was withdrawn at just before 5:05 this afternoon. It's now 3 minutes to 6, so we've had, say it quietly, we've had nearly an hour's worth of green flag running to this point. So at that time, Paul Meyer made use of the code 60, as did Luke Breukers, actually, because he was within touching distance of the pit lane entry road, and they could both teams in the 992 fight, Milner and Red Camel, Jordans.nl, had the opportunity to come in and make a stop. So they did that, but you only get 15% under code 60. So Paul Meyer did 12 laps and then needed more fuel. Luke Breukers did 13 laps before his next pit stop, and they both pitted at about the same time. So Paul Meyer began this latest stint just before 5:30. Rick Breukers also just before 5:30. So they are as close as you could pretty much get for being equalised now. 17 laps, and they're about a lap apart of one another in terms of the strategy. But you can make the finish. Paul Meyer can make the finish, Rick Breukers can make the finish, and I reckon that long stop that Paul made just before 5:30 was sufficient to put the full allocation of fuel in, and therefore they shouldn't need any more fuel between now and 6:30, which is in 31 minutes time. So it's now all about whether Paul Meyer can stay focused without mistakes.
Well, Paul Meyer's lap time, Johnny, keep an eye on this, 153.6. Yeah, 153.6. Rick Breukers due across the line any moment now, and we will get an idea of the gap. The gap is down to 53 seconds and a 52.0, so 1.6 seconds quicker that time by, with 31 minutes. Intriguing. 53 seconds is the gap, and Rick Breukers is lapping quicker.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
Yeah, but I just think Paul Meyer could up the pace if he wanted to. He's driving within himself, knowing that a 53-second margin over half an hour is more than manageable for a driver of Paul's experience. He's had quite a tiring weekend, mind you, because on Friday night he drove all the way to Rome from here in Mugello, which is the better part of 3.5 hours. Went to a social function and then returned after that to then concentrate fully on the Mugello 12 hours. There's been a change of position relatively late on for 6th place. That's just happened out on track, with Max Moritz able to force his way ahead of Alexander Prinz. So the second of the Herbert Motorsport Porsches getting ahead of Prinz, who drives the GT3 AM-entered Hoffer Racing Mercedes. So that doesn't knock Hoffer Racing off the provisional AM podium, but will knock them back a place to 7th overall. And further down the order, there's no real danger of the GTX duo changing positions, mainly because Amedeo Pampanini's car, the Maserati, has been in the pits for 3 hours now, so that's very much looking like a non-finish, sadly, for the 767 GT2 Maserati. Vortex need to obviously keep ticking off the laps to ensure that they get the win in this race, and unfortunately the TCE field is somewhat condensed, because the 102 car, it's been a 15-minute stop now for the Asbest Racing Cupra, and in the fueling area for Alberto Antonucci, but many laps back in that Ligier, which has a tale to tell from today's action.
Yeah, that car has just been recovered to the paddock, actually, Johnny.
It's been there for 4 hours.
Yeah, 4 hours.
Yeah.
That was recovered, if you remember.
The fueling area has, or the fueling F next to its name, has confused me.
That just shows that they've been recovered to the paddock. Same as the Maserati. The Maserati, if it doesn't come onto pit lane, it doesn't tick the P box.
Yeah. Doesn't trigger the timing loop and tell us precisely where it is.
It just stays on F.
Indeed.
So it's not actually in the fueling area. If you are watching your TV and keeping up to date with the timing and scoring via the website or even the app, which is available, and you'll know what we're talking about with regards to the F and the P, denoting when a car is in the fueling area. When it leaves the fueling area, it changes to P as the car moves on to pit lane. Alex Acker into fueling, Benjamin Pack in the pits. That was a cracking little battle that was kicking off, wasn't it? And now we've got the Continental car dropping back to 4th place, having got ahead of the Lamborghini. We'll get an eye on gaps when they get out of the pit lane. 28 minutes, so inside the last half hour.
Did we get a decision on that incident that was being investigated? No, not yet.
No, not yet.
Which was between the Lamborghini of Miro Konopka and Alex Acker's Audi. And Alex, well, depending on how long this pit stop's going to be, it only needs to get him through the final half an hour, but it could liven that 3rd place fight, and in fact the lead place fight for GT3 Am up before the end.
The 44 has had a warning for driving behaviour, so that has been addressed. It's been served, so it's just a warning. The news is, Johnny, we're about to go to code 60.
Oh.
So anyone that needs a top-up to get them to the flag, this is an opportunity to get 15% of the fuel allocation that they would be eligible to. We are now code 60 under purple. Purple flags fly, and I'm not sure why that purple flag is flying. Let's see if I can gather if any car now then we've got a question mark on Reese Lloyd's car.
Lots of debris on the track.
That might be the case. The 910, that Reese Lloyd has just been spoken to by
Yeah, it's not reaching the car. Yeah, I remarked on that because I thought, the car's rejoined with, who's it rejoined with? Oh, Reese Lloyd, who's just been standing in a garage talking to Sarah. It's Yannick Mettler who's taken over.
Yeah.
Okay,
but that hasn't updated.
Well, no, I think it's their responsibility to change the driver ID within the car. Now, I hope there isn't some sort of penalty that carries with that. But bear in mind, they are already at the back of the 992 class anyway, so it probably shouldn't. It won't alter where they are in the race, even if they might have to serve a penalty. But I would imagine the officials are saying, "Can we correct that, please?" There's a question mark next to the 910's. Car number as well on the timeservice.nl screen, and that is normally a box where the question mark sits. That's normally a box that tells us when the car is next due over the line. Pretty sure it's still circulating though, car number 910. We've got this very early evening long shadow type light again now that we had, funnily enough, at about 6:05 yesterday evening as well. So after a bit of rainfall, which did rather spice up the racing, purely because the cloud cover moved so slowly, the north end of the track was affected initially at San Donato, and then it worked its way towards Poggio Secco as we go back to green, and eventually the Arrabbiata right-handers were very, very greasy indeed. 25 minutes left on the clock. Pierre Caffer for Santilloc Junior Team, and their Audi leading by 27 seconds over Ralph Bone as he quickens the pace once again.
Well, it was a very, very quick code 60, and it would have depended massively on track position if you were needing a top-up of fuel. If you were anywhere near the fueling entry, you might have been tempted to pop in there. Meanwhile, the leader across the line, it'll be 337 laps completed for the Santilloc Junior Team. Pierre Caffer being chased down by Ralph Bone. Ralph Bone in the Herbeth car, due to cross the line any moment now. We'll see what the gap is like as he crosses the line. It's 18 seconds, a massive difference in lap time there, but that's all to do with how the code 60 flag was deployed. Konopka in a strong third place. He's certainly off the lead lap, I think. He's not 2 laps off the lead lap though, but I might have that wrong. The gap to Alex Acker, who was the car that caught the Lamborghini of Miroslav Konopka, and then we had those shenanigans that went on, side-by-side action with the Audi from Continental Racing and the RC Bratislava Lamborghini ending up off the track. And when are we thinking the Lamborghini needs to pit, Johnny?
44 Lamborghini's done 16 laps with Miroslav Konopka still at the wheel, yeah, so he will have started this stint at 5:30,
so he might be okay to the flag.
Should be
I would
fine.
think he's okay to the flag, so that's not going to change then.
Particularly because he's not, with the greatest respect, one of the quickest drivers in that 44 car, so his fuel consumption will be much better than somebody like Gerhard Trabasser. So, yeah, absolutely fine. Now, down the inside, this is not really what Pierre Caffer wants in the closing stages of the race, because Max Moritz is desperate to get a lap back on the number 18 Audi. So, potential race winner here. Might be wise just to allow Max Moritz by, but that's not really in Pierre Caffer's DNA as he completes lap 338.
And Max Moritz, he's in 6th place. He's chasing down Mauro Engel in the Get-Speed car for a change of position, and if I can just fathom out what the gap is, I'm not even sure he's on the same lap as Mauro. If he can get ahead of the Audi, that's going to put him nearly a lap behind the Get-Speed car. So he's in a rhythm, he's lapping, he's in his kind of lapping delta here, as we have indeed got a golden hour. The sky breaks and lets the sun through. The horrible grey clouds have been parted by this beautiful golden haze of a sunset. And Pierre Caffer, discretion the better part of valor, allows the second of the Herbeth team's Porsches to go through. And will continue on that steady drive. 15 seconds the gap between Caffer and Bon. Bon lapping quicker than the leader, Johnny.
Yeah. Have you seen, oh no, it's just been white, but Paul Meyer just did a lap time 2 minutes and 11 seconds. That's almost like a spin.
Was that not something to do with a code 60? Or the sort of remnants of a half a code?
Well, no, because the gap come down to 40 seconds, so it's not as if Rick Royker's backed off to that extent. I just wonder whether Mulder have had a bit of a moment somewhere. He's back in the 153s now. Some good sector times coming through from Mauro Engel, funnily enough. He's just gone purple through sector 1.
Mauro Engel showing purple.
And not quite a fastest lap of the day, but he's gone purple through sector 1, purple through sector 3, and a PB through sector 2. But remember, they are all lap times just for today. He might have been even faster yesterday. But that is a bit of a concern for Mulder Motorsport, because I don't really know why, out of the blue, Paul Meyer does a lap time that is 20 seconds slower than his normal one. But anyway, he's lost about 20 seconds, funnily enough, to Rick Broikers. It's down to 39.1 seconds now, and with 20 minutes to go, a little bit of a shot in the arm for the chasing Red Camel Jordans.nl crew. Or is that just Mulner Motorsport playing with them a little bit and going, well, we'll let you catch us a bit?
Well,
but not too much.
I don't think he's backed off massively, Johnny. 153.1 was the time, 152.1 for Rick Breukers. To back off and save yourself about a second a lap, that's just sort of managing the car to the flag.
But he did a 2:11.
Yeah, no, I don't know where that came from.
That's the weird one.
I don't know where that came from. Maybe he was, maybe he tripped over some traffic or something.
Yeah. Or he could have skated through the gravel somewhere. I mean, we've seen them do that at Arrabbiata, for instance.
So lead battle down to 12 seconds now. 152.2 was the lap time last time by for Pierre Caffer. 149.3 from Herbert. And with 19.5 minutes, if Ralph Bourne can continue lapping in, what is that? That's almost 2 seconds quicker? 3 seconds quicker.
Yeah.
3 seconds quicker a lap. That's going to be 4 laps, and he's going to have 3 laps, and he's going to be right on his rear bumper.
But again, Pierre Caffer could go faster if he wanted to.
Is Pierre Caffer managing things? Yeah. You reckon?
Well, I don't think he particularly likes Max Moritz being so close to him. Did Moritz eventually unlap himself?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Well, that was the sensible thing to do for me.
There's a 1 minute 50.6. 1 minute 48.9 for Bourne. The gap's gone down to 10.6. Another 2 seconds. Another 2 seconds taken out of this lead. 18.5 minutes on the clock. And Maro Engel might be the fastest car on the track at the moment, as he's put in a 1:45.8, and that is a purple time. Look at that, with 18 minutes of a 12-hour race gone. Maro Engel, the driver that put that Get Speed number 28, the Mercedes from Get Speed Team PCX, on the pole position for this race, has gone purple with 18 minutes remaining. That is the class of Maro Engel.
Now, what I want to know is that faster than we went yesterday? Because remember, these are times that are fastest for the day, but was he able to do it at 1:45.8 during, for example, his opening stint yesterday? Should be able to fairly easily find the fastest lap for Saturday, courtesy of the Creventic application. If you've not got the app, it's very easily found. You don't actually need an official login to access most of the really interesting bits. Just go to your... hang on a minute.
That's Moritz. That is Moritz into the gravel, Johnny. That is the second. That's the sister car of the Herbert car. It's code 60.
So it's happened coming through Casanova and then Savelli corner, and there was contact with the 928 Porsche Cup car, I think. And as Max Moritz rejoins, well, that might have also caused a big drama for a couple more cars coming through that part of the racetrack. But that did appear as if Jonathan Kearney was the innocent party there. What I didn't see was the early part of the incident and whether they were side by side into Casanova.
I suspect that might be broken steering on that number 269, because he's pretty much gone straight on into the gravel and not taken the corner. After the coming together the 2 previous corners, that's Casanova, isn't it? And then the left-hander, I can't even see that. It's not light enough. I think that is probably a broken steering off hitting the yellow Porsche of Kearney. And then when he's gone to turn into the first of the Arrabbiatas, oh, look at this. Very efficient recovery here. We're going to scoop that car up and out of the way, putting it out of harm's way. The driver is out, and there he's gone to, if we could see the left-hand side, which is going to be impossible. We've got the right-hand wheel pointing to the left. He's gone and checked the left-hand wheel. I bet that's pointing to the right. That would be an indication, wouldn't it? Consternation in the Herbert team. Max Moritz on target for a 6th place now. That is going to disappear. He's going to hand this back to, and he already has, Alexander Prince for Hofer through into 6th, and more importantly, onto the Hofer car was already on the AM podium, 3rd place in GT3 AM. So you've got the right-hand wheel pointing to the right now, and the left-hand wheel pointing straight ahead. So that's That's those two wheels on the front of that car, not connected in any way, Johnny.
Yeah, front right potentially dislocated, and very, very tricky, therefore, for Max Moritz to get the car back to the pit lane. So it was as a result. Look to the right of the picture. Contact's already made as Max is level with Jonathan Kearney. But Kearney was, I think, marginally ahead in the lower category car. So was that Max Moritz forcing the issue to some degree? And retrospectively, Pierre Caffer might be thinking, well, I'm glad now Max Moritz, I allowed Max Moritz through, because that could very easily have been me on the wrong end of a collision. Now, there are some rules in Creventic racing that suggest that if you get to within a certain percentage of the race distance, you can still be classified even though you don't cross the line. The rules aren't quite as draconian as they are at something like the 24 Hours of Le Mans. But obviously, any places that car now drops, 269, it will put it potentially behind the two leaders in 992. But has it got enough time in hand to actually not fall further down the GT3 field?
We are going to be pulling those purple flags in under a minute, and that came out a few seconds ago, so way less than a minute. We're going to go back to green. The race is back on. 24 seconds the gap between Pierre Caffer and the lead. As the green flags fly, the drivers who were tooting around at 60 kilometers an hour now get back on with it. And all eyes on certainly the overall lead battle with Pierre Caffer and Ralph Bohn, Audi against Porsche, but also the 992 class, Paul Meyer and Rick Breukers will get a handle on the gap between those two, because that was coming down. But we think, Johnny, didn't we? We think Paul Meyer might be just managing that number 921, the Mulliner Motorsport Porsche, to the flag. He might be just managing the pace. Pierre Caffer's pushing on though. You saw there as he braked into Gini, the car was squirming around. Oh, look at that, all the way over the curb there. So Caffer will complete 342 laps. Take no notice of the lap time. A lot of that was under code 60. We've now got to wait a few seconds. Oh, 6 seconds, Johnny.
Oh, right.
6 seconds. It's coming down. It's absolutely barreling down, and we've got 12 minutes to go.
So is that just a discrepancy with coming out of the code 60 at different speeds? Because, of course, if Ralph Bohn was on a straight, he could all of a sudden set off as fast as he likes. For example, the second place car might have been on the start-finish straight, and he can accelerate right up to the maximum of, 271 kilometers per hour on the approach, whereas Pierre Caffer might have been in one of the tighter corners of Mugello circuit as we went green again. So that is definitely putting the shot in the arm for all at Herbert. Well, we'll talk about the tale of two different sides of the garage. One car is out, or they may still get a result as per the Creventic regulations. The other car could yet win it, 6 seconds away from Pierre Caffer. Also looking out for the gaps between Paul Meyer and Rick Breukers, but I need them to cross the line again now to get a true gap. I think probably the code 60's extended things, but we will wait and see.
So Paul Meyer crosses the line. 337 laps completed. We wait a little bit longer for Rick Breukers. He's about 30 seconds away from the start-finish straight, Johnny, so we've got a little bit of wait before we can clarify exactly what the gap is between the 992 class leaders.
The other thing I can tell you is that the Mauro Engel time of a 1:45.6 is way better than any times we saw yesterday. Stefan Tribodini was actually the driver with the fastest lap of the Saturday action, and that was a 1:47.4 in the Santilok Audi, the car that we concentrate on now. So 1:47.4, compare that to 1:45.6, almost 2 seconds faster today.
5 seconds. It's come down a second. Ralph Bohn is catching Pierre Caffer. That car there, the Herbert Motorsport Porsche, is catching the leading Audi by at least a second a lap. The chase is going to be on soon. It's going to be very soon before we even need to keep monitoring the timing screen, Johnny, because Ralph Bohn can see the rear wing. He can see that rear wing up ahead of him of that Pierre Caffer Audi.
Well, again, Bohn quicker through sector 1 by just over 1/10 of a second. So it might be within 5 seconds pretty soon, although now, oh, well, Pierre Caffer slightly delayed by the Seb Lejeune Cup car into the first of the Arabiatas. Well, that actually might have been the QMF by HRT Performance Porsche. Either way, Caffer was able to clear it through the second of the Arabiatas, and whereas Ralph Bone is now all over the curb going into the right-hander at Scarperia. Pelagio is next. Under 10 minutes to go. The 269 car has been pinged for causing a collision. Well, that car's effectively out of the race now anyway, but it will have to serve, well, it's been assessed a 20-second penalty. They're not going to get a chance to serve that because the car no longer has steering pointing in the same direction.
Blue flags flying frantically for those back markers that are just ahead of Ralph Bone. As Pierre Caffer comes out of the final turn, he will cross the line. It will be 344 laps now completed. There he goes, blue flag still flying. We wait for Ralph Bone to come across the line. 3.7 seconds, down from 5. There's still 9 minutes on the clock. He's going to do it at this rate. Ralph Bone is going to catch Pierre Caffer. Pierre Caffer is going to be a pretty wily old fox to get by, though. So this is an absolutely classic, legendary finish that's before our very eyes here. There's Caffer up and over the brow. Here comes Bone. Headlights ablaze in the twilight golden hour as the sun begins to disappear over the horizon. We have got a race in our hands for the overall lead. It's not even for a clash, Johnny.
No.
It's for the overall.
No, it's for Pro-Am and it's for the overall. And an element of this has got to be the amount of fuel that is on board, because Ralph Bone's only 17 laps into his final stint, whereas Pierre Caffer's done 31 laps on this tank of fuel. And in about 10 seconds' time, he will have been in the car for an hour, whereas Ralph Bone's only done half of that distance. So he's got a bit more fuel at his disposal, i.e. he doesn't have to be in fuel-save mode. He's also got fresher tyres as well. And I just wonder whether this has turned into a bit of a tyre war now between a vastly experienced Pierre Caffer, because in a fair fight, when, you know, they've got the same age of tyres and the same weight of car, Pierre Caffer really shouldn't have a problem in keeping Ralph Bone at bay. But at this stage of a long, long race, things are very rarely equal. And Ralph Bone can certainly see Pierre Caffer as he tries to apply the power as efficiently and as well as quickly as possible to hit the main straight again. Clear line of sight this time then on Pierre Caffer.
3.7, Johnny. It's exactly the same. Pierre Caffer has responded. Look at the lap times. 1 minute 48.904 for Pierre Caffer. 1 minute 48.952 for Ralph Bone. Pierre Caffer has allowed Ralph Bone to catch him. However, going into the final 7 minutes, Pierre Caffer has found another gear. He's found some tools in the toolkit. He's going to keep pressing. Both happening in the 48 at this late stage. Incredible.
The mere presence of Ralph Bone is forcing Pierre Caffer to go probably faster than he wants to, faster than the Santalot Junior team want to. So the next question is there enough fuel in that Audi to get to the finish? Bearing in mind this stint began at 23 minutes past 5 and we're now at 24 minutes past 6.
I refuse to believe that, Johnny. I refuse to believe that. I'm going to be getting even more excited as we get towards the checkered flag, and the checkered flag's just over 6 minutes away. But the dream, surely fuel's not going to come into it.
But the dream scenario for Santalot was that they were just going to ease it to the finish. They weren't going to have a worry about fuel, and the fact that Ralph Bone is now pressurising the 18 car to go faster than it wants to.
Well, that's why we've had Pierre Caffer lapping slower than Ralph Bone.
Yeah.
Now he's saved enough fuel, perhaps. Big question marks.
Well, they're going to have to hope. They're going to have to hope that that is the case. I'm also monitoring the 992 gap because that's down to about 30 seconds now. It's unlikely to change with only 6 minutes left on the clock. So that, I think, is definitely Paul Meyer just managing, easing things through to ensure that Mühlner Motorsport get to the finish. Under 3 seconds now between Caffer and Ralph Bone. 5.5 minutes left on the clock. We're doing lap times just under 2 minutes. So this one and 2 more to go.
Oh, and lapped traffic. That's the second place 992 class runner-up so far, 31 seconds off the class leader, which is the Michelin Motorsport car. It's Rick Breukers going to have to get out the way of Ralph Bowen here and let him through, and he doesn't. He chops in front of him. Rick Breukers is going to have an influence on the overall victory here. The overall win has been stifled somewhat as Ralph Bowen struggles to get past that Cup car. The red camel car of Rick Breukers not getting up. He doesn't have to, of course. He absolutely doesn't have to. He's got his own race, and now he lets him through. He lets him through, feathers off the throttle through the Urbiata corners, and Ralph Bowen is off again after Pierre Caffer.
Sarah's been into Santa Lock. She says, I've been told they've got enough fuel. Well, actually, are they ever going to tell you anything else? Definitely not. I still think it's a little bit questionable, only because Pierre Caffer, for the very final few laps of this race, is being forced to go faster than the whole of the team would like him to go. But that is because Ralph Bowen is a few meters, well, quite a few more meters off the back of the Audi. But there's some scoreboard pressure, without doubt, from this car, the Herbert Motorsport, the sole surviving Herbert Motorsport Porsche number 91.
Right, here they go across the line. 347 laps for Pierre Caffer. What's the gap? It was 2.9. It's 4.7. The traffic has come into play. 3.5 minutes remaining. Traffic has played a part in the result of this race. Nobody was fouled. Nobody needs to be penalised. That's how racing pans out. And that Cup car did not have to jump out of the way. That Cup car is chasing down the class leader of Paul Meyer. Oh my goodness. My head is going to explode if this gets any closer. We've got 3 more minutes of this racing. So my estimation is 2 more laps of racing before we see the checkered flag fly on the Michelin 12 Hours of Mugello.
Certainly kept us engaged all the way to the finish, and even someone of Pierre Caffer's calibre is human at the end of the day. So had that got any closer, with Ralph Bowen sniffing around on the rear bumper of Pierre Caffer's car, Pierre might have been susceptible to the odd error here and there, because he's got this fine tightrope. It's not as if he can push like absolute crazy. I do think they're a little marginal on fuel, and that is why the lap times had been visibly dropping off, because Pierre Caffer knew that he didn't have to be in the 148s and the 149s. North of 1 minute 50 was okay. But of course, Santilot will also have been mapping precisely how many laps they will need to do, waiting for that, or the checkered flag, waiting for the Santilot car to come out of Bouchinet corner. But as they exit that final turn 15 now, there's still going to be more than a lap time left on the clock as they cross the control line. So they'll go round on the lap that they're starting, and 1 more after that. 2 to go.
Brilliant. Let's extend it to about 10, eh, shall we? This is fantastic racing. My voice is about to go, JP. It's been threatening to do it all weekend. Some people are saying, yay, you didn't come early enough. But here we go, Ralph Bowen. Now the gap out again, 5.6 seconds. It's extended to nearly another second. So from 4.7 to 5.6. Is this race over? Has Pierre Caffer, with 2 more laps to go, he's got traffic ahead of him. He flashes the lights to warn that he's coming. The lights becoming even more apparent in the ever-dimming sunset as he continues on his way. The Santilot team on target, getting by the Lamborghini. That's the 3rd place Lamborghini of Miroslav Konopka, getting out of the way in great style there. Well done, Miroslav. Great stuff. You've got Ralph Bowen coming as well. We'll see Miroslav Konopka with his teammates on the podium if this can stay together, as Pierre Caffer continues to circulate here, Johnny. We have got 40 seconds or so on the clock now, which means it's going to be the last lap board that will be shown to Pierre Caffer. You're still worried about this fueling, aren't you?
Well, no, the other interesting thing for me is the Konopka car, which of course got back in front of Alex Acker because Acker needed to pit in number 69 for some fuel. So the Continental Racing car drops back to second in GT3 AM. But then I'm starting to wonder whether Konopka has got enough fuel to still win that category. And remember, it was only a warning to the Lamborghini driver as we commence. We begin the final lap of the race. There is the Konopka-driven ARC Bratislava car. He was only given a warning for his side-by-side battling with the number 69 Audi at Biondetti chicane a good few laps ago now.
Start line official just missed the leader there with the board. I'm not sure Pierre Caffa needed to see it. He's fully aware he's got one more lap of Mugello. The Sonderloch junior team, Audi R8, Pierre Caffa, his teammates have driven a sterling job.
That's Elliot Earhart, Stefan Tribadini, who's really impressed this weekend. I mean, you asked me at one point, what grade is he, Johnny? And I actually said he was a silver. He's not, he's bronze.
He doesn't drive like a bronze.
Certainly not.
He's an ideal bronze. He's not going to be a bronze for long if he continues showing that sort of pace.
And then Ernst Inderbitzin makes up that quartet. So a Swiss driver joined by a Frenchman, and then the two Germans who are the semi-pro and the pro respectively, Earhart and Caffa. Caffa then at Scarparia corner. He has the lights, the illumination of the start-finish straight in the distance, but first he's got to turn left through Palagio. He's got to deal with the Asbest Cupra in the braking area at Correntaio, which he does with success. The clock, as you can see, reads 0 now, so it's only the Biondetti chicane and then the Bucine left-hand hairpin. Santalok making a run for the pit wall, having been pushed all the way by Herbert Motorsport, and a terrific drive for Ralph Bone and the rest of the crew in the 91 car, Rolfin Eichen and Alfred Renauer. But Santalok Racing did have enough fuel in the tank of the number 18 Audi, and Santalok Junior Team are winners here at Mugello in the 12 hours for 2026. It's the first round of the year in the European campaign, and Santalok are maximum point scorers by winning outright and winning GT3 Pro-Am, and also confirmation that the GT3 Am winners are ARC Bratislava, despite it all going a little bit down the Swanee at one point when Miroslav Konopka tried to force the 69 car off the road as they were battling earlier. But Konopka of the two father and son team, Gerhard Terrassa and Zdeno Mikulascu, are GT3 Am winners. Let's get straight to Sarah Esser for the reaction.
Stefan, a few words. I mean, you can just see how much it means to the team down here. What a race.
I'm so happy, so proud about the team. To finish with a so little gap at the end after 12 hours, it's crazy. I cannot be happier. So big thanks to the team, because the car was mega all the weekend. Big thanks to all my teammates, to the mechanics, because I'm really happy today.
It really is a team effort. Well, I'll let you go and continue celebrations. We're going to see you on the podium very, very shortly.
And not many people would have thought the gap from first to second at the flag would be less than 6 seconds, Joe.
No, I mean, 3 laps to go, Johnny. It was something like 2.7 seconds. That was one hell of a finish here for a 12-hour race. I just want to say, Sonderloch, in qualifying, I picked that as a potential winner. I'm not gloating. I just want to emphasize just why I thought that. And when I looked at that driver lineup, Johnny, that you've just read out, that was the reason why I thought that is a very strong contender. The other cars had a bit too much of a wider gap for me with regards to their driving, the element between the AMs and the pros, whereas the Sonderloch car, we've seen these cars. We know the team can win races. The team's a former series champion, remember, and we know they know how to tactically win these races in the 24H series, and that's what I liked the look of. However, I didn't guess for one moment they would be ran so closely as that team, Herbert Motorsport, another former series champion in the form of that team. And Ralph Bone got to be, you know what, if there was a man of the match, I'd be giving Ralph Bone the man of the match, because he really did entertain us, didn't he? He took it all the way to the end, and for what is effectively, Ralph isn't a professional racing driver. This is his spare time.
Yep.
He's a businessman. He's a gentleman driver, as we call it. And he has driven absolutely out of his head this weekend. If that bodes well, if that's the way Ralph Bowen is going to drive for the rest of this season, then Herbert Motorsport are going to have a cracker.
Well, they entered as a Pro-Am car with Ralph Bowen, the Am element of that, and then a couple of semi-pros. But when you enter as a Pro-Am and then there's the one Am in there, sometimes, you know, 2 and 3 Ams can share the load. But Ralph's like, no, I just want to be the one Am and I'll do many, many hours of racing. He must have done at least 3 hours today and at least 3 hours yesterday. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's done just over half the full race distance there. And you know, there could have been opportunities where they might have put his semi-pro co-drivers in, Rolfin Eichen and Alfred Renauer, but having been burnt a little bit by the sporting regulations that were either misunderstood or misread at Malaysia, and they won on the road in Malaysia, but then were eventually put back to 5th place because Ralph and others in the Am lineup hadn't done enough hours. You know, that's only a mistake you're ever going to make once, and he really did put in the lion's share of the battling there. But I got to say, in the awkward pit stop, there's the embrace between Pierre Caffa, who's absolutely delighted behind the helmet, and Stefan Tribardini. I don't think, had Santilot been able to fashion the race perfectly towards the end, they wouldn't have had a pit stop with 2 hours and 40 minutes to go, where Pierre Caffa, we knew, couldn't do that amount all the way to the flag. And they put Stefan in, and he was excellent. Sarah's down there and wanting a word, I know, with Pierre Caffa.
Before we go to Sarah, I just want to say thank you, everybody who's been chatting on the live chat on the YouTube channel. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage. I know you've been left alone to chat amongst yourselves, which you have done readily, but I hope we can't engage with everybody. There's just too much traffic there. I would love to be able to answer all of your questions. We've hit upon certain things, but here's Sarah down in Parc Fermé.
Pierre, I just want to grab a word before you go and rightfully celebrate with your team. I mean, you really put on a race there. You just went to congratulate Ralph. Tell us what those last few laps felt like to you.
Oh, well, the last stint overall was very exciting for us because we were like really tight with the fuel, and I had to save a lot of fuel. And luckily, there was the 2 Code 60s which play for us. So half of the stint, I was just saving the fuel, and then in the end, my tires have been cold, and to bring them up on heat, and the last couple of laps was quite exciting because with the traffic and everything on, you can be lucky, you can be losing in the traffic, and it was a great battle with Ralph and also the Herbert guys there. That's how racing should be. Next time it's the other way around, and I think this time we put on a great show for Creventic series, and it's really nice how this series is improving over the last couple of years, and we are really happy to be a part of it.
I was going to bring in a word about the fuel because I went in just before the end to ask Stefan if you had enough fuel. He said, yeah, of course, we've got plenty. Perhaps we can bring in your teammates because endurance races really are about the whole team.
Oh, yes,
do you want to come in and join us?
It's not only me, it's the whole crew of Santilok. It's my teammates, Elia and Ernst, and also Stefane. So everyone has done a great job. It's not only my job. And from strategy-wise, it was so tight because Stefane had to gain some minutes for his driving time. So we put him in for a short stint, and then we decided I go back in for the last stint. But, you know, it can be only when the team is also awesome and great, and that's a great team effort.
Pierre and all of the Santilok team, congratulations. We're going to see you up there on the podium. Enjoy the celebrations.
Thank you very much.
So we do get a little bit of a window into the truth there. They were close on fuel, and also that awkward amount of time, as I said, 2 hours and 40 minutes when Pierre wanted to get in and stay in the car to the finish of the race, but that wasn't possible with the maximum drive time in one go sitting at 2 hours and 30. What I hadn't realised was that Stefan Tribardini hadn't done all of his drive time either, so he needed to get in for 10 laps or so to make sure that they had dotted the I's and crossed the T's. As I say, fairly recent memory is what happened at Malaysia, where the drive time for Herbert in the Far East was all of a sudden under investigation in the closing hour, and then there was a penalty that needed to be served. In the end, bolted onto their race time at the end of the Malaysia 12 hours. So that was the last thing that that Santilok wanted. And of course the officials we'll still be checking that to make sure that all of the drivers have done their minimum or indeed haven't breached their maximum times for drive time. But it sounds like Santilok were all over that, and they were very, very pleased that the car made the finish on the fuel that it had. Let's go back to Sarah, though. Who have you got this time?
Ralph Bond, wow, what racing you brought us there towards the end of that race.
Yes, let's say after all the BOP discussion this weekend, in the end the car went very well. So due to the temperature fall, and we had a little bit more power, what we are missing the whole weekend. But anyway, we get on second, and so we're happy.
You were within 2 seconds of Pierre Caffer. Incredible effort for an AM driver. What was going through your mind? Did you think you had it?
Well, I was for sure closing the gap step by step, but I think Pierre was on the way to save fuel, and in the end, when I make a resume of the weekend, he could use the speed he wants. So let's say it was a good result to close the gap, but next time we will have hopefully more chances.
Well, don't be too hard on yourself. Incredible effort and enjoyable racing towards the end.
Thank you. I enjoyed the race, and let's celebrate a little bit now.
Thank you. I will see you on the podium, ready for the celebrations.
I hope so.
Yeah, excellent effort. And to be honest, had Ralph not started to really turn up the wick, he was obviously getting the message in the ear from the race engineer at car 91. We wouldn't have had that straight fight to the finish. QMMF are a category winner in the 992 Porsche division, finishing third when you group all the 992s together. And here's Sarah with a few of their drivers.
Well, all of the team, actually, but Abdullah's going to have a few words. Abdullah, what an effort from you. I mean, even to make it out here this weekend. And then yesterday started off a little bit challenging, but today has been a really strong day for you.
Yeah, honestly, from the beginning it was really hard just to reach here. We had a few cancelled trips. Actually, on the way back is the same situation. So it was a bit tricky. We missed day one of testing, but we managed to adapt well. My teammates did an amazing job, and our engineer is, I think he's a magician. Whenever he wants a code 60, it happens. So I have no idea how he does it, but we got all the code 60s where we needed, and we got big advantage from them.
And tell us about the wider team of QMMF. You were competing in the Middle East Series, now out here in the European Series. It's just going from strength to strength.
Yeah, I guess the more mileage we do, the more experience we have, and not exactly for this circuit, but for the rest of the calendar. We've been there, we raced there before, and I think we'll be even stronger in the other circuit because of the experience now we have.
Well, thank you so much for having a word with us. Eid Mubarak, what a way to celebrate here. I mean, I hope all is getting better, obviously, back home for me as well in the Middle East, and safe travels home, and hopefully we'll see you back in Spa.
Thank you, and Eid Mubarak.
Eid Mubarak.
QMMF, who have done, well, a stellar job in even being here at Mugello, as has Sarah, in actual fact, because I think it took her 4 attempts to fly away from Dubai for this particular trip, to join us in London, first of all, and then come across on the short hop from Heathrow. And she's got a busy spell coming away from the Mugello, 12 hours as well. The podium's not that far away, which Sarah Esser will oversee. And Mugello Motorsport, the winners in the 992 class. I'll give Sarah a few moments to see whether she can get to the Belgian team in the next few minutes, but that gives us opportunity to have a look at the provisional result then. It will be a little while before it becomes a final classification. There'll be no doubt a few things to check up in race control, but a nice round number of laps completed at 350, and a superb result for Santilok Racing in the number 18 car, for Pierre Caffer, who finished things off, for Ernst Interbitsen and Stefan Tribodini as the AM part of their driver lineup, and of course Elia Earhart, who was always in the thick of action as well, but keeping calm throughout. Second position to Ralph Bone in the Herbert Motorsport number 91 Porsche, joined by Rolf Eichen and Alfred Renauer. They were both the semi-pros. And in third position, third overall that is, but winning in GT3 AM, the 44 ARC Bratislava Lamborghini Huracan for Miroslav Konopka, Adam Konopka, Gerhard Terrassa and Zdeno Mikuláško. Fourth place, second in GT3 AM, the number 69 Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi for Alex Acker, for Vasily Vladikin, for Paul Scheusner and Florian Scholze. And in 5th place, they finished as the 3rd place finishers in Pro-Am. Mauro Engels, Get Speed Team, PCX Racing Mercedes crew that also included Patrick Charlet, Jordan Boisson and Benjamin Pack, who's also mightily impressed this weekend. And completing the top 6 in GT3, 3rd place in GT3 Am, Hoffa Racing's number 11 Mercedes for Michael Kroll, Chantel and Alex Prins, Torsten Kratz and Maxi Partel. Beyond that, the 992 first and second place cars, Mullner Motorsport 921 outpacing Red Camel Jordans.nl and the Broikers family together with Fabian Dance. The gap in the end was about, well, shown as a full lap, but they were circulating in the closing stages by about 30 seconds. 9th place for Ajit Red Ant Racing and their Mercedes. Vipanitsa Racing with another AMG finishing in 10th place, the Malaysian squad. 11th position for the number 21 HRT Audi that, of course, led overnight and could have had a much happier Sunday here were it not for a steering failure. Well, that was after major contact and they had to replace one of the steering arms, which took them a long time. E2P Racing's Aston Martin finished in 12th, ahead of the guys we've just heard from, Q MMF by HRT Performance, with the Am winning Porsche in the 992 Am division. 2nd place in 992 Am, the Driving Experiences with their number 911 Porsche Cup car, and HRT Performance complete the 992 Am podium. Jonathan Kearney bringing the 928 car to the flag, despite that hit it received from the 269 Herbert Motorsport Porsche, which eventually Max Moritz was pinged for, but it did mean that Kearney had to go right through the gravel before he could rejoin. Beyond that, 16th position for Seb Leger Racing's Treble 8, the Chazelle Technology Course French crew 17th and 5th in class, number 920. 286 remains to be seen whether they are officially classified. 286 are classified, 269 may not be after that clash at the Savelli corner. 907 RPM Racing finish in 20th position, ahead of the 910 from Seb Leger Racing. Proton Competition 73 car was in real problems towards the end, although did come back onto the racetrack after those difficulties. MP Racing's Mercedes finishes 23rd. Vortex win GTX in the 701 car, and beyond that, sadly, we're now into the retirements for the 81 Era Motorsport Ferrari, the Maserati from Dynamic Motorsport, and then the 2 TCE runners did not make the... No, Aspect Racing's Cupra did make it back out again, didn't it? Because Pierre Caffer overtook it on the final tour. So 102 will win the TCE, but sadly the Ligier was out for a lengthy period of time from Not Only Motorsport. So all sorts of stories for us to extract from the last 12 hours, and we will try and sum up today's action right now with the highlights from Sunday. So everybody assembling on a grid, ready to go for a midday start, and we weren't even at half distance of this year's Mugello 12 hours. We're under cloudy skies, cracking getaway from Jake Hill in the Era Motorsport Ferrari, although a number of cars were pinged, including him, for being out of position at the restart, and so many cars received a 10-second penalty because of that. There was early damage as well for the back of the 928 Porsche of HRT Performance. Pia Olsen stopped at the Biondetti chicane in her Cupra, and that brought out one of many Code 60s today. Down the hill into Scarparina and Pelagio corner, all sorts of battling, and many spectators assembled up on the grass bank there to see the side-by-side action, some of which was generated by cars trying to get laps back that they had lost yesterday. That you just caught a glimpse of the repairs on the Haas RT car. Then the rain arrived, first of all at the north end of the circuit at San Donato, and slowly worked its way to the south of the track at the 2 Arrabbiatas, posing lots of different challenges virtually every single lap, as then a slow-running Uber Proton competition car needed to be towed to the garage, and that would sadly put the 73 car a long way down. There was fuel spilling out of the Vortex at one point and a lick of flame. The fight for GT3 Am came to blows. And in the latter stages, Max Moritz ended up in the gravel at Cervelli. But it is a win for Saint-Eloque junior team as they cross the line. Pierre Caffer bringing it home. And Pierre Caffer, along with his 3 teammates at Saint-Eloque junior team, are heading very shortly for the top step of the podium. So beyond the hour of twilight now here in Tuscany at the Mugello circuit. Again, this fabulous venue has treated us to a superb opening round of the European season. From Joe Bradley and from Johnny Palmer, possibly for the day, possibly just for the moment, we will say goodbye and hand to Sarah Esser for the podium ceremony.
Welcome down to the podium here for the first race of the 24 Hours European season here in Mugello, the 12th Michelin 12 Hours of Mugello 2026. It is now time for the podium. And to start, we have the GT3 class. If we can please welcome to the podium our 3rd place team, ARC Bratislava. We have Miroslav Konopka, Adam Konopka, Gerhard Terrasa and Zendo Mulkalasko. And our 2nd place team, our runner-up, Herberth Motorsport, Ralph Born, Rolf Initian, Alfred Renauer. And our winners for the GT3 class and overall race winners, Saint-Eloque Junior Team, Pierre Caffer, Elia Erhardt, Ernst Inderblitzen, and Stefan Tribordini. Congratulations again to Saint-Eloque Racing. Now time for the winning team's national anthem. Now time to present the trophies. Please welcome to the podium to present the 3rd place. It is Julian Panitza, the technical advisor for Michelin Motorsport. And our 3rd place again, ARC Bratislava. And put your hands together for our runner-up here in Mugello for 2026, Herberth Motorsport. Please welcome to the podium, Tim Hoare, Motorsport Manager from Michelin. Congratulations again to Herberth. And our Mugello 2026 12 hours winner. It is Saint-Eloque Junior Team. Please welcome to the podium Marco Ferretti, CEO of DF Anticendio. Gentlemen, please raise those trophies high and look towards the photographers. There is a trophy for each of you now. Raise those trophies nice and high. And look towards the photographers over on the pit wall. It is now time to crack open that champagne. Time for the celebrations. Congratulations again to Santilok Junior Team. What a race that was put on there towards the end with Herberth Motorsport. Congratulations, gents. Now time for the GT3 Pro-Am category for the 12th Michelin 12 Hours of Mugello 2026. We're just restocking the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, I know it is pretty chilly out here, but you've all done an incredible job to join us. Make sure we keep the noise nice and high as we go into the podium for the GT3 Pro-Am category. If we can, please welcome to the podium our third place Get Speed team, PCX Racing, Patrick Charlet, Jean Moissin, Benjamin Pack, and Mauro Engel. Get Speed, if you can make your way to the podium. And our second place team for the GT3 Pro-Am, it is Herberth Motorsport, Ralph Bond and Alfred Renauer. Rolf Nation is already headed up the road. And our winner for the Pro-Am, it is Santilok Junior Team. Let's welcome them back onto the podium. Pierre Kaffer, Elia Earhart, Ernst Inderbitsen, and Stefan Trebodini. If we can, now time for the trophies. We'll welcome back to the podium Julian Panizza to present our third place. Julian will be doing the second place trophies, I believe. It is Tim Hoare, Motorsport Manager for Michelin Motorsport, presenting our third place to Get Speed Team PCX Racing. Keep that noise going, keep those hands clapping. It will keep you warm, I promise. And for our second place, presenting the trophies, Marco Ferretti. And for the winner, please make some noise once again for Santilok Junior Team, being presented by Julian Panizza, the technical advisor for Michelin Motorsport. Now, gentlemen, please raise those trophies nice and high. Look towards the cameras over on in the pit lane. And it's time to celebrate once again. Crack open those champagne bottles. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for our podium, for the GT3 Pro-Am, and for our winners, Santilok Junior Team. Enjoy the celebrations, gentlemen. Now, moving on to the 12th Michelin 12 Hours of Mugello 2026 GT3 AM category. Please make some noise for our third place. Hoffer Racing, Michael Kroll, Chantal Prinz, Alexander Prinz, Torsten Kratz, and Maximilian Party. And our runner-up for the GT3 AM category, it was the 69 car of Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport. Alex Acker, Vasily Vladikin, Paul Schelschuner, Florian Schultz. And our winners, Please welcome to the top step of the podium, ARC Bratislava, Miroslav Konopka, Adam Konopka, Gerhard Tueraza, and Zendo Mikulasko. To present the trophy to our third place for the GT3 AM category, please welcome back to the podium Marco Ferretti, CEO of DF Antincendio. Put your hands together one more time for Hoffa Racing. And our runner-up will be presented by Julian Panizza, the technical advisor at Michelin Motorsports. Make some noise for Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsports. And our winners will be presented by Tim Hoare, our motorsport manager for Michelin Motorsports. Please make some noise for our GT3 AM winners, ARC Bratislava. Raise those trophies nice and high. Smile towards the cameras. Let's make some noise, ladies and gentlemen, one more time. It is time to crack out the champagne. Big champagne celebrations there. Congratulations one more time for ARC Bratislava. Now to our 992 category for the 12th Michelin 12 Hours of Mugello 2026. What a weekend it has been so far. We're just going to refresh the podium before we get into the podium for this class of the race. A full 12 hours here in Mugello, 5.5 hours yesterday, 6.5 hours here today. The 992 category is made up of the Porsche 991 GT3 Cup cars. And in third place, please welcome to the podium QMMF by HRT Performance. Ahmed Al-Amadi, Abdullah Ali Al-Halifi, and Faisal Al-Yafai. Please put your hands together for QMF and our runners-up. Welcome to the podium, Red Camel Jordans, Ivo Brookers, Luke Brookers, Rick Brookers, and Fabian Dans. And to our winners of the 992 class. Welcome to the podium. Make some noise for Molna Motorsport, Conrad Toxlevo, Martin Ramp, and Paul Meyer. And to present the trophy to third place, please welcome back to the podium Julian Panizza, the technical advisor for Michelin Motorsports. And make some noise one more time for QMMF by HRT Performance. And to present the trophies to second place, please welcome back Tim Hoare, the motorsport manager for Michelin Motorsport. Make some noise for Red Camel Jordans. And to present our winning trophies, please welcome back to the podium Marco Ferretti, the CEO of DF Antincendio. And our winners for the 992 category, Molna Motorsport. Please put your hands together one more time for our podium here. Raise the trophies nice and high for the photographs. And thank you again to QMMF for third place. And it is time for the celebrations. Make some noise one more time for our 992 class for the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup here at Mugello 2026. And now time for the 12th Michelin 12 Hours of Mugello 2026 992 AM category. Please welcome to the podium our third place car, the HRT Performance with Stephen Gambrell, Igor Sorokin and Jonathan Kearney. And our runners-up for the 992 AM, it is the Driving Experiences, Valerio Prezzetzi, Francesco Fenici, and Ivan Giacomo. And another one of the HRT teams on the top step of the podium this time for the 992 AM. Make some noise for QMMF by HRT Performance. Ahmed Al Amadi, Abdullah Ali Al Khalifi, and Faisal Al Yafai. And to present the third place, it will be, welcome back, Tim Hoare, Motorsport Manager for Michelin Motorsport. Congratulations once again to HRT Performance. And to present our second place runners-up, it is the Driving Experiences. Please welcome back to the podium, Marco Ferretti. And for our winners for the 992 AM, make some noise for QMF by HRT Performance. Welcome back to the podium, Julian Panizza, presenting the trophies to our winners. I hope you've got space back on the plane for those. Hold those trophies nice and high, gentlemen, for the photographs. Make some noise one more time for our winners, QMMF. Please wait, gentlemen, before the celebrations. Please put your hands together one more time for QMMF by HRT Performance. Now it's time for the celebrations. Yo. Ladies and gentlemen, I know it is chilly down there, but just a few more podiums to go. Make sure you stick around to support all of our drivers and teams that have been competing here over the 12 hours of Mugello. Well, it is now the GTX Special GT cars. Please welcome to the top step of the podium. What a journey it has been all weekend for the team of Vortex. They never give up. Please welcome to the podium Philippe Bonnell, Arnaud Gomez, and Olivier Gomez. Let's make sure we can hear you. And to present the trophy, I think we're all coming on. We can welcome back Marco Ferretti, Tim Hoare and Julian Panizza. Please make some noise one more time for Vortex Racing. Raise those trophies nice and high for the photographs. And now time to celebrate, gentlemen. They're taking that champagne home for later, I think. Saving that for later. Well, congratulations one more time to Vortex, our GTX winners for the 12 Hours of Mugello 2026. Now, our last podium, but definitely not by least. Thank you again to everyone who has joined us down here this weekend for the 12th Michelin 12 Hours of Mugello 2026, opening up the 24-hour European season, and what a weekend it has been. Looks like the podium is ready. So please welcome to the podium our runners-up for the TCE class. Not only motorsport, Filippo Tonaghi, Gino Rocchio and Alberto Antonucci. And welcome to the podium our winners for the TCE class, as Best Racing, Peter Olsen, Rafael Guerras and Thomas Alpiga. Did absolutely everything to keep that car on track, did as best. They were faced with some challenges today in the second part of the race. If we can please welcome back to the podium to present the trophies, Marco Ferretti, Tim Hoare and Julian Panizza. Make some noise one more time for our TCE winners and runners-up. Raise those trophies nice and high. Look towards the cameras over on the pit wall. Now, time for the celebrations. Time for the celebrations. You can crack open that champagne or do a runner. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us here over the Mugello weekend. We will see you back in Spa.
You don't understand what goes into it. The good news is, Sarah, there's just 4 weeks to wait as well until round 2 of the 2026 24-hour series with Michelin and promoted by the Dutch promotion Creventic, who have worked incredibly hard to get the 5 races on the bill for 2026. So weekend of 17th, 18th and 19th of April for, again, a split 12-hour race in the Ardennes Forest in that phenomenally challenging 7-kilometre circuit around Spa-Francorchamps with just about as much gradient change as this place, of course. So Spa is next on the list of venues we go to, but don't forget round 3 will be at Paul Ricard at the start of June. The brand new event for 2026 is the Nürburgring at the start of July, and then the 24 Hours of Barcelona will close us out during the 3rd weekend of September. We'll have everything covered right here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels and on the Creventic Motorsports TV channel on YouTube. My thanks to everyone involved with 022 our TV production crew in Cologne, to Sarah Esser, who's been up and down the pit lane all weekend and just doing our podium celebration as well. Joe Bradley, who's kind of done half a job this weekend because the poor lad's been suffering with the aftermath of a cold. From Johnny Palmer, we're going to have a very pleasant evening with pizza, pasta and maybe the odd glass of wine And we will see you in 4 weeks' time for the 12 Hours of Spa-Francorchamps, round 2 of the Michelin 24H series.